assumption by you, Will. I think it is fair. It feels like there's been more 12s out here than Patriots fans, but it's also been longer since they had a chance to play in the Super Bowl, and it's a much shorter flight.
It is, and look, we've also got an old hand with us. He was with us back in Dublin in September, in London in October, host of the superb NFL Daily, and at this point, he's NFL UK royalty. It's our good friend, Mr. Gregg Rosenthal. Gregg, how are you?
I am so good to be listening to you, Will, and to be with my old friend Ross, who I've known for a long time. And you said it was these two teams, you know, culmination, everything that they've worked for all season. That's what it feels like for us, I know, in the booth. I'm speaking for Ross, just to be able to call this game and a Super Bowl nobody saw coming. And I don't care how many people are picking the Seahawks today, a Super Bowl, nobody knows what's going to happen today.
I mentioned Will Gavin, our very own viral play calling sensation. He's been so confident all week. He's been telling everybody on Radio Row he's never been more confident in a pick in his life than the Seahawks to beat the Patriots tonight. Ross, tell me, give me a case for the Patriots.
Well, I'm certainly not as confident as Will is. Do I think the Seahawks are a better team? Absolutely. If they played 10 times, I think the Seahawks win 7, maybe 8. That's the beauty of American football. It's not a best of 7. It's not a best of 5. All that matters is who plays better for these 3 hours here tonight. And because of that, especially when they're led by, I think, one of the best coaches in the NFL, and Mike Vrabel, and the way they've played on defense as of late, wouldn't surprise me at all if the Patriots win. It feels like a 20-17 game to me, either way. So in that scenario, a turnover here or there, which dynamic returner has a big play in special teams, there's a lot of scenarios which end up with the Patriots hoisting the Lombardi.
Yeah, I think if they played those 10 times, I think the Patriots win even more than that, whether it's 4 or 5, something like that, because you mentioned the turnovers. These are the two teams that fumbled the most in the entire NFL. This is a quarterback who led an offense that had the second most turnovers in the NFL. It's a team that is going to be aggressive, I think, on both sides of the ball, and that leads to a lot of variation. People have these playoff performances by the Patriots in their head on offense. It hasn't been great, but the controlled environment in terms of the nice day, I think, is going to help out Drake May and this offense. And when you look at what they've done defensively in the playoffs, they are playing about as well as anyone, and I think it's a coin flip type of game.
And the one point I would make early in the game is to keep an eye on Drake May and Nick Eamon-Worry. You know, there's been a lot of talk about Drake May's shoulder. We'll find out pretty early if it seems like it's affecting him in any way. He seemed confident that he'd be able to be 100%, but obviously there was some issue there, so I'll be watching that. And then, this is extremely rare, but Mike Macdonald, the Seahawks head coach, he basically designed the entire defense around a rookie defensive back and Nick Eamon-Worry, who is their nickel back. They play more nickel than any team in the NFL. That means 5 defensive backs, only 2 linebackers. If he's not 100%, sprained his ankle in Wednesday's practice. There's video of him getting out of a car that didn't look good. He's supposedly 100%, but let's see how that ankle does over the course of the game. And it's one thing to run forward and backward. It's another thing to have to change direction. If Eamon-Worry is compromised, that's a problem. If I know my former offensive coordinator, Josh McDaniels, he is going to attack Eamon-Worry early to see where he's at from a health standpoint.
I mean, how can I match that? He played for Josh McDaniels.
Yeah, he did. Look, he's got experience of the team, and as Levi's Stadium begins to fill up here, the stands are packed, filled with different colored jerseys. Like I mentioned, a big Seahawks crowd in, but I'm spotting a lot of Drake May jerseys hanging around just below us. And look, we've got all of the pomp and circumstance to come over the next hour. Legends heading out onto the field, and this is just such an occasion, a special occasion. And like you mentioned, Gregg, this is a matchup that nobody saw coming into this season. To have both of these teams, one who just won 4 games last season, and now a team who was said to be really in a rebuild with Geno Smith being traded away, DK Metcalf, and for them to be in this game, it is fantastic for both sets of supporters. Like I mentioned, all of the Super Bowl festivities to come ahead of kickoff at 11:30 as Tom Brady, did you hear that roar? Tom Brady, a man who just knows what it takes to win the big game. He did it 7 times in his career. Joe Montana following him. This is quite an elite lineup.
I was going to say, you know it's a good group when Tom Brady isn't closing the show. They're doing it with the GOATs from San Francisco, Joe Montana and Jerry Rice.
I mentioned that it's going to be special. We have the national anthem, we have America the Beautiful, the flyover, all of that to come, as well as Bad Bunny at halftime. But the opening ceremony right now with Green Day out on the field. This is an American rock band, Green Day, of course, who are from the Bay Area in Berkeley, California. Let's just give you a bit of a flavor of that atmosphere as we bring you down to the field for Green Day and the opening ceremony.
I walk a lonely road, the only one that I have ever known. Don't know where it goes, but it's home to me, and I walk alone. I walk this empty street on the boulevard of broken dreams, where the city sleeps and I'm the only one, and I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk up. My shadow's the only one that walks beside me. My shadow heart's the only thing that's beating. Sometimes I wish someone up there will find me. Doing I walk alone. Do you wanna be an American idiot? Don't want a nation under the new media. Can you hear the sound of hysteria? The subliminal mind f*** America. What you want me got attention across the heavy admission. Everything is meant to be okay. Well, we shall breeze out tomorrow. We're not the ones that we can follow. For it's a natural world. It's all crazy! You wanna be an American idiot? One nation controlled by the media. Information age of hysteria. Calling out to idiot America. Only got attention across the heavy admission. Everything is meant to be okay. Darby shine breeze out tomorrow. We're not the ones that let me follow. For Welcome to the Bay! It's Super Bowl 60!
It is the Diamond Anniversary.
Wow, wow, wow. Just an incredible set there from Green Day, really kicking off the show in fine fashion here in Santa Clara, playing all the hits. Do you hear that atmosphere? That's what we're dealing with in San Francisco tonight. This is the place to be, the sport's biggest spectacle. And don't worry, because showtime is just under 30 minutes away. We still have the anthems to come. All that pomp and circumstance ahead of kickoff between the Seahawks and the Patriots. You're listening to the Super Bowl live on talkSPORT with 5. Don't forget, you can watch the Super Bowl for free on 5 live right now. We're going to take a short break, and then when we come back, we will bring you those player entrances as the Seahawks, the Patriots, take to the field, one game away from glory in Super Bowl 60. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back to Santa Clara, California, ahead of Super Bowl 60. The New England Patriots in the hunt for a 7th and historic Lombardi trophy. But in their way stands the Seattle Seahawks, a team that has continued to defy odds, who has built one of the best teams, if not the best team in the NFC right now. Who could dismay what Sam Darnold has done this year, what this defense has done? We have the NFL UK angle, of course, with Adam Durd, with Mike McDonald and his head coach, and this atmosphere continues to build. We're awaiting the teams to head out of the tunnel and take to the turf here at Levi's Stadium. Alongside our commentary team right now, Gregg Rosenthal of NFL Daily and the former Patriots offensive lineman, Mr. Ross Tucker. Guys, that was some set from Green Day. Gregg, talk to me here. That is just a show. That's what we want to see.
I could not have imagined when I was listening to like Green Day rocking out, in high school, that 30 years later, here they'd be like the old heads and the perfect representation of the Bay Area. It was outrageous.
Ross, I wanted to ask you about the Seahawks there, because I mentioned it. This is a team that, coming into the season, I mentioned that fresh reset that they had, and many people doubted their chances in a stacked NFC West, but they continue to surprise. They blow out the 49ers in the playoffs and then beat the LA Rams, who are many people's Super Bowl pick heading into maybe week 8 of the regular season. How impressed have you been with Mike McDonald's unit?
Well, I'm in awe of both these teams being here, because the odds for them to get here were so long. I call Mike McDonald, the Seahawks head coach, I call him the Sean McVay of the defensive side of the ball. To do what he did in Baltimore in 23 and now do it again here in Seattle just 2 years later with an entirely different group of guys. And the crazy part is there's a lot of Seahawks fans that weren't happy that the organization traded Geno Smith away. And a lot of people thought Sam Darnold was a downgrade at quarterback. I don't know all of those people that might have felt that way, but there's definitely some people that felt that way.
You are somebody, Gregg Rosenthal, who was very, well, you put your voice to good use in terms of Geno Smith's trade. How do you feel about what the Seahawks have done without him and with Sam Darnold?
I mean, I got that wrong. A lot of people got that wrong. John Schneider, their GM, has done such an incredible job. If you look at their drafts over the last 3 or 4 years, their free agents that they've added, and then obviously that move, it's absolutely incredible. But I do find it interesting. Mike Macdonald was really brought in as the McVay-Shanahan tree killer, and he did it. He took the bounce. He did it when he was with Baltimore, and he's done it here. But now he's in the Super Bowl against, it's seemingly one of the few coaches not from that tree. An old head who's been here many times in Josh McDaniels. And if you're looking for one advantage there for the Patriots, they do have an experienced play caller who's been in this situation before.
Absolutely. Josh McDaniels named Assistant Coach of the Year only at NFL Honors just a couple of days ago. You might have heard some boos, or maybe was it Cooper Kupp looking to have a big impact this afternoon. All of the attention, of course, on the Offensive Player of the Year, Jackson Smith and Jigba. But with that receiving core, Cooper Kupp, who's been here, done it. Rashid Shaheed has had a big step up. And look, special teams could have a real big impact on this game today, couldn't it, Ross?
Listen, you can make an argument it's the 2 best returners in the NFL. Marcus Jones, Rashid Shaheed, both fantastic. And Rashid Shaheed in particular dovetails off of what Gregg was saying about John Schneider. It seems like one of the themes in the NFL in recent years is that the teams that get here, it's almost like they have the Midas touch in the offseason. You know, you think about the draft choices for both these teams, even for New England, every guy they brought in, when you have Robert Spillane at linebacker or Caleb Chason playing the best he ever has. I don't think anybody thought the Stephon Diggs experiment would go this well. All the guys that Gregg mentioned on Seattle, basically to get here, both these teams had to have almost every offseason move they made work out.
All of the stars are out to play in Santa Clara. We've got Roger Federer, tennis legend. We've got Jay-Z and Beyonce down on the field. Chris Pratt and announcing the team out onto the field, the Hollywood actor for the Seahawks. And then, can you hear those boos? Oh, it feels like it's the home of the 12 in Santa Clara. Lumen Field potentially has taken over Levi's Stadium. The New England Patriots, they're a team who has defied the odds. 4 games last season, that's all they won. 4 wins this year. 14 wins in the regular season, 3 playoff wins. Mike Vrabel has changed the culture, and right now this team prepared to enter the field 1 game away.
I am having flashbacks to 11 years ago. It's after Deflategate, and it's Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, and when they put them up on the screen and the boos just rained over that entire stadium in Arizona. They're no longer the evil empire, but they are the team that a lot of neutral fans still like to root against.
Yeah, I can't imagine many people that aren't Patriots fans are rooting for the Patriots. I think there's a lot of animosity, to be honest with you, for just how long it's been since they got here.
John Bon Jovi, the founder of the legendary rock band, Bon Jovi announcing his team out onto the field. And like Ross mentioned there, they may be seen as the enemy, but tonight they're only focused on themselves. They're all they got, they're all they need. But today, Mike Vrabel and his team head out onto the field looking to make history. Earlier today, I heard the Super Bowl described as the ultimate game. The moment you wait for your entire life. It's time for the birth of some new heroes, some new superstars, and some new champions. They've defied odds, both of these teams. Now they're just one final step to take. It may be a big one, but the reward is so glorious. It shimmers in sterling silver, and it's called the Vince Lombardi Trophy. Super Bowl 60, live on talkSPORT. Let me hand over to your fabulous commentary team, alongside the former Patriots offensive lineman Ross Tucker, alongside host of the NFL Daily Gregg Rosenthal. It's your commentator, calling just his 3rd Super Bowl, our very own viral play calling sensation. Prepare for the noise. It's talkSPORT's very own Will Gavin.
By the noise, he just means my booming voice approaching the desk and getting on the microphone. Thank you very much, Will Varney. A sensational job from you building us all up to this absolutely huge game. But as much as you've done a wonderful job, the drama of this occasion speaks for itself. Two teams who nobody truly believed would be at this stage going into the season. This is the longest odds we have ever seen for two teams coming into a Super Bowl. The Patriots pre-season 80-1 to win this game. The Seahawks pre-season 60-1 to win this game. And we've never seen a Super Bowl where both teams lost their opening game of the season. Week 2, could you have ever imagined this being our matchup today, gents?
Well, and what's funny about it is that the Patriots lost to Geno Smith, the former Seahawks quarterback, and the Raiders. That's the only game the Raiders won all year was against these guys. And to your point about the odds, I'm not sure how many people have heard the story, but Jack Westover, the fullback for the New England Patriots, is from Seattle. His sister grew up a big Seahawks fan, so she put $5 on a Seahawks-Patriots Super Bowl for her hometown team and her brother. That turned into $18,000.
Wow. Wow, that's, I mean, I just had the numbers. You had the story. That's why you're here, Ross Tucker. Gregg Rosenthal alongside me as well as we build up and get ready for the anthems. America the Beautiful on its way, the national anthem and the Star Spangled Banner as well. I know there are some special plans here inside the bowl at Levi's Stadium, but whilst we wait for those anthems to get ready, Ross, this week, while the line has only been 4.5 points, I feel like the media has lent so heavily towards the Seahawks. 80 to 90% of them seem to be picking them. Why do you think the New England Patriots can win this game of football?
Well, it's a good point, because I haven't heard many people pick the Patriots, and I didn't either, but their defense has been outstanding over the last 5 or 6 weeks, including the playoffs, and I think something that could be a big difference in this game is Drake May's legs. You know, he did it in the AFC Championship game. I do expect him to be under pressure. I think Will Campbell is going to struggle with the power of DeMarcus Lawrence, the speed, the power. But Drake May is one of the best running quarterbacks I've ever seen. And I don't mean the athleticism of a Lamar Jackson or the power of a Cam Newton. He's so decisive, and he knows exactly when to go, and he goes up. He goes vertical almost right away. I like to say, Will, not all first downs are created equal. If you have a first down because your coordinator made a great call and their coordinator didn't, that's great. But if it's the opposite, if they got you and you still run for a bonus first down, that's worth 2 or 3 first downs in my mind.
And I think that with these two teams, the plays out of structure are going to be so big. The Patriots are one of the most fundamental defenses in the league. So between Drake May, Ken Walker, the playmakers, who can just make a fundamentally sound defense look bad.
Right, let's head over to 11-time Grammy Award winner Brandi Carlile, who is going to be performing America the Beautiful, as they have just encouraged the fans around us to hold their flags up in the sky. I'm assuming eventually we'll see an American flag forming around the stadium as we slowly see them coming out. It's resplendent here in Levi's, by the way. A solid 10 degrees warmer than it normally is at this time of year. Barely a cloud in the sky. And as we look at the field out in front of us, painted with the Super Bowl logo in either end, the NFL logo in the middle, there is a full orchestra, all in white from head to toe, with Brandi Carlile stood at some kind of organ or a piano on a white plinth in front of the Patriots bench as we await the flags to be unfurled and the anthem to get underway. I love that they're doing this absolutely to the minute. Gents, could have got this going already, but here we go. Let's hand over.
Its 250th anniversary. The year 2026 will commemorate 2.5 centuries of freedom, unity, and the founding ideals set forth in the Declaration of Independence. The National Football League, Seattle Seahawks, and New England Patriots are proud to stand with the America 250 Commission in honoring this historic milestone and reflecting on the enduring spirit of our country. Now, signing America the Beautiful in American Sign Language is Julian Ortiz. Performing America the Beautiful, 11-time Grammy Award-winning artist from Washington State, Brandi Carlile.
Oh, beautiful, for space.
tradition, and we won't mention who the Freedom and Unity came from while we're on a national broadcaster back home in the UK. And now,
From the nation's capital and the military district of Washington, today's colors will be presented by the Joint Armed Forces Color Guard and drummers from the United States Army Field Band.
the colour guard marching to the middle of the field. Those flags displaying the America 250 logo on the far side.
Returning to sign our final performance in American Sign Language is Gregg
And a huge Stars and Stripes banner unveiled in the centre of the field.
Anthem. Please welcome multi-platinum award-winning artist and composer, Charlie Booth.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light, surrounding me, and the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous flights o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and rockets
Wow! The flyover overhead, the fireworks go off at the top of the stadium. There it is again. The noise is absolutely cacophonous in here as we see shots from inside the cockpit, shots of the Golden Gate Bridge with an American flag waved above it, and shots of the two quarterbacks, two number 3 overall picks with such different journeys to get to this point, both looking to win their first championship. Don't forget you can join the talkSPORT YouTube channel for our live watch-along. Also find all of the big name interviews from Radio Row and NFL Honours on the talkSPORT YouTube channel right now. We love your interactions, so like, subscribe and leave a comment. This is the Super Bowl 60 live on talkSPORT with 5. Don't forget you can watch the Super Bowl live on 5 right now, and we'll be back with a coin toss and kickoff up next here on talkSPORT.
gridiron grinding commentary of Super Bowl 60 on talkSPORT.
Welcome back to Super Bowl 60 live and exclusive in-stadium commentary for you on talkSPORT. I'm Gavin, alongside me Gregg Rosenthal, the host of NFL Daily, and Ross Tucker, former NFL lineman. We've had the anthems, we've had the entrances, we've had the performance from Green Day, and whilst many are in town to catch some Bad Bunny a little bit later on today, it's time for the coin toss. The honorary captains for today's coin toss are all here to celebrate the 3 previous occasions the Super Bowl has been to the Bay Area, a Bay Area which is treating us to an absolute glorious day of sunshine. I do not envy the people sat on the north side of the stadium right now. I hope they brought sunglasses. I hope they brought caps. I'm glad we're in a little bit of shade over this side of the stadium. I'm not sure my ginger complexion could take it. So our honorary captain today, Lynn Swann, Super Bowl MVP in 1976 as the Steelers won their 2nd ever Super Bowl. Joe Montana, the Super Bowl 19 MVP when he beat the Dolphins not far up the road from here in Stamford. And Peyton Manning, the Super Bowl 50 winning quarterback here at Levi's 10 years ago, his 2nd title, and of course his retirement game. They're stood right around the 45-yard line, just at the top corner of that crest of the NFL logo. And whilst we wait for the coin toss, I asked about Drake May and about the Patriots' opportunity to win this game. Gregg, Sam Darnold and his story to get his one we're going to be discussing, I'm sure, a lot over the course of the show. But I thought he looked cool, calm and collected when on the big screen during those anthems. The big occasion doesn't seem to be phasing him.
No, nice fresh cut too. Like, if you're comparing him and Drake May, who clearly were both at the barber this week, he's looking better. He could not have been more comfortable and more confident in his playing style in the NFC Championship, the biggest game of his life. And it came as a surprise to me because for much of the second half of the season, I don't think he was as calm going through his reads, 1 to 2 to 3. And in that championship game, despite a lot of pressure, he was at his very best. If you get that, Sam Darnold, then it's going to be a long day for the Patriots.
Undoubtedly, as referee Sean Smith brings the players to midfield. The captains for Seahawks, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Devon Witherspoon. Fullback and special team stalwart Brady Russell, who could have a big part to play today, Leonard Williams and Cooper Kupp. On the other side of things, Drake May, Hunter Henry, Marcus Jones, Harold Landry, Robert Spillane and Brendan Schooler. Although, what were you just pointing out on the screen? Wondering just why there are 6 captains at this point going to midfield.
Well, and listen, I think it's a good time to mention Robert Spillane and Harold Landry, 2 veteran defenders that have played well for the Patriots this year. They're both active for the game. Spillane got hurt against Denver. Landry's been out for a while. So we talked about some of the other injuries earlier when we talked about Drake May's shoulder or Nick Eamon-Murray's ankle. I think Spillane and Harold Landry are guys I'm going to be watching early in the game as well.
It has to be said, I felt confident they were going to play when they were put on podiums for opening night earlier this week, but they are huge parts of the Patriots defense, which has taken such a big step up lately. And they're now introducing those honorary captains on the big screen. Peyton Manning getting a wonderful reception, but let's see if we get some noise for Joe Montana. Plenty of Montana jerseys, plenty of 49ers jerseys in the stadium today. I think maybe some locals speculatively buying some tickets when their teams were heading towards the Super Bowl. And let's head over to midfield and to referee Sean Smith, who'll be delivering the toss for us.
1976. Following today's ceremony, this historic coin will take its place in the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History. And now, please welcome game referee Sean Smith.
Congratulations, gentlemen, on winning your conference championship, and welcome to Super Bowl 60. I'm Sean Smith, and I'll be your referee today. With Seattle being the visiting team, you will make the call. In my hand is the commemorative coin, the Lady of Liberty representing heads, and this side is tails. Joe Montana, would you please do the honors of tossing the coin once we get the choice? What is your choice? Tails. Tails is the choice. Tails. Heads. You want to toss? New England's won the toss and elected to defer their choice to the second half. Switches, gentlemen. Seattle will receive the ball on this end of the field. Good luck, gentlemen.
So there we have it. The Patriots win the toss, elect to defer. So they'll be kicking the ball to the Seattle Seahawks. And if I'm Andy Borregales, I am kicking that thing 30 yards out the back of the end zone if I have the leg to do so.
That is probably what's going to happen, and I think it's good for their defense to be on the field first. And I really do think the first drive or two for each of these offenses is going to be really telling. You've seen when Darnold's confident, it's from the get-go. And you've seen, especially with Drake May early in his career, in the preseason and sometimes in the regular season, he seems to come out with a little too much juice. He's talked about that, not been as comfortable in his first drive or two of the game. So I think we'll be able to tell early how these quarterbacks are handling the occasion.
And I thought Gregg made an excellent point earlier. I thought there was a chance that Sam Darnold could basically just be along for the ride and the Seahawks could get to the Super Bowl. That wasn't the case at all. He played awesome in the NFC Championship game, and they needed him to. My guess is they'll probably need him to play at a really high level again today to get this win.
The hero of Super Bowl 49, the man who made the 1-yard line interception, which ended Seattle's dream of back-to-back Super Bowls, Malcolm Butler, rings the bell to ring in Super Bowl 60, and we get ready for kickoff. The Patriots on the sideline nearest to us in the southeast corner of the stadium in a complete head-to-toe white, just like they wore in the AFC Championship game, resplendent with those silver helmets. The Seahawks on the far side in that navy blue and shock lime green, two stunning uniforms.
This is kind of like a color rush game with all white against, and I got to be honest with you, I'm a monochromatic guy. I like these uniforms. I think this is spectacular.
And listen, I did the research on it, so I'm going to give you the stats on it. The coin toss. The Patriots have won 6 Super Bowls over the last, 2 decades plus.
Yeah.
They have never won the coin toss in any of their Super Bowl victories. Wow. Is it a death knell before a ball is even kicked?
You still have about 10 seconds to do some work on that.
Also, the home team lost 13 of the last 19. The winner of the coin toss is 26 and 33. Maybe, just maybe, it is a poisoned chalice. On the big screen, we see all 7 pounds of sterling silver of the Vince Lombardi trophy from Tiffany's.
There's confusion. Shaheed, the returner, went to the wrong side. The whole rest of the return unit was here. Shaheed went the wrong way. He's getting a little bit of cardio in before this return.
That's not what you want to be seeing for Rashid Shaheed, having to already run the length of the field alongside running back Velus Jones, who sits just in front of him as he stands on the center, right between the hashes, in front of the A of the Patriots in the blue painted end zone in front of us. Andy Borregales gets ready to kick this one away. The Seahawks on the big screen encouraging the fans to get louder, to make some noise. Patriots fans on the screen with giant hats, big pendants and beers in hand. What a shock, getting ready for a huge Super Bowl Sunday. The accumulation of a season, the first time that we have seen 2 teams not make the playoffs the previous year and then meet in the big game since 2003 when the Patriots beat the Carolina Panthers. And as Sean Smith blows the whistle, Andy Borregales steps up to the ball and kicks one deep to get us underway for Super Bowl 60 live on talkSPORT. And smartly it goes over the head of Rashid Shaheed out the back of the end zone. And when Sam Darnold gets us underway for Super Bowl 60, he'll be starting at the 35-yard line, Gregg.
Look, Ken Walker and this running game is going to tell you a lot in this game, so I'm very curious to watch. And the first drive especially, when they've run the ball well this year, they've been unstoppable.
The Patriots have done brilliantly in the rushing game, though, in the postseason. Haven't had a running back go over 40 yards in the 3 games they've had. And we start with the excellent running back, Kenneth Walker, in the backfield. Sam Darnold under centre. Jackson Smith-Njigba split solo out right. Cooper Kupp tight to the line on the left. It is handed off to Walker. He's got space to work on the outside, out to the 40, getting right down to the first down marker. He's pushed out of bounds, right around that first down marker by Marcellus Dow, and that'll be a Seattle Seahawks first down.
This happened multiple times in the NFC Championship game. If you're the edge defender, and in that case it's Anthony Jennings, you cannot let Kenneth Walker get outside of you. And Anthony Jennings got tied up with the block from Barner. That is way too easy. The Patriots usually pretty good at setting a harder edge.
Single back in the backfield again for Darnold. Goes this time on an outside zone to the right, this time right around the line of scrimmage and brought down right there. Kenneth Walker, no gain after the 10-yard gain on first down, 2nd and 10 Seattle.
And that's where Clint Kubiak, the offensive coordinator, gives a little eye candy, maybe something they go back to later in the game where a receiver came behind and they faked that it was possibly going to be a reverse, but instead Patriots stop him on the edge. And you mentioned Jennings, Ross. Like, this is a team built to stop the run first.
Darnold now in the gun with single back alongside him, sends a man in motion from left to right. It's Jackson Smith-Njigba. It's George Haloni alongside him. Smith-Njigba now moving to the left-hand side. That's where Darnold will look. Instead he looks to throw underneath, very nearly tipped, but instead Barner gets it. Barner past the 45 into Patriots territory, and that'll be another first down. Seattle Seahawks.
Absolutely pinpoint pass from Darnold on the quick out route to Barner. If he leaves that inside even a little bit, Marcus Jones has a pick 6 the other way. We had the best vantage point in the building.
The rookie Craig Woodson on the tackle. They go hurry up. They fake the handoff. Darnold looking for a deep shot. Outside the numbers to the left-hand side. Cooper Kupp brings it in. Under pressure from Marcus Jones. They call it a catch inside the 20-yard line, right at the 17 of the Seattle Seahawks. Unbelievable throw from Sam Darnold as they continue to try and hurry this game up, maybe with a concern that that one could be challenged. Darnold gets in under centre, waits for the referee to spot the ball. He's in the gun. George Halani is still alongside him. Steps back, little 3-step drop, works through his progressions from left to right. He's forced to scramble outside the pocket and just throws this one away out the side of the end zone. But with the possibility of that catch under question, they got it to the line of scrimmage and ran it quick.
You could not throw the ball any better than Sam Darnold did on those back-to-back passes. And you mentioned Marcus Jones in coverage. Cooper Kupp made an outstanding catch. We got to see a replay. I'm not sure he got that second foot down, and I think they were lucky to play fast and get that next play because he was bobbling it before he got his second foot down.
So this time back under centre, Sam Darnold. Kenneth Walker back into the game in the gun. Rashid Shaheed split out left. Cooper Kupp goes in motion with Jackson Smith-Njigba to the left. You hear the calls of can from Sam Darnold. They go for the outside zone stretch to the right again. One cut from Kenneth Walker, gets up past the 15-yard line, gets maybe 3 on the play, and that'll be 3rd and 8. They're going to call it from the 15.
If you hear Sam Darnold say can, that means they're going from the first play to the second play. It's typically based on the rotation of the safeties and what he sees. Brings up a 3rd down. I'd be surprised if they tried to run it. This will probably have to be a stick throw from Darnold. Has to be careful with the football. Reserve the right to kick a field goal if it's not there.
Some sensational quick completions in the game. First drive down at the 15. Darnold in the gun. Again, since Shaheed this time in motion from right to left. He's got Jake Bobo on the outside. Halani alongside. It's going to be a straight drop back. Looks over the middle, out to the left-hand side, and it's just outside of Rashid Shaheed. Excellent coverage from Carlton Davis, and the field goal unit immediately comes out onto the field looking to put up the first points of Super Bowl 60.
So the Patriots were one of the worst red zone defenses in the NFL. That's a good early sign for them. I think it's a good early sign for the Seahawks too. Those 2 dimes by Darnold, the fact that they came out with an idea to play fast, good situational football, so to get that playoff on the Kupp catch that may not have been a catch.
Looks like they're having Gonzalez travel with Smith-Njigba, by the way.
Which is a huge point we'll discuss at the end of the drive as we wait for this ball to be snapped. With the Super Bowl logo, I struggle to see the exact distance. Around about a 33-yarder. Kick is up, and kick is straight through the uprights, and good 28-yarder. Sorry, those painted logos are absolutely stunning, but they do make it hard to see the hash marks for us. Come on, Roger, let's make sure we can still call the game nice and easily. But the Seahawks have the first points on the board, 3-0 up in Super Bowl 60 after an excellent opening drive that stalls in the red zone, and we'll see Drake May up on the field next. Let's talk about that point. Christian Gonzalez traveling with Jackson Smith and Jigba. The only time the two have faced off, two first-round picks from the 2024 draft. Smith and Jigba had 12 receptions for 117 yards, but only twice he lined up against Christian Gonzalez and wasn't targeted either of them.
Well, and I had the pleasure of calling a couple of Patriots games on television last year, and he was by far their most impressive player. I mean, I said on TV, I thought they had the worst O-line, the worst receiving core, but you could see Drake May had the goods, and Gonzalez is a star player. For them to move him into the slot like he was on that last third down, every other guy, it affects every other guy's responsibility. Marcus Jones then has to be an outside corner. The same with Carlton Davis. So you have to make a lot of different decisions if you're going to have your star corner travel. But the way Kubiak's been able to get Smith and Jigba open, especially in the playoffs, I don't blame him at all. I think the Patriots saying if we're going down, we're going down with our best guy all over their best guy.
And I was really taken with how fast that drive went. They snapped the ball with between 25 and 27 seconds left 3 different times on that drive. So it's not something they do a lot, and they basically thought this is the best way to settle Sam Darnold into the game, maybe prevent the Patriots from changing their defensive personnel. Then the Patriots get that one nice run stop on the second down in the red zone, get into their third down package and get them off the field.
Yeah, 3:02 off the clock on that drive, moved the ball 60 yards, but unable to push it beyond the field goal. And now I've finally got internet back, I can finally start giving you stats from the game as well. A little bit patchy in the stadium, but a lot of people here, a lot of people posting on their social media, I'm sure. And so, yeah, we're back up and running, so I will be keeping an eye on that. Thank you very much. Great.
Should have just asked me, Will. I'm like right here.
Well,
great.
you know, you just jump in whenever you like, pal. That's absolutely fine. Patriots offense then coming out onto the field. Drake May, arguably his 3 worst games of the season through the playoffs. How much are we blaming conditions, defense that they're facing, and what can we expect from him today?
Well, they've gone against 3 top 5 defenses. The problem is they got another one today, and the offensive line has really struggled. That doesn't give Drake May the excuse to fumble as much as he has, but that's a bad combination of poor offensive line play and going against elite defenses. He still has made some incredible throws, especially that Texans game. He needed those pinpoint touchdown throws for them to beat Houston.
So Jason Myers lines the ball up on the 35-yard line, getting ready to get us restarted. Second drive of the game. The first one, as Gregg said, lightning fast, just 3 minutes and 2 seconds off the clock. The 33-yard field goal, the difference between the two teams so far. 2 back for the Patriots, going to be Dearness Johnson, who'll bring it out right from the 1-yard line. Running straight up the middle, the gunner directly in front of him, makes a man miss. He gets around the 30, brought down maybe just inside around the 29-yard marker. And Drake May, his offensive line, and Travion Henderson making their way out onto the field. And well, instantly we're hearing a lot of noise. I thought we were a little Seahawks heavy when we had the crowd earlier on, and now some towels are waving around us and some noise being made.
I was on the sideline 2 weeks ago in Seattle. I think that the Seahawks have the best fans in the NFL from a pure noise standpoint. They are totally quiet when the Seahawks are on offense. When they're on defense, they get loud. These are knowledgeable fans that know how to help their squad.
Leonard Williams in the middle, G'ing the crowd up. Drake May comes out under center. Travion Henderson in the backfield, but they send the man in motion around the edge, and then it goes to Henderson right up the middle out to about the 34-yard line, brought down there. Nice gain on first down. Gets some 2nd and 4. 11:40 left in the quarter. So Drake Thomas on the tackle.
Great sign there from the interior of the Patriots offensive line. Ramondre Stevenson has been significantly better than Travion Henderson. They're rookie for them in the playoffs. They're going to ride with him.
Stevenson into the backfield. May under center. Two receivers to the left, one tight on the line as it goes two back to Stevenson, makes one little stutter step cut, gets maybe 3 on the play. I think they're going to call it 2 and mark him for a 3rd and 2 at the 36, Ross.
A little bit of a statement here by the Patriots. I think the strength of the Seahawks defense is their 2 D tackles, and the first 2 plays running it right at them. That time Murphy and Williams both stunted, and it was a nice job by Stevenson to get Ernest Jones to miss. Sets up 3rd and short. It's an empty set. Always be alert for a quarterback like Drake May on the quarterback draw. Always getting the ball out quick.
5 wide, but it does now bring Stevenson in the backfield alongside him as he sits in the gun, stomps his foot, receives it, 5-step drop back, goes to Stevenson out of the backfield, and he breaks the tackle, gets out past the 45-yard line, brought out of bounds right there, but it'll be a 1st down, the first of the game for the New England Patriots as Ramondre Stevenson leaps over the tackling line.
You got to feel good if you're Drake May. You complete that first pass, you get through. There was some pressure quickly on May. Nice catch. Stevenson is a guy that makes the first man miss quite a bit despite his big size.
Julian Love maybe going to ground a little early on that one. May coming out under centre. Stevenson in the backfield. Stacked receivers to his right. Single receiver to the left. Looks like it's Mac Hollins. Send the man to Pop Douglas from left to right. A little bit of trickery. It goes to Douglas out of the backfield. Makes the man miss. Steps inside and then eventually brought down just inside Patriots territory. The man on the tackle, Julian Love. Again, it'll be an 8-yard pickup, 2nd and 2.
At least 3 missed tackles already by the Seahawks, forced by the Patriots. Stevenson had a couple. That time, Douglas was able to make Drake Thomas look really bad in the open field. That's a great sign for the Patriots that they're making the Seahawks miss these tackles.
Working in the flats regularly. Now they come out in a heavy set, full back in Jack Westover, and it goes to Ramondre Stevenson off the right tackle, pushes out past the 1st down marker, gets an extra couple of yards down to the 45-yard line, and that's a 1st down, New England.
So this is the test for May and the Patriots. Mike McDonald wants them to go on drives like this. It's not really what the Patriots have majored in all season, and it's what the Seahawks defense is so good at making opposing offenses do. This is a home run hitting type of offense that wants to get explosives.
So from the Seahawks at 45, May now in shotgun, moves a little bit further back. He's got Henderson alongside and 2 receivers to the left in Booty, and he looks in that direction. Has to scramble to the right of the pocket, and he's brought down in his own territory, right around the 48-yard line. Derek Hall gets to the quarterback. Our first sack of Super Bowl 50, and it's for a huge 9-yard loss. They've got a 2nd and long coming up.
To me, this is on the Patriots coaching staff. They left Campbell one-on-one on Derek Hall. He went speed to power, ran right through his outside shoulder and made the sack. The Patriots know that Will Campbell's been struggling. Give him some help in that situation.
They called it a 10-yard sack in the end, 2nd and 20 from the 45. May stunts his foot. He's got an empty backfield. He's getting pressure up that left-hand side again. He's forced to step up in the pocket and run. Goes outside the numbers to the 50 and gets back past the original line of scrimmage right around the 44-yard line, but leaves them with a 3rd and 9. Gets that yardage back from the sack, but a 3rd and long situation.
Yeah, I tell you though, that was a great open field tackle there by the Seahawks. Nick Imanwori. There are not many players in the NFL that can get Drake May down in the open field like that young safety.
Especially when Travion Henderson was trying to block him down the field. Makes it even more impressive, Greg.
So 3rd and 9, the stadium gets loud with the Seahawks fans who have traveled down the Pacific coast. He's got Ramondre Stevenson alongside him. Drake May claps his hands, 2 receivers left. He's forced to scramble immediately. He's under pressure and has to throw the ball away. A quick blitz off the corner from Devon Witherspoon, and a big stop for the Seattle Seahawks.
I kind of thought that May saw him coming, but he didn't until it was almost too late. From our vantage point, you could see that Witherspoon was coming pretty early on that, but May had no idea. It's a good job by May to get outside of the pocket and throw it away so there's no intentional grounding.
Yeah, an initial flag on the play was indicated, but picked up. And now we'll have the first punt of the evening from just inside his own territory. Stood right around the 42-yard line is Bryce Beringer. his long of the season, by the way. It's a 73-yarder, but if we want to ping them back inside the 10, goes to the corner. Rashid Shaheed forced a fair catch here, right around the numbers on the 10 on this right-hand side, and that's where Sam Darnold will come out and start the second drive of the game. So 3 points on the board to open, a stop at midfield for the Seahawks, and with 7:11 left in the first quarter of Super Bowl 60, live here on talkSPORT. You're listening to the Super Bowl on talkSPORT with 5. Don't forget, you can watch the Super Bowl for free on 5 right now.
talkSPORT.
Pat Patriot in front of us, encouraging the Pats fans to jump around. Down 3-0 in Super Bowl 50 with 7:11 left in the first quarter. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 live on talkSPORT. You may well be watching it live on our Watchalong via the talkSPORT USA YouTube channel, or on our main talkSPORT YouTube channel, or even on your smart TV with CTV. We're available everywhere. We are worldwide today. Gregg Rosenthal, Ross Tucker alongside me. I'm Will Gavin. And right now, we get to see this Seahawks offense that moved the ball so easily, seemingly, on that first drive until they got into the red zone. Sam Darnold opening the game with an excellent, 2 of 4 for 38 yards, but the 2 that he completed were both sensational throws outside the numbers. 2 quarterbacks this season who have gone deep more than anyone else in the NFL. As Gregg mentioned, these are offenses that look for the explosives. As they break the huddle, and Darnold is in the gun, I formation. Single back behind him brings A.J. Barner alongside him as Jackson Smith-Njigba to the right and sends another tight end in motion. It's going to be a fake looking to Barner. He's going to throw it downfield. Jackson Smith-Njigba right around the 20 and very nearly intercepted. Robert Spillane was there as the ball was tipped, but a dangerous throw from Darnold, and JSN unable to haul it in.
Everything about that play was dangerous. It could have been a safety from Anthony Jennings. I didn't like that Darnold threw that ball where he did. It could have been intercepted. That was a very gutsy play call, and I'm not sure gutsy is the right word from Kubiak.
The crazy thing is he still got it on his receiver's hands. He's dialed in when he throws it.
So now he sits in the gun with Kenneth Walker alongside him. JSN moves from right to left. Cooper Kupp and A.J. Barner on the outside right. And to his left, Shaheed as well. He's going to throw to the outside left, and it's going to be JSN, but he is tackled by Carlton Davis, and immediately as he receives the ball, it's a 4-yard gain on second down, but an excellent open field tackle from Carlton Davis, the third, and now it'll be 3rd and 6.
You know, they moved the ball in that first drive, but here's what I haven't seen a lot of so far on Sam Darnold's dropbacks: open receivers. So it has been tough sledding. When he's had to put it in there, it hasn't been with a lot of separation.
Yeah, the Patriots absolutely flying to the ball right now. He brings it George Alani alongside him in the backfield. Shaheed and Barner outside right, and JSN moves into the slot on that side. Now Barner comes back in line, and Jake Bobo to the left. Darnold purveys steps back. He's got pressure on the outside, steps up and manages to avoid it, and then throws them all over the top. JSN could be there, and it's just over his outstretched hands. A broken down play with pressure in the backfield, coming off the outside, and Darnold just slightly overthrows Jackson Smith and Jigba.
That play was an absolute roller coaster. It was a miss on the blitz pickup by the Seahawks. Charles Cross wasn't there to pick up Jalen Hawkins. They should have had it clean. Should have been a sack. Darnold avoids it. Almost had Cup for a miracle touchdown.
So instead, we'll see the Aussie punter, Mike Dickinson, punting right from the edge of his own end zone. It's a high spiraling kick. Goes right to around the 33, where it'll be safe caught there by Marcus Jones, sliding on his knees at the 35-yard line. A really tough one. A good punt considering where it was coming from, and that's where the Seahawks will come out and start from the 35.
Ross, do you think that was a miscommunication because of the moment? Like, how does that happen on the offensive line in that situation?
It's a great question. There's a lot of different ways that it could have gone down. There is the possibility that they didn't think they had him, but the fact that both Zabel and Cross were sliding for those two, I'm really surprised they didn't pick it up. Darnold thought it was going to be picked up. Otherwise, he would have gotten rid of the ball faster. It's an incredible play by Darnold. It almost turned into the play of the game. That was nuts.
Yeah, and I mean, initially an unbelievable blitz from Jalen Hawkins, but Darnold with that little step up, just that little shimmy, that little movement. Something in the regular season when he was under pressure, 6 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. In the postseason, all 4 of his touchdowns have come under pressure. It seems to be a part of his game he's really stepped up on in the last 3 weeks.
Well, something that's interesting is Zach Core, the new D coordinator for the Patriots, he has blitzed a lot more in the postseason, 41%. I think they were at like 26% during the regular season. Opponents are 19 of 47, 129 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 3 picks against the blitz.
Well, so you mentioned it. Did you just say about the increase in blitzes in the playoffs? Because I was grabbing a water from our man behind us. But yeah, 40.6% in the playoffs versus 27 in the regular season. It's clear that between Zach Kerr and, of course, Terrell Williams, the defensive coordinator who missed so much of the play calling during the season after his prostate cancer diagnosis, have been dialing up a lot more schemed pressures in this game.
We don't have a lot of data, you know. But so far in this game, they're at a healthy 71%. They are sending the pressure at Seattle. And I did think if the Patriots were looking at one mismatch in this entire game, it was their front, especially on the interior, against the Seahawks offensive line. I think the Seahawks offensive line has been a little up and down throughout the course of the season, and they're taking advantage of that. Overall, they really settled in after those first few plays by the Seahawks. Yeah,
I'd argue the interior of their line is the weakness on their entire team. Outside of the fact that they're quite thin, they don't maybe have the depth of another team you'd expect when they get to this stage. The left-hand side of the line is where they have really suffered. Sorry, Roger Federer being shown down screen. I'm surprised you didn't react to that when Will mentioned it earlier.
I mean, how cool can you be that you show up in just a plain Uniqlo hoodie to the Super Bowl? Only Roger Federer could do that.
This is like worlds colliding for you, Greg. Roger Federer at the Super Bowl.
And the Patriots, and we got Drake May. You know, he was a little high on some of those first throws. I think they'll feel better when he just rips one ball into the middle of the field, gets like his first big completion.
It's one of the craziest stats I can remember. For him to lead the NFL in completion percentage and yards per attempt is just ridiculously impressive to me.
He leads the entire NFL, 141 rushing yards as a quarterback in the playoffs, 11 already today, and he starts this next series from the 35 under center. Stomps his foot, sends a man in motion. It's play action. He's got time in the pocket. Goes to Keishon Boutte around the 45-yard line of the Seahawks. He's brought down there, but a big completion on first down. Julian Love brings him down, but they flip the field with a 20-yard gain. First down.
And that's something I want to hear from you, Ross, too, on where the offensive line did a great job. Drake May is excellent at stepping up in the pocket and helping out his guys.
They had the extra offensive lineman in there, Thayer Munford. It's 1st and 10. That's when the defense is most geared up for a run, which is why it's the perfect time for a play-action pass.
They're starting from the 43 now. Drake May with a delayed handoff to his running back, who's hit in the backfield. Penetration coming up the middle from Byron Murphy. A loss of yardage on first down, and it'll be 2nd and 13 from the 46.
You know, ironically, a lot of times if the defense is blitzing, you kind of like having a draw called. They had the draw called, if Jared Wilson did a better job on the blitzing Drake Thomas, they might have had something because both linebackers came. They had a real opportunity to pop that thing.
This time May deeper in the shotgun. Single back alongside him, Keishon Booty to the left, 3 receivers to the right. Nicky Mamori showing pressure and blitzing off that side. He goes quick screen to Travion Henderson on his left, but quick tackle on the outside from Josh Jobe, and they only get right back to around the original line of scrimmage. 3rd and 15, they're going to call it, in fact.
Both these coordinators are testing these quarterbacks, and right now the defenses are winning. That's twice where the negative plays around midfield have put the Patriots in a very difficult 3rd and long situation. 3rd and 15 right now.
Wouldn't be surprised, guys, if they just try to get about half this and then have the opportunity to make a decision whether it's a long field goal or go for it on 4th.
Stevenson in the backfield alongside May, who stomps his foot, straight 5-step drop back, has an option in Hunt Henry over the middle, but instead he's brought down. Too long in the pocket. Round the right-hand side was corner Devon Witherspoon, so close to a sack on the first drive of the game. This time brings his man down for an 8-yard loss, and that's going to be another New England Patriots punt.
Very surprised that the Patriots have now allowed Devon Witherspoon to come scot-free twice. That is a correction they need to make immediately because Mike McDonald will keep sending him.
He comes screaming off that left side, and Morgan Moses has too many guys to deal with and has to just let him free as the punt is a high end over everyone around the 10. Rashid Shaheed will field it, makes it initially, tries to make a man miss, but only gets about 4 yards on the return, out to the 13-yard line. In on the tackle for the New England Patriots, Del Pettis. And the Seattle Seahawks will come out and have to drive the ball from inside their own 15.
So on that play, you know, Eamon Worry is coming to the outside. Ramondre Stevenson goes to get him, and then you have Witherspoon coming to the inside. It's just a lot for this offensive line to sort out, and they're not doing a great job doing it.
You're listening to Super Bowl 60 live on talkSPORT. And up next, we'll see, with 3 minutes 11 left in the first quarter, whether the Seahawks can build on their 3-0 lead. Back with Super Bowl 60 live on talkSPORT, where you are listening to the Super Bowl live with 5. Don't forget, you can watch the Super Bowl for free on 5 live right now. And well, if you're on YouTube and you're so inclined, or maybe on a smart TV, you can watch us with the Watchalong as well. Maybe you've seen the clips that the NFL have been so lovely to share across their socials. Well, you can watch the whole thing live on the talkSPORT YouTube channel right now, or you can find us on talkSPORT USA as well. I'm Will Gavin, alongside me Gregg Rosenthal, Ross Tucker, to call Super Bowl 60 as the Seahawks break the huddle and rush quickly to the line of scrimmage. Sam Darnold under center, some big boy football right now in heavy personnel. So moves AJ Barnes to the far side of the line, Kenneth Warner in the backfield. Both tight ends aligned to the right. They'll go to the strong side of the formation, but absolutely swarmed right around the 15. 15, gets maybe a pickup of 2 on that one. Christian Barmore in on the tackle with about 7 other Patriots by the look of it, and it's going to be 2nd and 8.
Well, it's exceedingly early, and we've seen these Super Bowls change a lot, like a low-scoring first quarter, and then it explodes a lot of times the Patriots Super Bowls. But that low score that Ross had before the game is sounding about right. It has been tough sledding for both of these offenses.
This is about what I expected, and both teams are very much gearing up to stop the run. Seahawks had a lot of success over the last month or so running the football.
Sam Darnold fakes the handoff initially, does give it to Kenneth Walker. He fooled me on that one as well. It was swarm tackled for this time about a 3-yard gain. A little bit of trickery in the backfield with Shaheed, as well as they run off the left tackle for another short gain. Kyrie Stonga.
Well, they've done that about 3 times with Shaheed coming around, and one of these times they're going to hand it to him, and he might just run for about 75 yards because there is no Patriots defender over there.
And they need to do it sooner rather than later. 3rd and long. The Patriots, really both teams, but the Patriots have been getting home with their blitzes. I would think that Zach Core brings another one, empty set. He brings Holani back in, and they just change it. They've got 2 linebackers in the A-gap.
JSN rolls to the right-hand side where he's lined up with Shaheed. Straight drop back for Darnold. He looks that right-hand side. He's got Barner out to the 20. Specs a spin move into the 25 and nearly to the 30-yard line. That will be a New England Patriots first down. I New England Patriots, a Seattle Seahawks first down. I got excited, lads. A Seattle Seahawks first down just out past the 25.
That might be the biggest man on the football field today. I know there's some heavier guys, but no one is scarier than A.J. Barner. And missed tackles, a big early story. Usually not something that happens with the Patriots.
1st and 10, ball at the 28. We're inside the last 90 seconds of the first quarter. Cooper Kupp this time goes in motion. A stack of receivers to the left, Shaheed to the right. Heavy set with George Holani in the backfield. They fake it to Holani. They do go to Shaheed on the end around this time. And he's tackled in the backfield. Sensational from the rookie, Craig Woodson. A huge loss of yardage. And when they finally do go to Shaheed, the Patriots had it scouted. It's going to be a huge loss.
Before the game, we talked about how both these teams had made so many great moves this offseason. I'm not sure there's a better example than what they've seen from Craig Woodson as a mid-round rookie to play the way he has. He read that all the way, and that was his play to make all the way, too.
5-yard loss. They send Kenneth Walker in motion to the right. Barner that side as well. Empty set, 5 wide. Darnold in the gun. 3-step drop back, looks to his left. Goes to JSN, and it's broken up again. A second pass heading in his direction. This time Anthony Jennings in on it, and it's going to be a 3rd and 15 with 37 seconds left in the first quarter. This is a defensive Super Bowl, and boy, we love to see it.
Now, in one hand, Anthony Jennings on Jackson Smith and Jigba, a bit of a mismatch. On the other, if Jennings turned around there, he might have caught that ball.
He made an unbelievable play.
Yes.
I mean, that is a oversized edge rusher who got to the flat and was able to make a play on the Offensive Player of the Year in the league.
Kenneth Walker alongside Sam Darnold in the backfield. He's going to send him out in motion. So 2 receivers to the right. He looks in that direction. Shaheed looking to go deep. Said he comes across to the left, and he just throws this one out of bounds. Good bracket coverage of Cooper Kupp on the outside. And with 32 seconds left in the first quarter, the Seattle Seahawks will be forced to punt the ball once more.
So the Patriots defense has gotten them into 3rd and long a few times. This is actually one of the worst 3rd and long offenses in the league, Seattle Seahawks. They didn't get pressure really either 3rd and long, but this time the coverage holds up.
That was a poor throw from Darnold, but he had a very small window to try to fit it into.
With all these punts in this game, and with 2 of the best returners in the NFL this season, I wonder if we're going to see a special moment as Mike Dixon stands at the 10-yard line, hits another high end-over-end one, which Marcus Jones waits for at the 35, makes his first man miss, and then cuts back up inside. Eventually is swarmed by Seattle Seahawks. God, he broke about 4 tackles then to gain 2 yards on the play, and with 19 seconds left in the quarter, the Patriots will be back out onto the field. What was your hand signal then, Ross? I thought you were giving me an indication of what was going on the field.
Yeah, no, I was just telling you they're not taking a commercial break. When the guy with the orange gloves walks out on the field and goes like this, they're not going to take a commercial break. They're going to keep going and I just wanted you to make sure to give you a heads up on that.
It's a learning experience for all of us, Ross, me in particular, and so I appreciate that little bit of insight from the former NFL player and far more experienced broadcaster than I. Drake May under centre, 1st and 10 from the 32, single back in the backfield, heavy line to the right, and they go to the strong side of the formation. He's hit right around the line of scrimmage, again, maybe pushes the pile, gets 4 on that one, out past the 35-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 5, in fact, from the 37 as time expires on the quarter. The time of possession so far split almost second to second evenly between these two teams, as we have seen not a huge amount of offense outside of the opening Seahawks drive. Jason Myers, 33-yard field goal, the difference between these two teams. But as quarter one hit zeros here on Super Bowl 60, live on talkSPORT, we'll see if the Patriots can finally get on the board to kick off the second quarter. Welcome back to Super Bowl 60 live, exclusive in-stadium commentary for you on talkSPORT. I'm Gavin, Gregg Rosenthal and Ross Tucker alongside me as we're introduced to the 2026 Hall of Fame class. Drew Brees, who we caught up with on the Fanatics red carpet yesterday. You can see our interview with him up now on the talkSPORT Instagram page. Legendary wide receiver Larry Fitzgerald, who is actually up in our commentary box, and his dad is just alongside us next to Ross Tucker doing the broadcast for SEN in Australia. Love to see a moment of pride for him. Luke Kuechly, who made life so tough for Drew Brees for so many years in the NFC South. We've got Adam Vinatieri, the greatest kicker of all time, his 49 points in a postseason being the biggest mark for any player in postseason history. And let's hear the pop that we get for a man who finally gets into the Hall of Fame with the Super Bowl back in the Bay Area, because finally on the line in his red cap. If you've not seen his door knock video with Ronnie Lott turning up at his door with Charles Haley as well, it's a true moment of joy. Roger Craig finally goes into the Hall of Fame. Lovely.
And I got a question for both of you guys about Roger Craig. It's been 40 years, and I still don't know any other guy that's adopted his running style with the high knees. I know that Gregg Rosenthal is a connoisseur of different running styles. Remember Ahmad Bradshaw, and certain guys are just fun to watch. It's just crazy. There are thousands and thousands of running backs out there, and nobody's ever tried to do it like the Hall of Famer Roger Craig did it.
He was one of one, the only guy with a 1,000-yard rushing and receiving season. I think some sentimental value here to get him in the year where the home game is in San Francisco area, and they gave him a big pop.
Yeah, truly. I watched that video about 4 times this morning. He obviously knew it was happening because he answered the door before they'd even knocked. But the celebration between the three of them was a beautiful thing to see as Drake May comes out in the gun to start the second quarter. 2nd and 5, ball on the 37, down 3-0 in Super Bowl 60. It's a quick pass over the middle. Henry spills it, and it's very nearly brought in for the interception. Kobe Bryant in the area, and Drake May lucky to not turn that ball over.
If Kobe Bryant was playing the ball there, he would have intercepted it. He predetermined that he was going to try to smash Henry, and he got a good lick on him, but the ball bounced off his chest. As a DB, you got to make that play.
Right, 3rd and 5. They're going to get loud in this arena yet again. Ball at the 37. Ramondre Stevenson alongside Drake May. 2 receivers left now, 2 receivers right as Stephon Diggs goes from left to right and lines up tight to the formation. They give it to Stevenson for an up the middle run, and Leonard Williams is there before he can even think of making a cut upfield. They give him a 1-yard gain on the play, but a 4th and 4 from the 36, and we'll have another punt.
That's a Josh McDaniels special, and Drake May might have had the authority to change the play at the line of scrimmage. They will run in 3rd and medium situations, and they hit it sometimes. Like they're not running to set up a short 4th down. They thought they saw something, and they did not.
So ball at the 36 means that Bryce Baringer is sat right around the 22-yard line. Seahawks. A little bit of pressure off the left-hand side, but gets the ball up. Punt is away, clean end over end. Rashichi indicating the fair catch around the 22 on the left hash marks, and the Seattle Seahawks will be heading out. And yes, indeed, the orange-gloved man tells us that because of how short that drive was after the 2nd quarter, the offenses will come straight out onto the field, and we will continue. Thank you very much, Ross Tucker. What do we need to see from this Seahawks offense going into this 2nd quarter? Because after that opening drive, the Patriots defense have had their number.
They can't run the ball a lick, and they're getting physically beat up front, which is a problem. The Seahawks had 4 straight games over 160 yards rushing before the NFC Championship game.
6 rushes for 11 yards so far for this team. Darnold, the gun, with Kenneth Walker in the eye. They go to Walker. It's a fake. It's going to be a deep shot over the top. Rashid Shaheed in double coverage, and he very nearly brings it in right on the Lombardi Trophy at the 23-yard line. A beautiful arc pass over the defensive back. Hit Rashid Shaheed in the hands, but it falls incomplete.
I want to see a replay on that. Christian Gonzalez reached for the ball at the last second. Believe he got his hand on that. An outstanding play by Christian Gonzalez. That's why he's going to get all that money.
Christian Gonzalez with an unbelievable pass defense right down in front of us, and instead it'll be 2nd and 10 from the 24. 3-0 Seattle. Kenneth Walker alongside Darnold in the backfield. Heavy line to the right-hand side, but they will run it off the other side. Kenneth Walker manages to bounce to the outside, gets out past the 30, out past 35 to the 40. He's in open space. Marcus Jones has him right in the 40-yard line on the other side, but a huge, explosive run for Kenneth Walker gets them into opposition territory. And after the explosive pass down the field fails, Kenneth Walker takes it for a huge gain, 30 yards to the 46 of New England.
You can never assume that you have set the edge against Walker. That time it was Chase on.
They go quickly as Sam Darnold takes the ball, and it's batted down at the line of scrimmage on 1st and 10. Robert Spillane falls on it just in case. What were you, I think there might have been a suggestion.
Well, I was just going to say, I cannot believe that Kenneth Walker did not step out of bounds there. I mean, that footwork, Greg.
At the beginning of the play, you're right. I want to see where they spotted that, because it looked like he stepped out earlier than they ended up marking the ball. But either way, an incredible job of a balance to get up the sideline by Walker.
Sam Darnold under center, sends tight end in motion from right to left, stomps his foot to bring him back, hands the ball off to Kenneth Walker, who makes a step on the outside, makes a man miss, out to the 35 to the 30. He's just going to be Christian Gonzalez, gets down to the 20, down to the 15, where he's pushed out to bound for Gonzalez, but almost another 30-yard run for Kenneth Walker, and suddenly, just as we say, they're not able to run the ball a lick, the rush game comes to life for Seattle.
You have to stay in your gap if you're Kyrus Tonga. You cannot leave your gap until you're sure Walker doesn't go through it. He had the A gap to the right of the center. He tried to go back over the block. Walker tricked him and went for a long way.
Back under center again, Kenneth Walker still in the backfield. They marked it down eventually at the 17-yard line. They fake down up the outside, then give it to Walker. He makes another man miss, and then tries to leap over a second at the 20. Craig Woodson, who's had a heck of a first half for these New England Patriots, gets in for a 2-yard loss. And finally, that little rush of explosive runs comes to an end.
If Woodson does not get him on the ground, Walker's going to end up with another big play. It just goes to show, like, there are different styles of running back. Ken Walker is a home run hitter. He'll have a -1, a 1, a 2, but when he gets you big.
Yeah, 59 yards on back-to-back runs, now 2nd and 12 after a 2-yard loss. Ball on the 19 Seattle up 3. Darnold in the gun. He's got Cooper Kupp alongside him in the backfield. 2 receivers to the left, 2 tight ends, and a receiver to the right. He's going to look to get Kupp out to the backfield as he's brought down and hit. The ball is loose. The ball is out, and they do blow the play dead. The Patriots in this stadium believe that should have gone down as a fumble, but it was blown dead before Robert Spillane got there. It was Cable on Chasen in with the pressure, very nearly forcing a huge mistake for Sam Darnold.
Well, speaking of a huge mistake, that's again, you know, on that one, Charles Cross had to take the blitzer, Spillane. But if that's the case, Sam Darnold needs to know that Chason's not going to be blocked. And it looked like Sam had no clue.
I mean, Darnold at least does a good job of throwing it directly into the back of Abe Lucas and avoiding any loss of yardage, but it's going to be a 3rd and 12. The 12's getting loud in this stadium with 12 minutes left in the second quarter. It's a toss play to Kenneth Walker, who makes one man miss, but is eventually hit right at the 22, right back at the line of scrimmage. In fact, about 3 yards behind it, as this swarming Patriots defense allowed 2 big gains and made another stop in the red zone. 4th and 14 from the 21, and we're out for another field goal attempt.
Very telling that they're running the ball there. These are 2 quarterbacks that are both struggling. Sam Darnold's 4 for 13 throwing the ball, and they just want to get out of there with a makeable field goal attempt.
Right, ball is settled at the 31. This will be a 38-yard kick for Jason Myers. Excellent from this range this season. Just the one miss. Ball is down. It's a low driving kick considering the distance, but it does go right through the uprights down in front of us in that Patriots end zone, and the Seahawks double their lead in Super Bowl 60 with 11:16 left in the second quarter. Seattle lead New England 6-0. Live and exclusive in-stadium coverage for you here on talkSPORT. Back with Super Bowl 60 live at Levi Stadium, Santa Clara, California. For those of us with us on YouTube and CTV, you're watching the Super Bowl Watchalong on talkSPORT live from Levi's, brought to you by 5. Don't forget you can watch all the action for free live over on 5 right now. And what you should do if you're going to do that is obviously sync it up with our commentary and get the absolute best of both worlds. We've been hearing from people on YouTube, on Twitter, and across the social media world who are thoroughly enjoying both Ross Tucker and Gregg Rosenthal. And I'm going to pull back the curtain a little bit. They had a nice little love-in during that last break, said how much they were enjoying bouncing off each other, hearing one say what the other would have said. It's when you get great football minds together, gents. I just get to sit here and enjoy the ride.
I mean, you know, not just a football bromance here, but look, we know each other going back a couple of decades. We've been at a good friend's wedding together, and so thank you, Will, to bring us together once again.
And one of the real trends we've seen so far in this game is that the defensive coordinators, aka defensive play callers, are way ahead of their offensive counterparts right now. I am stunned how many defenders we've seen come scot-free in both the run and the pass game. As a former offensive lineman, your whole goal is for that to not happen, and we see guys coming free almost every play.
Yeah, Mike McDonald's defense 0-6 against quarterbacks under 24 years old since 2023. But I thought Josh McDaniels might be a difference maker in this game. He needs to scheme up something quick now. As Jason Myers kicks the ball away, the Patriots is going to fall right into the end zone. Dearness Johnson will take a knee, and Drake May will start from the 35-yard line. 3 drives, just 39 total yards right now for the New England Patriots. Just 3 first downs, 1 of 3 on third downs. They have struggled to do anything on offense so far. We questioned whether that offensive performance during the playoffs so far was conditions-based, but so far, again, like I said earlier, Seattle have a number.
No, they got to be happy to only be down 6-0. The Seahawks have had the ball 4 times. They only have 6 points. It's time for Drake May to do his business.
May is under center. Trayvon Henderson in the backfield. They move a tight end across the formation from left to right and give it to Henderson. He has a gap up the middle, but the gap is filled incredibly quickly. Gets maybe a 3-yard gain. Ernest Jones in on the tackle, and they'll call that 2nd and 7 from the 38 on the right hash.
It always cracks me up that a guy like Ernest Jones got traded 2 times. And we're like, how does that happen, Greg? I mean, he's very, very good player, and yet both the Rams and Titans said, no, we don't need him.
And you talk to anyone, he's their defensive leader. He's the heartbeat of this team.
One of just 3 Super Bowl winners on the field today as well. Drake May stomps his foot. He goes empty and has a straight drop back, but he's got pressure off the left-hand side, and it's brought down for another sack. This time in on it, it's big Leonard Williams. Led the team in sacks, led the teams in tackles for loss this season, and brings Drake May down for a huge 10-yard loss.
That sack is on Drake May. I know that Jared Wilson, the rookie left guard, was getting bull rushed by Mills, but Drake May move around a little bit. You're a mobile young man. You cannot take a sack in that situation. Really poor play by Drake May.
I apologize, it was the rookie Riley Mills, the 98-99. A little confusion from here as they go for a quick screen to Stephon Diggs. Gets outside the numbers and is pushed out of bounds right around the 34-yard line, very nearly getting back to the original line of scrimmage, but on the 3rd and 17, they're only able to pick up 5 yards on that one, and it's another 3 and out. New England going to be forced to punt the ball away with 9:50 left in this second quarter.
I mean, the Patriots have 32 yards in 4 drives. And in each one of those drives, there's been a big negative play that's essentially stopped it before it even started. Good point by Ross there. That's all on May, who's been taking too many sacks that have been on him in the playoffs.
Stephon Diggs and Devin Witherspoon getting into it after the play, forced to be separated by some of the other players on their team. Some confusion from the Seahawks line, looking to bring pressure, as this looks like maybe they were setting up for a fake. Instead, they punt the ball away. Bryce Beringer is going to be caught. Fair catch outside the numbers, right around the 30-yard line by Rashid Shaheed. They'll call it at the 29. It's a field-flipping punt, and the Seahawks are back on the field. Yeah, just a mention again for Riley Mills. As I said, what a play for the rookie, and look at the way they reacted on the sideline when he came back. The entire D-line swarming around him like it just scored the Super Bowl, like the winning Super Bowl touchdown.
Yeah, they love him. Rookie out of Notre Dame who had to overcome an injury last season in college football, and that was just a straight bull rush. Rookie on rookie. Who would have thought when you're watching last year college football that Riley Mills against Jared Wilson would be a key matchup at one point in the Super Bowl?
Well, I had a feeling that was his first career sack, which is correct. I mean, that's only his 4th career tackle. This is not a guy that I was like, who is 98? And that was a heck of a bull rush, but I do think that points out that Drake May still doesn't feel comfortable in this game, that he's not reacting and playing with the confidence that he was during most of the regular season.
Flashing up on the big screen, Mike Vrabel, the 8th head coach to make a Super Bowl in his first season with the team. Drake May, the 2nd youngest quarterback to start a Super Bowl. I mean, he'd be the youngest quarterback to win one. He'd be there's so many records that he could break today. But right now is maybe, I don't want to say it's that inexperience shown, but I just think it's been the Seahawks defense have just absolutely had their number.
Well, and nobody's better at the Seahawks at making you go the long way and not giving stuff up down the field. The Patriots don't look capable right now of going on a long drive. They might need to take a deep shot anyway. I mean, they might need to try Booty or someone down the field to try to stretch out this Seahawks defense a little bit more.
And it is a big drive coming in. Only 9 minutes left here in the second quarter. For the way this Seahawks defense is playing, Seattle will feel great if they can get a 2-score lead. It's already shaping up to be a very high possession game. Each team having the ball 4 times with 9 minutes to go with the second quarter. If Seattle could go on a long scoring drive right now, they really take charge of this game.
And you mentioned the deep shot possibility. I mean, these are the only 2 quarterbacks in the NFL with a completion percentage above 50% on deep shots this season. They are 2 offenses who look for those explosive moments. They need something to open up the game.
Well, I did want to point out, though, this happens more often than we remember, that the first half of a Super Bowl is very low scoring. You often don't remember it because there's typically a lot more points in the second half when both teams settle in, when they have a better feel for what they're getting defensively. Both teams have shown blitzes already in this game that they didn't show earlier in the season. Those should get picked up moving forward. So it's very likely there will be more scoring probably in the second half.
Right, 9:16 left in the second quarter. Ball on the 29, 1st and 10. Darnold into center. Kenneth Walker in the backfield behind him. Sends Cooper Kupp in motion across the formation, then back from left to right. They hand it to Walker, who makes one cut to the outside. He's outside the numbers to the 30, 35, gets right to around the line of scrimmage. I think it'll be about 8 yards on that first down. 2nd and 2, just inside the 35.
I don't think they have a stat for this. Kenneth Walker might be #1 in the NFL in terms of running where the play was not supposed to go. I mean, he does things that must make the offensive line coach go crazy, but he just has a feel for where to make these cuts sometimes.
Darnold back into center, heavy set line to the left. Kenneth Walker in behind him, moves Jake Bobo in motion from left to right, and then hands the ball off to Kenneth Walker again, who is hit in the hole hard. You wanted to talk about some gap discipline, Ross Tucker? That was a big one from 21.
Yeah, Milton Williams right in the middle of the field. And that's the thing with this Patriots defense. They're sound, they're fundamental, they play good team defense, which is why Walker, who's so unpredictable and explosive, can be a problem. They do give them the first down on that play.
Milton Williams, the difference in this rush defense when he was out to the side, gave up 8 rushing touchdowns and were bottom 10 in rushing yardage in the NFL over that stretch. Haven't given up a single rushing touchdown since he's been back. Huge in the middle of the field for them. As Darnold back into center, moves a man in motion once more. Has Kenneth Walker in the backfield. Is Elijah Arroyo in motion. This time he fakes the handoff, steps up in the pocket, under some pressure, gets the ball out to Kenneth Walker. Robert Spillane right there, incompletion on the 2nd and 10, and they'll be 3rd and long with the ball at the 40.
They're having a hard time protecting Sam Darnold. Whether it's the blitzes or losing one-on-one, that's where the Patriots have been at their best. Right there, it's Harold Landry, who's been out for the playoffs, making a good rush and making him get rid of the ball quickly.
I would have liked to have seen Darnold run there. There was a lot of room to run. Might have gotten the first down, but could have at least gotten a decent amount of yardage.
4 of 14 for just 54 yards in the gun. Single back alongside him. They show a blitz up the middle, and they do bring that pressure. Darnold goes for a quick throw to the outside to Cooper Kupp around the 45-yard line. Pushed out of bounds, gets a 6-yard gain, but it'll be a 4th and 4 at the 46. And right now, the offense is still out on the field. Oh, 3rd and 3. They flashed up the earlier one very early because I thought it was a 3rd and 10. I do apologise. 3rd and 3 at the 47. Important pickup then on that one. Settle in the huddle. Ball at the 47. 7:26 remaining. 6-0. The Seahawks lead the New England Patriots as again Robert Spillane is showing at the line of scrimmage. Their defense is moving heavily to that left-hand side where Kenneth Walker is alongside Sam Darnold. They move a tight end in motion. It will be a straight drop back. He's under pressure. Gets the ball out to Walker on a little drop. Out past the 50, out past the first down marker, and eventually wrestled down inside New England territory. But as the play broke down, Kenneth Walker became available and did enough. 6 yards and a first down.
Sam Darnold's doing a better job with his pocket movement and avoiding rushers than Drake May is. Anthony Bradford, the right guard, got beat clean with an inside club from Milton Williams. Darnold avoided and then made the throw. It's a big-time play by Sam Darnold.
Darnold back in the center, Walker there, single back in the backfield. They move the big tight end Eric Sauber from left to right. Now Cooper Kupp to the right-hand side. Heavy, strong line to the left, and that's the direction they'll initially look to run it. Stutter step and a run up the middle and brought down by Robert Spillane after about a 3-yard gain for Kenneth Walker past the 45-yard line. That'll be a 2nd and 6, they call it, from the 43.
Yeah, and I think Seattle will be thrilled with some first down runs like that. It's kind of been boom or bust. Negative short runs near the line of scrimmage or big plays for Kenneth Walker. And look, they already got a lead in this game. This drive is playing out perfectly for them to grind some clock.
The Patriots bring Elijah Ponder and Christian Barmore into the game. They have a little confusion on the line, reset themselves with Darnold under center. Walker in the backfield, single receiver to the left, and Eric Sauber in motion. They go yet again to the running back up the middle this time, and bouncing out of that tackle. 3 Patriots in on it. Elijah Ponder absolutely delighted with what he saw for that short stoppage, and there'll be a 3rd and 5 from the 42.
This is an interesting play call right here for Clint Kubiak, who reportedly will be the next head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. Sometimes you got to think players, not plays. It's been a very quiet night so far for Smith and Jigba, who's part of a 3-receiver set to the right.
He's seen targets, he's not seen catches. It's been the problem so far. The Patriots have had him absolutely plastered. Opportunity out of the backfield for Kenneth Walker, and it's just a straight-up drop with Robert Spillane in the area. Maybe he would have been short of the first down yardage anyway on that quick pass to the outside, but with 5:05 remaining, it'll be 4th and 5 Seattle. Spillane read that one like a book.
Yeah, should have been a first down. Kenneth Walker needs to catch that. I don't know if Spillane gets the angle to get him out of bounds. So that's a missed opportunity, not receiving back, not his specialty in Ken Walker. And I thought they might go for it. You're on the plus side of the 50, but the way this game is playing out, I think they feel good punting.
So Mike Dixon punts it right from around the 45. Looks like a little coffin kick into the corner. Player is there as well, and you love a great special teams play as Velus Jones pushes the ball out of bounds at the 3-yard line and pins a Patriots offense who have struggled here in the Super Bowl so far, deep in their own territory. Ross Tucker.
Patriots have like 37 yards the whole game. Now they got to try to go 97 to score a touchdown.
Here's the thing, though. It's 149 to 37 yards, and it's a 1-score game. And I think that was a great decision. Mike McDonald knows how his defense is playing, how his punter has been all season long. And yet, like, Drake May has a chance here to kind of prove him wrong. Like, a different sort of coach might have thought, my defense is playing so well, maybe I'll go for this 4th and 5.
That's actually a really good point. You know, when you go for it, you're showing really even more faith in your defense, because you're saying, even if I give him the ball here at midfield, my guys can stop him. I do think that there's a psychological aspect of it, and that Mike McDonald did not want to do anything that could give the Patriots any sort of momentum.
Well, and let's be real, Sam Darnold's 5 for 16 in this game for 60 yards. The Patriots defense has done an outstanding job. If you told Mike Vrabel they're going to get the ball 5 times and they're going to have 6 points, like, he would take that every single time. So it's really his offense with 98 yards to go. This is the drives that legends are made of here, Will.
That's what I want to hear. That's what I hear, Greggy. Dave Grohl up in a suite, obviously chatting with Zane Lowe's up there as well. I'm not sure Zane Lowe's a big enough name outside the UK to get pop on the big screen, but certainly Dave Grohl did. And we talked so much about how brilliant May had been in 2 seasons in the NFL, a guy who really has established himself as, what, a top 6 guy in the NFL so early in his career. I even thought coming into this season, a lot of us were looking at and considering, like, okay, we thought he could be top tier, but nobody expected him to be MVP level. And yet, as he's come up against these tough defenses in the postseason, it's got incredibly tough. I got a bigger reaction from Mr. Beast, which I don't absolutely love, on the big screen, but it's just a little bit of that classic Americana that we get when we broadcast you the Super Bowl live on talkSPORT.
Well, one of the great things about this Patriots defense right now, 64% blitz rate, but it just shows the Seahawks don't have to do that.
Not even close. Not even close to doing that. They are the 4th highest pressure rate in the NFL. If you include the postseason, they blitzed at the 5th lowest rate in the NFL. That front 4, and sometimes down 5, they just get after the quarterback with such ease. Just lots of celebration going on the big screen. People are still having a party here. It might be a low-scoring, 6-point tight game, but the Seahawks fans are definitely having a good time, Ross Tucker.
So what's always interesting in these scenarios is, you know, there's a debate, is it good offense, or I'm sorry, is it good defense, or is it bad offense? And I would say it's a little bit of both so far. You know, these defenses are good, but I'm seeing mental mistakes by people that should not be making them.
Ball is at the 2. Drake May hands it off to Ramondre Stevenson deep in his own end zone, and he rumbles the pile out past the 5 to the 6-yard line. Gets 4 on that first down. Plenty in on the tackle, including Derek Hall, who stayed down for a moment and is limping slightly as he gets up and walks away from the play. He's staying in, but he doesn't look comfortable.
That is a super impressive 4-yard run by Ramondre. He got hit by a D lineman at the line of scrimmage, carried a linebacker Leonard Williams to get 4 yards.
Yeah, you want your absolute hammer in that situation. 3 receivers left. Single receiver right is Hunter Henry tight to the formation. Drake May stomps his foot. Just going to be a straight drop back. Pick up from Ramondre Stevenson. That looks like it's going to be a timeout called for the New England Patriots.
No, the Seahawks called it. They only had 10 guys on the field. Derek Hall ran off. Thought he was supposed to. He was banged up. They only had 10 guys on defense. Mike McDonald knows that math doesn't work.
Smart of him to get that call in, though. You're given an automatic first down almost in that situation with the pick of a yardage as well.
I think Seattle's been very good today at some subtle things, getting quick plays after questionable first downs. Even that long run by Ken Walker, they did it too. They've been very good on the attention to detail. I think these are 2 of the best coaching staffs in the league when it comes to that.
So Seattle used their first timeout of the half. Patriots with all 3 remaining. 4:21 left in the quarter. They're calling it 2nd and 7 with the ball on the 5. Stevenson alongside May in the backfield. Hunter Henry and Matt Collins on the left. 2 receivers on the right, 2 receivers on the left. Keishon Boutte and Stephon Diggs, who wants to his reach quickly, gets the ball out towards Matt Collins, who's smothered by Julian Love at the 15. Incomplete, and it'll be a 3rd and 7 back at their own 5.
Really, really important 3rd down here, because if they don't get it, they're giving the ball to Seattle right back at midfield.
I mean, May's just not throwing with confidence. He sees Love closing in, but that ball's behind Matt Collins. They've just missed more open throws in the playoffs than they did throughout the regular season. That was not about the defense.
Think about those first 2 throws from Sam Darnold to open the game. Drake May has yet to have a really impressive passing moment in this game as he stomps his foot 4 wide with the back alongside him. Goes to Pop Douglas right around the 15. Brings it in. First down, Patriots. It was a huge 3rd down, as Ross Tucker told us. And this time, Demario Douglas brings the ball in for a 9-yard gain and a New England first down.
Massive. It was a zone blitz. Drake May read it correctly. Pop Douglas runs the out route. Job was a little bit late to see it. Douglas catches it and gets down. Man, that was big.
We're inside 4 minutes. 1st and 10 at the 14. Patriots down 6 in Super Bowl 60. Give the ball to Stevenson again. Looks to cut to the outside. Out past the 15. Picks up maybe 2, maybe 3 on the play. Hard-earned yards on the outside as he's pushed out of bounds by Drake Thomas. It'll be a 2nd and 7 from the 17. Down inside 3:30 now. Sorry, Ross.
I think Josh McDaniels is already thinking about the clock. It sounds crazy, but the Patriots, at the very worst, would love to get into this half at a 1-score game. You pick up a couple first downs here, prevent Seattle from getting a chance to score.
Stevenson, the single back behind May, fakes the handoff, rolls out to his right, under pressure, throws the ball down the field and throws it incomplete. Boye Mafe in on the pressure and throws it in the direction of his tight end Austin Hooper, but just grounds the ball.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the Seahawks' athleticism or the lack of confidence that Drake May's playing with right now. I'm going to give more credit to Seattle. He's just not able to make the one-on-one athletic plays that he is used to making against this group on the edge.
Last time they were in 3rd and long, Will, they bailed. They didn't bring pressure. Let's see if they come and bring pressure this time.
Well, they've got 2 in the backfield alongside May, with Ramondre Stevenson to his right and Hunter Henry to his left. They are showing pressure off the left side. They did bail out again, but we got a flag on the play. It's going to be a false start against New England. Let's wait and see what referee Sean Smith has to say. They're still just having a little bit of afters. Gregg knows what that one means.
False start. Offense number 66. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Called on Will Campbell, the left tackle, and that's now a 3rd and 12 on their own 12 with 3:09 remaining. The Patriots just can't get out of their own way on offense right now.
Really big difference between 3rd and 7 and 3rd and 12. It's a totally different part of the playbook. Now I expect a softer zone coverage. Let him complete something underneath and then tackle him.
He does take the ball, has it crossing out to his left, goes for a deep shot, looking for Matt Collins, one-on-one with Josh Jobe, ball goes over the top and falls incomplete. with the sideline. Excellent coverage from Seattle, just slightly overthrown, and they'll be forced to punt once more.
Or the Seahawks will bring the house and Drake May will try to throw a bomb.
I think it was the right decision, and I think May's done that a lot. He sees his guy with a chance down the field, and like during these playoffs, he's going for it, and he's not hitting it. And that was difficult. He had the pressure in his face, but Hollins had a little bit of separation there.
3:03 on the clock then. Seattle about to get the ball back with 2 times out. And Bryce Berrier is going to be punting from inside his own end zone. Takes a step forward. It's a high spiraling punt, which Shaheed will field at the 32. On the outside, he's going to have a lot of space out there. Cuts back up inside. Makes the man miss and is brought down just outside the 43. Excellent coverage in the end, just to slow things down from Elijah Ponder, the big man, out in space. And it'll be with 2:50 left on the clock in the second quarter. Seahawks ball just inside the 35. You're listening to NFL Live and specifically Super Bowl Live on talkSPORT with 5. Don't forget you can watch the Super Bowl for free on 5 right now. And if you're watching along on YouTube and CTV as well, don't forget that is within your options. We're just going to stick with it and take the breaks during half-time, gents, because there's so much exciting things that's happening. If that's all right with you, boys. I think Seattle here, right? Kenneth Walker doing things on the last couple of drives, starting to move the ball. 12 carries for 86 yards if you include the 29-yarder and the 30-yarder. Those big explosives. Just keep handing him the rock and try and eke this half down, score late and go in confident at the half.
Yeah, look, he has more yards than the Patriots do. A lot's gone wrong for this Patriots team, and Ross was right to point out, like, there have been some of these Super Bowls that stay quiet, and then they explode. To this point, the Patriots offense hasn't given you any reason to believe that things are going to change. The best thing that they have done is not turn the ball over, but 5 drives, 5 punts, 4 total first downs. It has been total domination about a defense that's really been building to this moment for years.
The rush, at the same time, the Patriots defense have been so impressive in this postseason. I mentioned a few of those rushing stats earlier. Allowed just 71.3 rush yards per game this postseason. No rushing touchdowns yet. I mean, already Kenneth Walker is the first running back to go over 40 rushing yards against the Patriots these playoffs. I mean,
and the only reason why that's happening is because he's going where the play is not supposed to go. You know, they're doing a good job setting the edge. He bounces anyway, or he cuts all the way back behind. The guys are actually doing a pretty good job in terms of their gap responsibility. The Patriots are still winning the line of scrimmage.
Look, the Patriots have blitzed at a 70% rate. That's just outrageous. And at some point, Clint Kubiak, Sam Darnold, they gotta come up with the right solutions to make them pay. Because that's not a game plan that normally is gonna win for 4 straight quarters. Now, if you're a Seahawks fan who's a little worried, maybe you think back to that Rams game earlier this year that was similar. You think about some of the ways Brian Flores and that Vikings defense has attacked Darnold. Their passing game really hasn't been able to allow them to feel great about this game yet. Otherwise, they should be winning by a couple of scores.
Right, break the huddle. Sam Darnold restarting this drive from around the 42-yard line, under center. Moves the tight end Elijah Arroyo in motion, sends him back to the right side of the line and gives it to Talani this time. It's a fake. He goes over the middle. Cooper Kupp at the 48. Nice drive starter for the Seattle Seahawks. Brought down right there. That'll be a 5-yard gain and a second, in fact 7 and 3.
That's a lot of effort for a 5-yard gain. I mean, Darnold comes out on the boot. Harold Landry's not fooled. He's right on him. Again, Darnold makes a throw where it looks like there's defenders around there. I mean, even when they're getting 5 yards, it's a hard 5 yards.
Jalen Hawkins in on the tackle. They call it 7 in the end with the extra yard after the catch. They can the play. Darnold under center. They will hand the ball this time off. Kenneth Walker makes one cut up to the right-hand side, and that burst he gets outside, gets into the first down marker, continues to push the pile, goes 3 yards past the line of scrimmage, and that'll be a 6-yard pickup, and the Seattle Seahawks first down as we move to the 2-minute warning of the first half of Super Bowl 60. Not a high-scoring half by any stretch of the imagination. One, if you love defensive football, if you like to see quarterbacks under pressure, if you like to see defensive coordinators absolutely in their bags, as we've seen so far, can the Patriots get a quick stop and try and keep themselves in this game? Or Seattle give us the first touchdown of the first half, put some points on the board, and go in at halftime up 2 scores. You're listening to All Live here on talkSPORT. You're listening to Super Bowl Live on talkSPORT, or for those of us with our watch-along on YouTube and CTV, you're watching the Super Bowl watch-along on talkSPORT live from Levi's Stadium, California, brought to you by 5. Don't forget you can watch all the action for free live over on 5 right now. The Seattle Seahawks, 2 field goals for Jason Myers. The difference between these two teams right now in a low-scoring, edgy, defensive Super Bowl. 6-0 at the 2-minute warning. But Kenneth Walker already has 93 rushing yards today, the second most in the first half of a Super Bowl.
And I'm not going to say if the Seahawks get another field goal that the game's over, but I will say Mike McDonald will be feeling really good if they get a field goal here to end this half and they're up by 2 scores.
So it's 1st and 10, ball at the 43, up 6, Darnold in the gun. Kenneth Walker brings back in alongside him. Smith and Jigba to the left, hands it off, and it's a cut to the outside for Walker. Wrestled right at the line of scrimmage, brought back down, picks up maybe 3 on the play, in on the tackle. The rookie Craig Woodson, who's had a heck of a day today.
It's funny because once again, Kenneth Walker did not go where the play was blocked, and it was almost like the Patriots defense was watching him, expecting him to go where the play wasn't supposed to go.
2nd and 9 then, they call it. The clock is ticking. Patriots all 3 timeouts remaining. Seahawks with 2. They seem happy to let this clock run if they've still got the Seahawks outside of field goal range, down inside 130. Darnold in the gun, single back alongside him, 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right in a 4 wide. Calls for the ball. He's letting this play clock run right the way down. Has time in the pocket. Goes over the middle to Helani. Makes a man miss. Steps inside, then back out and gets out past the 35-yard line. That was a nice gain of 6 or 7 yards, which could have been 2 or 3. And it'll be a 3rd and 2 from the 35. We're down inside a minute.
Very interesting that neither head coach is using a timeout right now. And that was a heck of a play by Helani. Seahawks are already in field goal range, which is excellent.
It's Carlton Davis who eventually tackles him. Christian Ellis who touched him first. They've got a little bit of possible trickeration and movement in the backfield. Cooper Kupp gets lined up on the line of scrimmage. It's handed off to Helani. Go up the middle. First down, Seattle. Out past the 30. 33 seconds remaining on the clock. And Seattle will take their 2nd time out with that first down. Down just with 32 seconds remaining.
And that's why Vrabel didn't call a timeout, because He didn't want to get the chance for the Seahawks to have more time. And McDonald rightfully waited till they made sure they got that first down.
Again, I think you're seeing the difference between a defensive-minded head coach and an offensive-minded head coach. Ultimately, like, they might run out of plays here, which you don't love in terms of when you have a chance to score a touchdown and really put the Patriots in some hurt. And so they're playing it a little safer, almost playing for 3, but don't be surprised if whatever great, like, extended red zone play that they have, they're going to dial it up.
2 field goals already for Jason Myers today from 33 and 38. Right now, this will be a 48-yarder. Very little wind inside Levi Stadium here. 6-0. Seattle lead the New England Patriots. What are we looking for?
How about Jackson Smith and Jigba? 6 targets, 1 catch, 4 yards. That's a guy that they have been able to get open in every game this year. They're able to scheme him open. He has not been able to get open yet in this game. It feels like for them to score a touchdown, unless Walker breaks a big one, Smith and Jigba is going to have to make a play here.
I'm not talking like consolation bowl at this point yet, but when you consider this New England Patriots team, 11 of their 22 starters came in this offseason, 8 free agents, 3 in the draft as well. You guys were talking about the lack of names on their defense. What I'm saying, Greg, is they're playing incredibly well considering.
I don't want to hear about any consolation bowl. It's a 1-score game here. I honestly think if they can get out of here with a field goal for Seattle, Mike Vrabel is going to feel okay about this game. I don't know if his quarterback is going to have that confidence, but they're going to feel like they played about as bad as they could on one side of the ball and that they're still in it.
Look, Vrabel deferred, chose to get the ball to start the second half. That's one thing we've got to consider here. And reports from the pool reporters said that they recreated the halftime atmosphere in the middle of their final practice of the week. They shut the practice down halfway through. They made the players all go back into the locker room. They blasted Bad Bunny at them for half an hour, then brought them back out for the second half of practice.
Well, for a while here, I just thought they were in a rush to get to Bad Bunny right now. That's why nobody's taking any time out.
I will say, I've called them the no-name defense because it's just incredible how well they've played. I mean, most people in the stadium right now couldn't name their 2 starting safeties. And even guys they've got playing, Chason's been on a million teams. Christian Ellis been on a bunch of teams. You know, Marcus Jones, Gonzalez, these are like really good players, as is Milton Williams and Barmore. But the rest of the guys out there, not a lot of other teams want it, and they've been passed around.
I mean, Craig Woodson, 6 solo tackles in this game already, has been absolutely excellent. The rookie safety, if we're talking about those starters. Sam Darnold in the gun with Kenneth Walker alongside him. Jackson Smith and Jigba is sent in motion and will line up in a stack on the right-hand side. No one travels with him, so he's up against Carlton Davis. They do look in that direction, but instead it's going to go to Cooper Kupp inside the 25. Davis dragging him to the ground as he tries to get out of bounds, and the clock will keep running with the ball at the 25-yard line of the New England Patriots. 23 seconds remaining, and the Seattle Seahawks take their final timeout of the half with a 2nd and 3.
I don't like that decision to call that timeout right there. You want to try to hold that in your back pocket as long as you can. The other school of thought is it would take too long to get up on the ball, but now you're getting to the point where you're going to start to limit what your options are. They're still okay here if they get a first down and get up on the ball and spike it, but they got to start to be careful now that they have no timeout.
It's the game within the game. Carlton Davis does a good job in zone coverage, taking away JSN. I thought Darnold could have been more aggressive, maybe going for a deeper throw there.
JSN lined up to the left with Rashid Shaheed, now moves across the formation again. Similar formation, stacked up behind Cooper Kupp. Same formation from the New England Patriots. They look that direction again. They look to Cooper Kupp again. Inside the 20, he goes to ground at the 18. The clock is ticking down. 16 seconds remaining, 15. They are blowing at the whistle and are saying that ball was incomplete.
Yeah, he dropped that ball. Wide open.
Oh, yeah.
Might have actually done them a favor because they would have had to run up. The half was basically over if he didn't drop that.
They'll need to reset the clock. I'm not sure that needs to be under review.
So they have, they are going to review it. Okay, but they don't have any timeouts left, and it's 3rd down. So this has to be something outbreaking, or they have to get the first down.
He loses full control of the ball, and then as the tip is about to go down, he lifts it up ever so slightly and then scoops his right hand underneath. That's a catch. I think he's managed to bring that in.
I don't think so.
It just grazes. The front view, it looked like it didn't touch. From the back, I think that just grazes. But if that, I mean, the initial drop is bad, but if he'd managed to make that, that's a pretty sensational athletic play.
Well, if they overturn this, it would be an incredible break for Seattle because the clock is stopped right now. The reality was, if he catches that, the half's essentially over. They got to spike it and kick the field goal.
If they overturn it, I believe it'd be a 10-second runoff if they say it's a catch. So then they would start they would start when the ref winds it with 5 seconds left. So the Seahawks can do a quick spike.
They do call it an incomplete pass, however. 3rd and 3 with the ball on the 23. 15 seconds remaining. How aggressive is Clint Kubiak going to be here?
Take a shot.
I'm with you, Gregg. I think Jackson Smith-Njigba has been the best receiver in football this season and has yet barely seen the ball in this half, has not managed to bring it in when he has. Why not give him an opportunity here?
You cannot get sacked, and you cannot be short of the first down. You will get 0 points, although they did put the clock back to 20 seconds. 20
seconds remaining, 3rd and 3. Ball is spotted, and there's going to be a timeout to the New England Patriots. Waited to see exactly how the Seahawks would come out of their formation. When they broke the huddle, they've done this a lot this half, they sprint to the line of scrimmage and try and get out there quickly, but New England almost always going to take that.
Yeah, so that is, they call it like a Kodak timeout, because you get a snapshot of what the offense is in, but also Vrabel is now telling these guys, hey, listen, it's probably going to be an out-breaking route, or if it isn't, it's end zone or short enough where they can get on the ball and spike it quick if they get the first down. Meaning, I don't think it's a mid-range throw here. I think it's something quick for the first down, or it's a shot to the end zone.
Yeah, you're comfortable with the field goal yardage already. Getting to the 15 or the 10 isn't going to help you hugely. Darnold in the gun, moves A.J. Barner from his left to his right. JSN is single against Christian Gonzalez on the left-hand side. That's the direction they're looking. He will take a shot to JSN, and it's broken up! Christian Gonzalez puts both hands on it, very nearly picks it for the New England Patriots, but a sensational play from the second-year corner, and they will have to settle for the field goal attempt.
And maybe even a better play from Smith-Njigba. He actually ended up being the defender. That was a late throw and a bad throw by Darnold. He got away with it. He knows it. Smith-Njigba made sure Gonzalez didn't pick it off.
It was a bad throw in part because Christian Gonzalez had about half the field with JSN and didn't get beat at all. Incredible play by him.
Set up then for a 41-yard field goal. Ball is up, kick is up, and through the uprights, good. With 11 seconds left in the second quarter of Super Bowl 60, the Seattle Seahawks have put together 3 scoring drives, but in the red zone every single time have failed to commit. In fact, they didn't even make the red zone on this occasion, and are forced to settle for a 3rd field goal. How good are you feeling if you're Mike Vrabel about 9-0, considering that big play from Gonzalez?
Greg says you're feeling good. I don't think he's feeling good.
I mean, you obviously...
Good in relative terms, I think, is the conversation.
Yeah,
right?
you don't love it, but I think you have so much confidence in this team that you think they can still escape this. I go back to that play, not a good throw by Darnold, but to be out there singled up with that much green grass where he had two-way go for Christian Gonzalez, that was fluid, hips, that was everything they teach you.
Let's put it this way. Vrabel's smart enough to know it could be a lot worse than 9-0 right now.
Right.
A lot worse.
Undoubtedly. Dearness Johnson and Carl Williams are back to receive this kickoff. The flags are starting to blow just a little bit in this end zone as they wind and encourage Jason Myers to kick this one away. Maybe they do want us to get to Bad Bunny. Myers looks to do an end-over-end kick to around the 5. Dearness Johnson will bring it back out to the 20, outside the numbers, bounces back inside and is brought down right around the 28-yard line. In on the tackle for the Seattle Seahawks is Brady Russell, team captain, excellent special teamer and fullback for this team. And there are just 6 seconds remaining of a first half which has been dominated by the Seattle Seahawks, and yet they are still within touching distance.
So 6 seconds isn't much. The Patriots have been in situations like this a lot this year, and they have gone for the chunk play. I don't think they're feeling that way today. They're going to kneel on it.
Yeah, they're going to kneel with Kyle Williams in the deep position.
There we go, the clock, 3, 2, 1. We are down to zeros. The first half of the final game of this 2025 NFL season is in the books, and the story so far is a story of defenses flying around, of huge stops of the New England Patriots, unable to get anything going on offense, and yet, despite Kenneth Walker's 14 carries for 94 yards, his 2 huge chunk plays of 30 and 29 yards on a single drive, Seattle have been unable to capitalize. No one in the end zone yet. A 9-0 game thanks to 3 Jason Myers field goals. You are listening to Super Bowl 60 live on talkSPORT.
Welcome back to Super Bowl 60 live here on talkSPORT. Well, what an interesting first half. You might love points, but I love defense. It's been a slugfest in Santa Clara, the Seahawks and the Patriots, similar to a pair of boxers, I say, in that first half, scoping each other out, taking the odd jab, but we're just still waiting, aren't we, for that knockout blow. The Seahawks lead 9 points to nothing at the half against the Patriots in Super Bowl 60. And right now, we're watching Bad Bunny get that set ready for his halftime show performance in just a few minutes' time. We will bring that to you live here in Santa Clara. I'm alongside Will Gavin on play-by-play and the former Patriots and NFL offensive lineman Ross Tucker. Will,
can we just mention this set?
Yes, of course.
Absolutely spectacular. Like, they brought out a load of tall grass, there's palm trees, there's a La Maqueta. Like, this is very Puerto Rican, I'm assuming. I see a Puerto Rican flag already. There's a barber shop. This is like, they are going to be leaning into La Cultura in a big way during this halftime show. My Chilean mother-in-law, my half South American wife are going to be having a wild time to Bad Bunny, I assume.
I've been really excited for this halftime show, and I know that we're going to get into it in a moment, but I just wanted to get some thoughts from yourself, Will, just briefly. Mike Vrabel there, speaking to our colleagues on NBC. Come on. Yeah.
We saw all the grass coming out. Now there's a bunch of people dressed as grass coming out to the field. And when I mean dressed as grass, I mean head to toe. You cannot see anything apart from the black shoes on their feet as they come out in like full palm leaves covering them. This is, I can't
It's almost what you'd see in like a school production or school play.
I got to ask you guys, how familiar are you with Bad Bunny's music?
You go first, Will.
I'm a WWE guy, so I know Bad Bunny from Saturday Night Live, and because of that, I know his like biggest hits. But I listened to the album that won the Grammy because I thought I should. I like it, but it's not necessarily what I'd necessarily go out and get.
I don't know if I'm familiar with any of his songs, but I'm about to find out. You know, I'm sure there's something that's going to come on that I'll know, but they say he's the most popular artist in the world now.
I don't want to steal anything from, I'm sure Will's going to have a sensational intro for him, but 19.8 billion streams on Spotify in the same year that Taylor Swift released a new album. He's number one. I mean, that tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, that Bad Bunny's music, throughout the season, knowing that he was going to perform here tonight, I started to listen to it more, and it's great. Look, there is no word
prep from Will Varney.
and this is it. Look, there is no words in English. I think that makes it quite interesting. But he's a Puerto Rican native, very proud of his roots, and I think it's really special that tonight puts a real showpiece, and it's a generational moment, I think, for Puerto Rico. He's just come back from a residency there, doing 31 days in San Juan. This is his one US day, and like you mentioned, Will, he is a global superstar, and I know that a lot of people have discussed the potential of this being a political statement, but for me, what I think Bad Bunny is it's a showcase from the NFL of trying to grow internationally. Right now, they're having a Latino performer, solo artist on the stage. He's previously performed in the Super Bowl back a few years ago with Shakira and Jennifer Lopez in Miami, so he's no stranger to this platform, to this stage. But I think it is a big momentum. He's not a big NFL fan, and I think what this will bring, this performance, is it will bring more non-NFL fans to watch this spectacle tonight here in San Francisco.
Did you want to talk about the football? Because I just started making it about Bad Bunny.
Well, look, Bad Bunny's going to get underway very shortly. They're continuing this set. We're seeing more and more green walking trees head out through the tunnel in front of us. But right now, I mentioned that it's been a slugfest. 9 points to nothing right now in favour of the Seahawks. It's the Jason Myers Bowl at this rate. 3 field goals from Jason. But I was just hearing there Mike Vrabel speaking to our colleagues from NBC down the field saying we need to settle down and play more complementary football. What do you take from that, Ross, the fact that they need to settle down? Is the occasion potentially for this young team getting to them in that first half?
I think he's talking more about the offensive side of the ball because they've just made a lot of mistakes. You know, they've let blitzers come free from the Seahawks. Drake May has missed throws. Drake May has taken bad sacks that he should not have taken. It's just been rough for the Patriots offensively. I think he feels like they just need to settle down and not make these mistakes and give themselves even a chance against a defense as good as Seattle.
We spoke, didn't we, earlier on about whether this is a case of good defense and great defense, elite defense, or is it bad offense? Where do you stand on that in that first half?
I think overall I stand on good defense because these are two unbelievable units. But Josh McDaniels is one of the very best defensive coordinators in the league history. Not just in the league right now. 6 Super Bowl titles, so many years here with New England. Like, he can be a difference maker in the second half. Clint Kubiak, I found his game planning this season frustrating. I thought he did a lot of creative stuff early doors, but it was the real, basic stuff that was working for them. And it wasn't until that NFC Championship game that you felt like all facets of the Clint Kubiak experience finally came together and worked in one game. And yet in this half so far, I mean, I know we've seen JSN targeted and it's not worked, and I don't know whether that's Sam Darnold being under pressure, but I think they have to find a way to get some easy, quick wins for Darnold in the passing game, to try and get the ball out quicker, to try and get it to the receivers earlier in a situation where they can get yards after carry. And there are ways to beat this Patriots defense, which is playing brilliantly but doesn't have a lot of huge name stars.
And that's it. Ross, over
I mean, the Seahawks have been dominating the game with 183 total yards, time of possession, rushing yards. Every statistic is heavily towards the Seahawks, but the Patriots are still only 2 plays away, and the big thing is not giving up any touchdowns. They've been able to hold them to field goals, which is, as Mike Vrabel knows, a big part of it, but they haven't even gotten close to scoring points. I mean, at some point, they're going to have to get close to scoring some points.
Did we see greater composure potentially from Sam Darnold towards the end of that half? He did look a little bit like a deer in headlights at moments. The line wasn't standing up and being effective. Do we think that he was showing that good decision making when he was able to take those chances later in the second?
I mean, sometimes that's what happens, right, when you have a quarterback who can get in their own head. I'm not saying that's what Sam necessarily is, because he's been excellent in this postseason so far, but I always think about guys that I know have like slightly skittish feet, guys who are maybe overthinkers, that actually when you get them into a 2-minute drill situation and they're calling much more simple play calls and much more simple offenses, actually you can see them, they just have to go and execute. They're not doing as much pre-read, they're not doing as much pre-snap, and maybe that was big for them. I just think we're going to need to see something big from Josh McDaniels the second half.
Well, I can tell you we're going to see something big in just a few moments' time. We await the Super Bowl halftime show, long awaited. Bad Bunny, no stranger to the big stage. Like I mentioned, previously performed in Miami with Shakira and Jennifer Lopez, but tonight it's his night. It's Puerto Rico's night. And right now, let's head down to the field for the start of the Super Bowl halftime show.
Super Bowl 60 halftime show. The National Football League welcomes you to the Apple Music Super Bowl 60 halftime
I'm delighted to say, back on Radio Row, on talkSPORT, you know, yes, we'll start up. Calling the game this weekend, the only place you get exclusive in stadium commentary for the UK is on talkSPORT, but one of our favourite things from the whole season is our partnership with Jacksonville Jaguars. We broadcast all their radio games in the UK, and guess what, this season was a fun one. Thanks to this man as much as anyone else. Coach Liam Cohen is with us. Coach, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Look, how much are you enjoying coming out here, obviously going to the honours tonight, nominated, and getting to experience this now after the great season you had?
It's an honor. I mean, it is to you know, be a part of the Jaguars organization, to see how this season went, but to have the trust of Mr. Khan, his family, the relationships that are a part of the Jaguars community, both obviously here and overseas in London, and what a great experience that was, even though we didn't win that game. It's been so much fun. And, you know, it was a tough year to finish. It wasn't the result we wanted, but I think our process was sound, and we had a really fun year with this group.
If you're only going to lose 4 regular season games, could you try and make one of them not London again next year, please?
I know. Especially being the Rams, because that's a little personal for me. And my wife's, honestly, her favorite city is London, like outside of Jacksonville.
Oh, she studied there, right?
Yeah. She loves London, and so it was a bummer to have that game go the way it did. But I'll tell you what, we learned a lot. We learned a lot from that game as a team, as coaches, as players, and we got better from it.
Talking of learning, right? First season coming in, still calling the plays, first year as a head coach. We were discussing this when it comes to this Patriots team. They brought in a lot of experienced guys, former head coaches, former OCs. You guys came in with quite a young overall team.
Yep.
How much did you learn about all of that process, being a head coach and a play caller this year, and how much do you think like you've grown in that 12 months?
A ton. That's why it's so important to trust the people that you do hire, and trust those hires, believe in them, and pour into them. And so obviously our coordinators did a fantastic job with getting, you know, multiple head coaching interviews, and we were able to keep those guys. But Shane Waldron, Heath Farwell, Jay Kaiser, like those guys helped me with the schedule, so much of our day-to-day. And so that's what you don't really realize as a play calling head coach is like, oh, wait, hold on. I need to go make like the schedule on what time our players eat today, right?
I need to decide what the menu is on the plane,
literally,
stuff like that.
Literally, little things like that ultimately you're not thinking about when you take the job, but you navigate, and then you trust the people that you work with. Tony Baselli, James Gladstone, total studs. We do everything together when it comes to the decision-making of the football program itself, personnel, support staff. So very excited about continuing to move forward, but learn so much on every single day. We learn something.
I know that obviously in an interview you're going to probably speak positively about those guys, but I have to say, so Tony came on with us last year after he'd just taken the job and after you'd just taken the job. We had a sit down with Shard when we were in London this year when he was over for the game. The glowing terms in which you guys all speak about each other and that relationship and the way that you kind of coalesce and work together. How did that come together so quickly?
I get hired, Tony gets hired, and then James gets hired right there. And my best friends in college, my college roommates, were offensive linemen. And that's Tony, right? And then James, being a coach's son, we all see it very similarly, that the game is played in the trenches, that it starts up front on both the OL and DL, and then we can branch out, right? And so much of our relationship, we spent so much time together, Tony and I specifically, hiring the staff. Like, Tony helped me hire the staff.
He's so smart.
So smart. awesome. And no ego. Like, that's the thing, right? Selfless. What is best for the Jacksonville Jaguars? That's it. What is best to help us win on Sundays? And that every decision we make is about the grass and how much we can continue to improve that.
Love that. And tell me a little bit about being on the sideline, going from having to switch, right?
Yeah.
When you're looking at what the defense is offering you, when you're looking at how you're going to adjust in the plays, how are you juggling both those things, and how are you making sure that you're keeping that focus on play calling, staying in that zone, and making sure you're making the right calls?
Yeah, it's a challenge to, all right, let's say you go down the field and score, right? Well, I'm going to now click over to defense, right? And, all right, kickoff happens, defense is on the grass. Well, I'm going to stay on that side for a few plays. Once it starts to get around like 2nd and long, 3rd down, I'm going to hop on the offensive side. All right, hey, guys, what do we like? What do you guys like? What are you thinking? Mind you, the whole time that defense is on the grass, I'm watching, but I'm looking at my call sheet. I'm writing some notes down, things that I want to get to maybe on the next drive. Think about it. I'll go click it back over to offense, confirm some of those thoughts, get some of those ideas, and then we go back and let it roll. So, man, everybody talks about halftime adjustments. I mean, there's no time for that. Like, you're rolling, and you got to continue to evolve throughout the game. That's no different in first quarter or fourth quarter. And so you got to trust your staff. You got to trust the guys up top, especially, which I do. But great learning experience.
How much for you was bringing in Jakobi Meyers, what he does on those in-breakers that we saw you do so brilliantly with the Bucs?
So much props to James for getting that one done. And he did. It was day one of practice that Jakobi came in. Our offense changed. And everybody saw it. That was the beauty of it. It wasn't just like we kind of saw it, but the players didn't see it yet. Like, literally the first day he came in, we threw and caught the ball better than we had all season. So it was very clear. The middle of the field opened up drastically. But now Brian Thomas Jr. is allowed to go do what he does best. Go down the field vertically, play on the outside, do some of that stuff. Parker Washington, now he's able to do what he does best.
What a guy that guy is, by the way.
Catch and run, tough, smart, dependable, reliable. Brent Strange, now he's able to go do what he does best. And ETN, so it really helped complement the group very well. And Jacoby's a pro's pro. He blocks with the best of them as well.
I mean, we all know that system. We all know that if you're not blocking at wide receiver, you're not taking snaps.
You don't block, you don't get the rock.
I love, because you mentioned Brian Thomas, and it did feel to me like there were times where there was some square pegs, round holes maybe going on earlier in the year. And I love him as a player.
Yeah.
His rookie season was sensational, and I just started to see that spark coming back later in the year. How confident and comfortable are you that, like, those guys come together? And do we see Travis come back in on offense next year? Is that the thought process at the moment?
You know, Travis obviously still rehabbing, getting back into it. I definitely think we're going to continue the plan in terms of offense, defense. Now, that may alter, right, based on how he continues to evolve with his knee and with how that starts to work. So, all right, snap count. Couldn't tell you right now, but I do know he's going to play on both sides.
Come on, Neil, I need an exact snap count for week one of next season.
But he's going to play both, right? Like, what that looks like may be a little bit different than it looked like this year, right? Because, all right, we just went through a season, went 13-4, played pretty well on the offensive side of the ball with a good group, right? A group that's all coming back. And how do we continue to mix Travis into that and help our offense get better? That'll be what we do. Defensively, we know, man, he can definitely go play corner. We know that. So, feel really good about that. It's just a matter of time getting him back into it. And BTJ, I did think it continued to ascend as the year went on, got better and better, and I think we know each other better now. We do. And so, all right, that's our job, and that's his job to continue to get better and to see how we can continue to use him to help our offense.
I mean, you strike me as the kind of man who, the day after the Buffalo game, you're probably already thinking about this, but have you figured out what you want to focus on this off-season? What the biggest lesson that you learned from last year to go into next year, maybe?
Yeah, I think we're excited about, all right, Trevor has his first healthy off-season in years, in year 2 of a new system, right? So that in and of itself, we're excited about being able to go and, like, okay, how do we take this offense to the next level? The details, the operation, the penalties, cutting down on that stuff, that'll be a great challenge for us this spring. All right, now, defensively, how do we continue to rush the passer at a high level? How do we continue to affect and impact the quarterback at a high level? And then offensively, again, we've got to get the run game to be consistent, right? The pass game wasn't consistent early in the season. The run game was. Then later on, it flipped. We need to be able to operate both at a high level for us to be playing on Sunday in this game.
And I do want to ask about Trevor, obviously. I mean, we saw his glowing locks flowing past a little bit earlier on.
Yeah.
He is, in that second half of the season, finally we saw the guy that I worked with Gridiron Magazine. We went and interviewed him when he was in high school.
Nice.
Like, he was, from that level, a guy that we had such high expectations of.
Yeah.
And that second half of the season, man, he looked like the guy we all knew he could be.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough as well to watch him play a high school football game. I was there recruiting a different player, and he was there. He was playing. It was a playoff game his freshman year. So I was able to watch that. I saw what that looked like and followed his career. Then to be able to see him truly take it on this year, it clicked, right? At some point, it clicked. And, yeah, we had to work through some stuff. But, man, I was so proud of the way that he prepared each week, the way that he came to work every day. And then Sundays, man, especially when his legs started to get moving, he became a different dude for us.
There was a lot made of a moment earlier in the season when the two of you had a bit of a back and forth on the sideline.
Yeah.
It was one of those things that I got asked about a load that week afterwards. As you can, like, oh my God, did you see that? Do you think there's a real problem there?
Hell no.
Have you guys had a really, like, is the push and pull of that relationship, like, can you be a bit like butting heads, and can you get him to, like, raise his game that way as well?
Yeah, well, I mean, we flew over here together. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we went at it a few times in training camp. Before that even happened, we had a couple exchanges that, you know, he barked back at me. And I was like, good. Yes, we need this. Like, that's how you work through things. Like, you work through reads, you work through footwork, you work through decisions. Like, it's an emotional football game. A lot gets put into it every single week. So there's going to be times where that stuff happens. I truly think that he knows that I care about him and that we want the best for him. And I know that he trusts us. I do. So some of those, I mean, that is as silly as it gets.
Yeah. Of course it is, but it just highlights
it's
that
life.
conversation.
I get it. It's social media world, man.
Yeah, exactly.
I got it.
And then just finally, you mentioned it briefly earlier, but how massive is it for you to have kept Grant in-house, to get both coordinators in-house when both are being touted for head coaching roles?
Yeah, huge. You hire young coaches, first-timers for a runway. And then I'm sitting there at the end of the season like, okay, well, guess we may have to go and make some changes here. And so very fortunate to get Grant, Camp, and Heath Farwell all back for another year. That continuity, chemistry is so important. Your players not having as much change, turnover, new verbiage, new terminology, huge. Grant does a phenomenal job. He's a sharp dude. I mean, he really gets it, sees the game from an all 11, all 22 perspective.
Disgustingly young as well. Like, it's just not fair that he's that good at this age. I feel the bit the same way about you, but he's even worse.
30. I mean, he's 30 years old, and football's life. Yeah. Football's life. So it's great to have him back.
Coach, we really appreciate you coming to join us. We
Thanks
love
so
what
much.
you achieved this season. We're so excited to have you back in London again this year. And with the stadium development, there's a good chance you're going to play 2-3 games over a couple of seasons. Yep. So really keep building that London base. Your wife's going to be delighted that you're there. And so we love it, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we need to make a little bit, we need to play better overseas, over the pond. All right, we'll get it done.
I believe.
Thanks for having us
so
on.
much, man.
Thank you.
This could be a generational moment for Puerto Rico, and Bad Bunny is no stranger to this stage. He's previously performed on a Super Bowl back in Miami, but tonight a solo artist showing his talent to this sold-out crowd Not a seat to be seen filled. This stadium remains. Fans starting as the set begins to be toned down, getting ready for the second half here as the Seahawks take on the Patriots. Just a stunning Super Bowl show that included Lady Gaga making an appearance. Who saw that one coming? Pre-game, Lady Gaga. I'm lost for words. I thought that was an incredibly brilliant performance, so much energy.
Lady Gaga, and as an elder millennial, let's give a shout out to Ricky Martin as well, being out there. Certainly a bit more of my generation when it comes to that music. I thought that was brilliant. I really, really enjoyed it. I only knew like 2 songs, but the set was fantastic. I thought the energy was fantastic. I love the message that the only thing more powerful than hate is love on the big screen at the end as he danced down the tunnel with all of the flags representing all of those Latin nations, leading with Puerto Rico, but leading with so much of Central and South America as well. It delivered the message it needed to deliver without it being in a way that would be antagonistic necessarily. It was about the love, not the hate.
Exactly that. And look, I mentioned that this being a generational moment, the fact that Bad Bunny, the most streamed artist on Spotify last year, he deserved this solo stage, and he proved just why the NFL and Roger Goodell wanted him to perform in Santa Clara tonight. He put on a show, he brought the energy. Well, let's hope the Seattle Seahawks and the New England Patriots can do the same. We've got 9 points. I may love defense, but I need some points in this second half. So do Mike McDonald, so does Mike Vrabel. Will we see them? That's the question. We'll be back after a very short break with second half commentary to come, live from Levi's Stadium. You're listening to the Super Bowl live on talkSPORT with 5. Don't forget, you can watch the Super Bowl for free on 5 live right now. Welcome back to Santa Clara, Levi's Stadium, bringing you on talkSPORT live commentary of Super Bowl 60. The second half getting underway in just a few moments' time. Sets from Bad Bunny's incredible halftime performance still being led away down the tunnels. We've got players starting to head back out onto the field. The kickers, Patriots kickers just in front of us, and punters preparing for a big second half. And I just wonder what words Mike Vrabel will have said in that dressing room to just get some inspiration, a bit of drive behind these players. Is the moment for the New England Patriots slightly too big for them at this stage? We've got a great commentary team right now. I'm alongside Will Gavin, Gregg Rosenthal from NFL Daily, and the former NFL offensive lineman Ross Tucker. Look, Gregg, just before you left us for the second half, I mentioned about that potential moment for the Patriots, and this being a young team, Drake May maybe looking a little bit of a deer in headlights at times in that first half. What do you think Mike Vrabel will have said in that dressing dressing room in order to get the best out of this offense heading into the second?
Look, that everything's in front of them. It's a 9-point game. Their defense is playing great. I think it's more about what Josh McDaniels is saying to change what they're doing. And I think Kyle Shanahan made a great point. I'm not above stealing a point by a great coach like Kyle Shanahan. At the NBC halftime, he's like, look, I played the Seattle team. There are no explosives when they have their two safeties back. You are going to have to run them out of those two safeties being back. And by that, I mean, you got to keep running the ball because they're essentially daring you to run. And the Patriots have been okay doing it, but not great. And that's the only way that they'll get that one safety to kind of come down and maybe hit some big plays in the passing game.
The pressure on Drake May so far has been just enormous. And you look at 3 sacks so far for the Seattle defense from the least likely of participants. Devin Witherspoon screaming off the edge. That's Leonard Williams would maybe expect to get a sack. But what a huge play for a man who, as it was pointed out by the man alongside me, had only had 3 tackles this entire season prior to it. Riley Mills. All 3 sacks have been 10 yards. All of them have been absolute drive killers. And so they need to protect Drake May a bit better, find a way to get the ball out quicker maybe, give him some easy outs. Josh McDaniels, I think, has a big second half ahead of him.
If you've been watching us on YouTube and CTV, you're watching the Super Bowl Watchalong on talkSPORT, live from Levi Stadium here in California, brought to you by 5. Don't forget, you can watch all the action for free live over on 5 right now. Patriots heading back out onto their sideline. You're just hearing a few boos. I've mentioned big Seahawks crowd here, taking that journey down from Washington State. This is a stadium they know all too well. They wrapped up the number one seed in the NFC here just a few weeks ago in Week 18. They left a couple of cigars in the 49ers locker room, hoping to smoke them after maybe smoking the New England Patriots later this evening. You will have, if you've been watching us on YouTube and CTV, you won't have seen Bad Bunny's show, but you'll have seen a great interview, by the way, that Will Gavin conducted with the Jaguars head coach Liam Cohen. You can watch that and all of the great stuff we got from Radio Row, our Fanatics Red Carpet NFL Honors, by the way, over on the talkSPORT USA YouTube channel. Don't want to miss any of the great stuff, the content that we've been gathering after a busy week in San Francisco. But second half is on the way. Players back out on the sideline, and I think it's time for some dreams to be realized and to come true. Right now, we just got 9 points in it. Plenty can happen in this second half. You are just 2 quarters away from Super Bowl 60 glory. I'll hand you back to your stellar commentary team as the lights go down and then they start to flash around this stadium. A cauldron of noise it's been in that first half. Let's hope for same in the second. Alongside the former NFL offensive lineman Ross Tucker and host of the NFL Daily, Gregg Rosenthal, it's your commentator to bring you home for the season. The 2025 season reaches its pinnacle. It's talkSPORT's very own Will Gavin.
Teams who are scoreless at halftime in Super Bowls have gone 0-14 in those 14 Super Bowls. But those weren't 9-point games. Those weren't tough defensive battles where a turnover could make all the difference, and we've been close to so many of those so far today, where a big special teams play could make all the difference. I think this game is not done by any stretch of the imagination, but we need to see the New England Patriots try and bring some positivity with this opening drive, Ross Tucker.
Well, yeah, they deferred, so they'll get the ball here, which is huge. And I'm really curious to see just how conservative Seattle will be with the football, because I think that they feel really good about their defense right now. I think when Seattle gets it, they'll be pretty conservative. I don't think Josh McDaniels can afford to do that. I think Josh McDaniels has to let Drake May try to win this game.
They've almost approached their offense, the Patriots, as if they have too much respect for Seattle. I know they're afraid of the turnover, and May hasn't given them confidence, so they're going to have to start taking some shots down the field.
Right, the rookie Carl Williams and Dearness Johnson are back to receive this opening second half kickoff. Just 2 quarters of the 2025 NFL season left, and it will be Dearness Johnson right on the hash around the 10, bring it out. He's flipped out to the right-hand side. Outside the numbers, gets to the 30, where he is wrestled down at the 31-yard line, in on the tackle in the end. And what a game he's had so far. Brady, Russell, and now Drake May out onto the field. A few quick passes back and forth with Keishon Boutte before he heads out there. And it's time for Drake May, in the second year of what has been such a sensational young career already, to show us just a little bit of what he's made of. Show us a little bit of that magic that he's brought to New England in returning into their first Super Bowl since the Brady-Belichick era. He begins in the gun with Ramondre Stevenson alongside him, and it goes to Stevenson. No, it doesn't. It's a fake. Looking down the sideline to Matt Collins, and broken up. Nicky Mamori there. Pop Douglas was the intended target. Tight coverage from the rookie safety, and it'll be 2nd and 10 at the 32.
Well, they tried to get a big play on first down. They went with a zone read, and then he went with the out and up to Douglas. He had to throw a back shoulder.
Pretty good ball.
Murray had really, really good coverage.
This stadium is loud to start this second half with May in the gun. Stevenson this time to his left. Keishon Boutte, a single receiver to the left. Pop Douglas is on the right with Matt Collins. Douglas goes in motion and they hand it off to him. Sits on the backfield. Makes a man miss, gets out to the 40, down to about the 42-yard line where he's pushed out of bounds right near the first down marker. In fact, it was Travion Henderson, who was lined out wide there, who ended up on that one. Stephon Diggs involved in the play as well, and he's pushed out of bounds for about an 8-yard gain. It'll be 3rd and 4. I think he's way beyond 4.
Yeah, but Travion Henderson did not get a lot of time in the first half. They're going to need some explosive plays. He is that guy.
Right, May in the backfield, Stevenson alongside him. It is remaining on the outside, so Hunter Henry lined up deep, Matt Collins out there, Stephon Diggs and Keishon Boutte. Straight drop back for May, looks to his left, to Boutte, goes back on the ball and it's broken up. A lot of ringing, some jerseys being pulled. Josh Jobe puts his hand behind his back and looks towards the officials as to say, I'm not sure I did anything wrong there, but the Patriots were desperate for a flag on this sideline.
I'm okay with the no call. It should be noted they are really letting these guys play. So they're taught, hey, in a Super Bowl, nobody wants to see a lot of flags, so be extra aggressive, and I think both teams are doing that.
We don't have a flag in the field in the normal play, only a pre-snap penalty.
On 3rd and 4, an incompletion, a 3 and out for New England, and another punt, although someone went a little bit early on the snap. End over end ball. Rashid Shaheed under it at the 10, calls a fair catch, and it'll be collected and spotted right around the 9-yard line of the Seattle Seahawks.
I think it's a big part of this game that they're not calling any penalties, and so I think Seattle and New England, for that matter, are going to keep pushing that. I don't like that decision from Drake May. It was almost like it was predetermined. He had the one-on-one on the outside, a matchup that he liked, but the receiver wasn't open, and he had good protection on the play. So again, it just doesn't feel like the game is coming slow to Drake May right now. He's kind of predetermining what he wants to do.
Seattle break the huddle quickly. Darnold gets under center with Kenneth Walker in the backfield behind him. Cooper Kupp on the right-hand side, and he sends AJ Barner in motion. JSN singled up on the left. They do give it to Walker. Has to bounce to the outside. Gets past his first man, out past the 10. Picks up maybe 2 on the play. In on the tackle, Jarran Reed. And it'll be a 2nd and 8 at the 11.
They haven't had a lot of success with the outside zone plays. They've had more success with downhill plays like duo, which is double teamed, and then Walker bouncing it outside. When they predetermine an outside run, the Patriots are really doing a terrific job of being exactly where they need to be across the board.
96 yards for Kenneth Walker on the day. Sam Darnold in the gun with Walker alongside him. Barner and JSN to his right, Kupp and Shaheed to the left. Straight drop back. Walker stays in, picks up the blitz. Here goes Shaheed over the middle, out to the 25. Taken down by Carlton Davis, but a huge pickup at 2nd down at 14 yards. And that's a 1st down. Seattle Seahawks with Darnold under all sorts of pressure. He makes the right read and gets the ball out.
Look, I keep watching Christian Gonzalez and Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's never where the action is, and I think Sam Darnold is realizing his main guy isn't going to be open. Good job by Darnold standing in against the pressure right before getting hit by Christian Ellis on that throw.
Yeah, quarterback hit, but not a sack yet registered for this Patriots defense as they go 5 wide on the opening play. Well, it's just actually a heavy line with 3 wides, and Kenneth Walker out of the backfield, split out wide right. Darnold looks to his left. He's got a man open. JSN at the 14 goes down, a little slip maybe at the 43-yard line. A pickup of 13 on 1st down. Another Seattle 1st down. But when I saw JSN that wide open, I thought maybe we're breaking a big one off.
It was just a slant. I'm a little surprised that he was able to get that open. I'm trying to see what happened there. and why Gonzalez was so late to react to that.
There's Jalen Hawkins in there eventually. They get up to the ball quickly. Darnold under pressure has to step up in the pocket. Out to his right. He'll run it. Out to the 45. Steps back inside. Out to the 50. Into opposition territory. Down to the 55-yard line. 45-yard line, and Sam Darnold picks up another first down. This Seahawks offense are rolling.
Greg, we said it earlier in the game, Darnold doing a much better job with his pocket movement than Drake May, and unlike the first half, that time he did tuck it away and get a nice gain.
That's the difference in this game right now, is Darnold being comfortable with the pressure around him.
Spillane takes him down eventually, but Milton Williams missed a huge opportunity to take him down far before the first down. He's under center, hands the ball off to Walker, takes a step up the inside, breaks his first tackle, out past the 45, gets to maybe the 43-yard line. A couple of yards picked up on that one. They'll call it 2nd and 7 from the 43.
And you could see Christian Barmore and Milton Williams both shooting the gap. They're trying to make the big play. Williams has had a chance to make a couple. They've been on the field a lot, Ross. I know the half just started, but in general, this defense has been on the field, and you do wonder if they're getting worn down.
It's a terrific point because Williams has missed 2 sacks of Darnold in the backfield. That time he just missed a TFL on Walker, where Walker went through the arm tackle.
10:52 left in the quarter, 2nd and 7, ball at the 43, Seattle up 9. Straight drop back for Darnold, throws it to Walker out of the backfield, and Walker able to break a tackle, out to the 30, gets out to the 25-yard line, almost to the 20. Another huge play for the Seattle Seahawks, a 20-yard gain on the throw from Kenneth Walker, and they're almost to the red zone. What a drive this is.
Well, that was awesome because they had Smith and Jigba in the backfield to Darnold's left. So Darnold looked to the left. Patriots are thinking, Smith and Jigba, JSN in the backfield, JSN in the backfield. Then he comes back to the screen the other way, got a couple of key blocks, and it's one of the biggest plays of the game so far.
Kenneth Walker over 100 scrimmage yards for the night thanks to this drive, and he's in the backfield again behind Darnold. 1st and 10 at the 23, 10 on the clock left in the third quarter. It goes to Walker on that outside zone again. They managed to push him out of bounds for a short gain, picks up maybe 1 on the play. They call it 2nd and 9 at the 22.
We keep saying the same thing. They can't give up any touchdowns. So we're again just outside the red zone, and the Patriots' red zone defense needs to keep them in this game, because it honestly feels like a touchdown in this situation would be very difficult for them to recover from.
Even a field goal. I mean, even a field goal, then the Patriots need what? A couple touchdowns or a touchdown and 2 field goals? Every point seems huge at this point with how bad the Patriots have been offensively.
Helani is in the backfield and splits out wide. Darnold in the gun. Timeout is called. Seattle take it. They didn't like what they saw. Took a moment to line up, a little bit of confusion. And that proves to be a 2nd and 9 and a first time out of the quarter.
Oh, you hate that timeout. That's a Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan special, that coaching tree. They love to burn their timeouts early in the second half, but they're playing so well. It's hard to fault too much, but you hate to lose a timeout like that early.
And that's one where I would love to have known why they called the timeout, and would they have been better off just running the play.
Right.
You know, whatever it was. I think sometimes coaches are too quick to call timeouts, and they're starting to realize just how valuable those timeouts are, and that sometimes you're better off just running a bad play.
2nd and 9 then at the 22, 9:23 on the third quarter, 9-0 Seattle lead, 4:30 off the clock on this drive. Darnold drops back to the right-hand side, looking for Cooper Kupp. Smothered coverage from Christian Gonzalez. The ball falls incomplete, and it's now a 3rd down. Can the Patriots hold them yet again in the near red area to a field goal?
Well, what a big play in this game for this Patriots defense to, again, give up yards but not give up touchdowns and keep giving their quarterback a chance. Be good on 3rd down. We'll see if they continue to send the pressure.
Darnold in the gun, splits Helani out wide right, then brings him back to the backfield. Cooper Kupp to his right, 3 receivers to the left of Barner, Jackson Smith and Jigba, and Rashid Shaheed. Now Shaheed comes inside on a go route and then looks to the outside to Cooper Kupp, right around the first down marker, and throws just wide of his receiver. Carlton Davis in coverage, but that's all on Darnold, and they will have to settle for another field goal.
Yeah, Ross, earlier you said, is this good defense or bad offense? I thought that was bad offense.
Really bad offense. Cooper Kupp wide open on the out route. Darnold has a really poor throw. If it's on his body in any way, Kupp catches it, and it's an easy first down. Those two guys have got to make that play.
So Jason Myers steps up for his 4th field goal of the game. Could he be the MVP of this one in the end? From 40 yards, ball is down, kick is up, and it is good. 12-0, the Seahawks lead. Every single point coming from the boots of Jason Myers. A drive that went for 450, the longest drive of the game so far for either team. And Seattle get it all the way down to the 22, but are forced to settle for yet another field goal. 12-0, Seattle lead the New England Patriots. Surely the moment for Drake May has to be now. We'll find out next here on talkSPORT. To Super Bowl 60 live on talkSPORT. I'm Will Gavin with Gregg Rosenthal, the host of NFL Daily, alongside me, and the great Ross Tucker. You're great as well, Greg, don't get me wrong. Former NFL lineman. For those with us on YouTube and CTV, or whether you're listening on the radio, you're watching the Super Bowl Watchalong on talkSPORT, or listening to it live from Levi Stadium in California, brought to you by 5. Don't forget you can watch all the action for free live over on 5 right now. That drive, 10 plays, 69 yards, all the way to the New England 22, but yet again Seattle having to fail to settle for a field goal, their 4th of the game. 4:50 went off the clock, which I'm sure Mike McDonald will be delighted to see in a game that feels like it could eke out all the way to the end. But gentlemen, when we've got Kenneth Walker going for well over 100 yards, when you've got Seattle moving the ball seemingly so easily between the 20s, the fact they've not got a touchdown yet just has to put a little bit of faith.
Yeah,
for the
well,
Patriots
can you do me a favor? Can you not say one more time about Jason Myers' potential MVP? I don't even want that into the ecosystem or the atmosphere. I wouldn't sleep tonight if a kicker is the MVP of the Super Bowl.
I might not sleep tonight anyway, but that's nothing to do with who's MVP of the Super Bowl. Ernest Johnson back, fields this one at the 5 right outside the numbers, steps in the inside, gets tackled right around the 32-yard line, brought down a number of Seahawks in on that one. Kyle Williams, the wide receiver, being one of them, and the New England Patriots will start with the ball around the 32-yard line. Right, come on, Josh McDaniels, come on, Drake May, what are you gentlemen made of? This Seahawks defense has been nothing short of sensational so far, but this is a moment where you need to find something.
Yeah, his name's Stephon Diggs, I think. I mean, throw the ball to Stephon Diggs. He's your best weapon. Travion Henderson has some explosive ability, but I'd like to see them get Diggs a little bit more involved.
I formation behind Drake May, under center, fullback in running back as Ronaldo receives it. Toss out to him on the outside. Sorry, straight on Henderson. Managed to make a man miss. Gets out to about the 40-yard line. Nice drive starter, picking up 8 on that play. It'll be 2nd and 1. In fact, they're going to call it at the 41.
So they go big there. They got the big fullback, Jack Westover, in. They got Hunter Henry, only one wide receiver. And look, we said their running game at halftime was going to have to help them out. They only ran the ball once last drive. It was a 6-yard run. Stick with the ground game.
Henderson stays in the backfield. May is there as well. May under centre. Two to the right. Single receivers, Matt Collins to the left. They send a tight end in motion and they go back to Henderson. Up the gut. Smothered right at the line of scrimmage. Byron Murphy in on that tackle. Forced back there. And that'll now be, I think, a 3rd and 1 from the 41.
The best defense in the league, Ross, on 2nd and short and 3rd and short because of that guy, Byron Murphy. Seahawks get lucky. There was a clear face mask on the Henderson run on 1st down, and they missed it.
Well, they are letting them play, but I'm not sure they're going to want them to play. And it's going to be a missed face marks for the official that helps to decide this game. May now in the gun. Ramondre Stevenson into the game alongside him. 3 receivers to the right, including a stack of Keishon Boutte and Pop Douglas. Douglas on a little crossing route as the ball drops back, and Drake May is under pressure. Goes over the middle. Look at Douglas, and he has a chance to bring it in Seahawks territory, and the ball hits the ground. 4th and 1 at the 41. With that play call, I think maybe they were going to go for it. Instead, the punt unit is coming out. This is a bit of a surprise.
I know you guys listen. This is an opportune time for a fake punt, so the Seahawks need to be very, very careful here. But Greg Cosell is on my show, the Ross Tucker Podcast, and he likes to say if a quarterback's comfortable or not. Drake May is not a comfortable player at all tonight.
This is a 7th punt of the night for the New England Patriots. The Seahawks front is showing some pressure. There is the possibility, but it does get booted straight up into the air. End over end, Rashid Shaheed at the 18 with the fair catch, and that's where Sam Darnold will start this next drive. Sorry, if you've got a 4th and 1 in that situation, I understand they went for the chunk play, but normally you go for the chunk play if your expectation is that you're then going to play if you're then going to go for it on 4th down. Instead, they're putting the ball away for a 7th time in this game, and it goes back to the New England Patriots defense. The last drive, 4:50 off the clock. This most recent one, just 1:38 off. This defense was looking gassed between the numbers. And look, Gregg Rosenthal, when it comes to the game flow of this game at this point, at the end of the first quarter, I said they were basically second for second on time. Right now, Seattle have an advantage on time of possession of well over 7 minutes. That's going to tell a huge difference on this defense.
I mean, you get stuffed on 2nd and 1 with a guy that's not as good in short yardage, Travion Henderson, but you don't run it again on 3rd and 1. You think that's your best chance for a big play. You don't really get a very good punt. They're a team that's making mistakes, but they're also making decisions without a lot of confidence, and their offense hasn't given them confidence.
I'm a little surprised. I wonder if they considered going for it on that 4th down, because the Seahawks possessed the ball for a while on that last drive, and right now, at a minimum, the Patriots would need 2 touchdowns or 3 scores to get there.
You mentioned Kenneth Walker having more yards than the New England Patriots. Kenneth Walker's 126 yards in the game is also equal to the rest of his entire team. We expected maybe we'd get that kind of performance out of JSN, who had over 44% of his team's receiving yards this season, but it's been Kenneth Walker in the backfield, as it has been so many times in the playoffs this year, who has been the difference for this team. We're seeing a moment on the big screens and down in the Patriots end zone in front of us, celebrating the salute to service, men and women from so many of the different armed forces now waving as they go off the field, and a great reception from the crowd around us. Looking at the crowd, I mean, the fact is it has felt Seahawks heavy, it has felt loud. I did feel that we might see the Patriots try and lift their team on that last Seahawks drive. I'd love to hear some noise on this. I guess you're browbeaten, I guess you're a bit defeated at this point. But the Patriots defense, who have been led on so heavily right now, feels like they need to step up and get a stop, not just a stop that leads to points. Mike Vrabel having a deep conversation with Drake May on the sideline. Not not a telling off as such, but really getting into it with him.
Drake May is by himself all the way at the end of the Patriots bench. He's not sitting. He's not looking at the surface. He is standing up with his hands around his chest. You don't see that from a starting quarterback very often. Usually they're sitting down or they're looking at something. Drake May, again, looks out of sorts to me.
Hunter Henry heads over to him, has a word with him, daps him up, maybe trying to get his head back in the right space. The thing is, I hate the idea this occasion's too big for him. It's been so good this year, but right now, the numbers don't lie. Darnold in the centre, stomps his foot and sends JSN from right to left. 1st and 10 from the 18, 7:34 left in this quarter. They lead by 12. Kenneth Walker's in the backfield. Sheed available to the right side. They fake the handoff. He steps up, he's hit, and he's brought down, swallowed by big Milton Williams. We said the defense needed to step up and make a stop in this situation, and a 9-yard sack is exactly what this Patriots defense needed.
He finally got him. He finally got him down. That is a mismatch. Anthony Bradford cannot cover, cannot block Milton Williams one-on-one. He even had a B-gap insert from Kenneth Walker. That's when the running back goes between the guard and tackle to try to help him, and he still got the sack.
2nd and 18 now then. They call it 8 yards in the gun with Helani alongside him. Cooper Kupp goes in motion from right to left. Jake Bobo on the outside. They look to the left-hand side. They look for a quick one to JSN, and he is swallowed up by that Patriots defense. Nickelback, Marcus Jones brings him down for maybe a 4-yard gain, and it's going to be a 3rd and 14 from the 14.
And Smith-Njigba got up a little bit gimpy. He immediately went over to the Seattle sideline. Something happened there at the end, a lower body injury that he's not in on this critical 3rd down.
Yeah, we're seeing him on the big screen now making his way down that sideline, but Darnold has work to do first. Jake Bobo is outlined to the right. Cooper Kupp tight formation. Shaheed to the left. Kenneth Walker, he looks to send in motion. He's alongside him in the backfield. Gets the snap. Gives it to Walker on the draw up the middle. And he's brought down around the 20, maybe 21-yard line. They pick up 5 or 6 on the play, but it's going to be a 4th and 8 at the 20. And they did exactly what they needed to do, the Patriots. They got the 3 and out, thanks to the big play from Milton Williams.
Hey, I was in Atlanta for that 13-3 Patriots-Rams Super Bowl where it was 3-0 at halftime. They don't give a discount on if it looked ugly or if there is not a lot of points. Mike McDonald is thinking, my defense can take us home. I don't need to throw the ball on 3rd and long.
So, Mike Dixon lines up on the 5-yard line. Ball was snapped from the 20, and back is the brilliant returner, Marcus Jones. Ball is up from the 10. It's a high end-over-end punt. Jones underneath it at the 35. Makes a first man miss. Goes to the outside. Makes another miss. Gets out to the 40, 45, 50. And he's pushed out to bounds at the 50-yard line. An electric return, but a flag on the field.
Just when the Patriots feel like they get a big play.
Little bit of momentum, little bit of a big play moment. You imagine this one is going to be coming back.
Illegal block in the back. Receiving team number 24. 10-yard penalty. 1st down. Timeout.
Absolutely tough on them there, and you see it as it comes across. The man in on the block in the back is Del Pettis, who made a big tackle on a special teams play earlier in this game to bring Rashid Shaheed down, but that is going to cost them 10 yards, and that's going to cost them what could have been fantastic field position right around midfield to start a drive where they desperately need points.
So the Seahawks have had the ball 8 times. They have 12 points. If I'm on the Patriots defensive sideline, like they are playing championship Super Bowl winning defense right now. 1.5 points per drive. That's about the same as the 2025 New York Jets had. So that's what Seattle's doing when they have the ball. They're just asking Drake, make a play, because even on that 3rd down, which was a questionable decision, the throw was probably there for him, died a little bit there at the end.
Jackson Smith-Njigba, we have reported, is having his right ankle being tended to on the sideline. We've got one of the great sideline reporters, not just colour commentators, alongside me in the booth. We're relying on people at home giving us these updates.
And I want to tell you guys something real quick. Watching this game so far, I'm really glad Matthew Stafford won the MVP. Because Matthew Stafford against this Seahawks defense, remember the Niners couldn't get a touchdown in their last 2 games against them. Drake May can't even get past the 50-yard line. Matthew Stafford lit these guys up multiple times down the stretch.
During their 9-game winning streak, they conceded 64 points to the Rams. They conceded 68 points to the other 7 teams they faced. Less than 10 points per game. The Rams have been the only team who've been able to unlock Mike McDonald. Yes, they've got the Jimmies and the Joes, of course, some fantastic players on that team. But you've got to start thinking that, I keep saying it this half, Josh McDaniels, what have you got? What are you going to give us? Where's the easy button for Drake May? Where are the quick completions?
There's no easy button. There's no quick completions, but Stephon Diggs is a guy that they've been able to get a lot from this season. You know, the first 1,000-yard season for the Patriots since Edelman in 19. Throw him the ball. Throw the ball to Stephon Diggs.
A lot of it does come down to sometimes your players making a play for him. Like I was thinking on that first down on the first drive of this half, Demario Douglas has a chance to make this play. They need someone, and obviously Drake May's the best person to do it, but to just step up and make a play that's not going to be easy, because Seattle's not giving him anything easy.
The blue medical tent is up on the far sideline. JSN is inside it. I know he's not had a big game today, but even so, he's a guy you have to game plan for on defense. What impact could that have on this game, which is still only a 2-score game? Seattle lead New England 12-0 as Drake May breaks the huddle with 5:10 left in the third quarter. The sun has set on Levi Stadium. We're under the lights. What can Drake May do to help his young legacy? He has to step up in the pocket, under pressure. He has to get right back to around the line of scrimmage, but that's going to be brought down, and I think they'll just about call it a sack. Boye Mafe in on that one for about a 2-yard loss, and the answer was they looked for a deep shot, and the coverage was sensational.
He's running into sacks. I mean, he had pretty good protection on that play, and then kind of ran forward, and it's really the opposite of what he's done for a lot of this year, where he would be smart enough to just throw that ball at someone's feet.
19th sack of this postseason, ties Joe Burrow's record from 2021. May drops back, steps up in the pocket, finds a man over the middle, right around the 30-yard line, out to the 32, very nearly picking up the yardage needed for the first down, gets it to a 3rd and 4. Ernest Jones in on the tackle, and that gives them at least a 3rd and manageable. It was Mac Hollins with the catch.
Wide open against zone coverage. I like that route combination right there. He sat down, and let's see if they give him zone coverage again, or if they try to heat up Drake May, try to keep him uncomfortable.
The 12s get loud inside Levi Stadium. May sits in the gun, single back alongside him. 2 receivers left, 2 right. Hunter Henry tights the formation. He's supposed to roll to the right, over the middle. Kayshon Boutte between his hands. Is May inaccurate? Should Boutte have caught it? Either way, it's another 3 and out. It's another time the Patriots punt unit is out on the field for an 8th of the game, and Stephon Diggs it was, walking off the field, shaking his head.
And it's the combined pressure that's affecting May, but again, I think that's bad offense more than good defense. That's a play that he and Boutte have made throughout the course of the season. He throws him a heater over the middle, had the man open.
Right, punting from right around his own 20, end over end. Rashid Shaheed calls the fair catch yet again at the 22. Punt coverage has been excellent, but I also get the feeling Rashid Shaheed knows there's no point in taking a risk in this situation. We did talk to him back on Monday and ask if he fancied being the first player to ever have a punt return touchdown in the Super Bowl. He said, that's never happened before. Yeah, then that's going to be me. No opportunity so far, despite the 8 punts for the New England Patriots. Can the defense step up once more? You're listening to Super Bowl 60 live here on talkSPORT. at Super Bowl 60, Levi's Stadium. And they're doing everything they can to get the crowd going here, the house band, absolutely bouncing. But as it stands, just a 12-point game. The Seattle Seahawks, 4 field goals right now, leading the New England Patriots. No team has ever been shut out in Super Bowl history. I'm sorry for putting that out into the world, but it's just worth mentioning as we tick time down with 3:38 left in the third quarter. Jackson Smith-Njigba is out of the blue tent, but he is not on the field right now, as they have Cooper Kupp and Rashid Shaheed as the wide men in 12 personnel with 2 tight ends. Hand the ball off to Kenneth Walker. It makes a man miss just in the backfield, and then is eventually wrestled down by Anthony Jennings. And a big indication downfield. What are we looking at?
Smith-Njigba just went into the locker room. Smith-Njigba just jogged into the locker room, which is interesting. They might be giving him some type of shot because they could tape it out here. They might also be wanting to x-ray it to see if it's broken.
Yeah, all NFL stadiums have those facilities. He's headed down to the locker room. We will keep an eye on that as Halani's into the backfield alongside Sam Darnold. Jake Bobo now on the field. Rookie tight end Elijah Arreo is stacked with Cooper Kupp to the right-hand side. Darnold in the gun, 3-step drop back, looks to his left, forced to go back over to the right, and brilliant coverage from Christian Gonzalez once more as the ball was put right onto the hands of Cooper Kupp. He breaks that one up, and it's a 3rd and 12 ball on the 19.
Well, I know Ross doesn't want to hear us talk about Jason Myers as Super Bowl MVP. The Patriots MVP is Tristan Gonzalez so far. Easily.
And in fact, if the Patriots somehow win it, I think I'd still give it to Gonzalez, even though he's a defensive player. He has been under. The score would be bad right now if Gonzalez wasn't playing this well.
George Halani alongside Sam Darnold in the gun. Rashid Shaheed single receiver to the right, stack to the left-hand side. Darnold with a straight drop back, looking for a deep shot. Goes over the middle, finds Kupp right around the 25. Spins, makes a man miss and gets out to about the 27-yard line. Still 3 yards short of the first down, and they're going to punt on a 4th and 4. Well, there you go. The Patriots with a second 3-and-out in a row.
If you love field goals and you love 3-and-outs, this is the Super Bowl for you. You are loving this game.
Hey, what I love is
Hey.
a little jeopardy. I have watched enough football games that I do not think this thing is over, because the Seahawks offense has not taken advantage of all the chances to end it.
Marcus Jones back. Already 2 punt return touchdowns on the season. Catches this one. It's back going to bounce and bobble right around the 30-yard line. A short end-over-end punt, and finally settles down around the 26-yard line. No opportunity to return that one for the New England Patriots, and Drake May will come out for the drive from the 26-yard line. Charlie Smith, the Irish kicker of the New Orleans Saints, will be dropping by in maybe about 10 minutes' time. We'll have Gregg Rosenthal be leaving the booth at the end of the third quarter and heading down to go and get ready to go out onto the field and be amongst the ticker tape and interviewing the players for NFL Daily, of course.
Yes, we'll be talking to Kyle Williams after he scores the game-winning 90-yard touchdown in about an hour.
Brilliant. Drake May in the gun, single back alongside him, 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. It's a delayed draw to Travion Henderson. He gets out to the 30, picks up maybe 3 on that one. Brought down in the tackle, unsurprisingly, Byron Murphy in on that one, and that'll be a 2nd and 7. DeMarcus Lawrence there as well. The ball at the 30. We're inside 2 minutes of the third quarter remaining, ticking down to 1:30. Patriots in the huddle, break it, get up to the line of scrimmage. Travion Henderson alongside Drake May once more. 2 receivers to the right, Pop Douglas and Stephon Diggs, Keyshawn Booty single to the left. Straight drop back, some time in the pocket for May, but the coverage downfield is sensational. He's forced to scramble out to the right. He's forced to try and pump it and fake it. Gets downfield and is wrestled down just inside the 35. There is laundry on the field, downfield. Could this be holding? It looks like maybe against the Seattle Seahawks. Wait for Sean Smith's call. We're not seeing a lot of in-play flags.
During the run, holding. Defense number 21. 5-yard penalty. It goes an automatic first down.
Big mistake for Devin Witherspoon.
It is a big mistake, but look, Drake May is my guy. I loved him in UNC. I've loved him as a Patriot. I thought what Ross said before the game about his decisiveness running was on point. Even that play where they got the penalty, he looked frozen holding the ball down the field, and he wasn't decisive on the run. The regular season, Drake May takes off and picks up 15 yards there for the first down.
Stephon Diggs attempted to step back. We've just heard Jackson Smith-Njigba is actually now being evaluated for a concussion on top of the ankle issue. Drake May comes out under centre, 1st and 10 from the 39, inside a minute of the first quarter, down 12, fakes the handoff, has some time, but he's thrown an absolute wobbler as he's hit, as he throws, big hit from DeMarcus Lawrence, and Drake May is fortunate that ball falls incomplete. He'll be 2nd and 10 at the 39, a 10th quarterback pressure of the game for the Seattle Seahawks.
Well, and they were trying to take a deep shot with play action. I liked it, but DeMarcus Lawrence went right around Will Campbell. The rookie top 5 pick is struggling. They're lucky that wasn't a turnover.
52 seconds left in the third quarter, 2nd and 10. Ball on the 39, down 12. Drake May in the gun, single back alongside him. 3 receivers, 2 to the left. He goes to Trevor Henson out of the backfield, past the 40, gets out to about the 46-yard line and makes it a 3rd and manageable 5. Ball on the 44.
Clock is ticking, and the Patriots already have to think like they need points in this drive. They got maybe 3 drives, 4 drives left in the game. If they're lucky, they need this 3rd down.
By the way, Trayvon Henderson had a chance to break a big one off there, and Nick Emmanwori flew across the formation to tackle him out of bounds. Sensational closing speed from the rookie safety. May in the gun. It's Stevenson now alongside him. Moves a man in motion. He's going to drop straight back. He is under pressure immediately. He's hit. Ball is loose. Ball is out. Is it a Seattle turnover? They're up with the ball. They claim they've got it. Drake May taken down, and that ball goes to the Seattle Seahawks. The man who's wheeling away with it is Byron Murphy. Unbelievable pressure from this Seahawks defense, and that crumbling Patriots offensive line makes the big mistake. Drake May can't hold on to the ball, and that could be good night, New England.
Yeah, but he had a little bit of time early, and then he stepped up in the pocket, and it looked to me like 58, Derek Hall punched it out. It's been an issue for Drake May the entire postseason. He's been fumbling every game over and over again. I got to be honest with you, the young man is rattled.
The defensive line of the Seahawks have been pushing and pushing and pushing, and they were gonna get that ball eventually. The great thing about this defense is how they all contribute, and there is a couple of young guys who get it done.
With 10 seconds left in the quarter, no timeout taken, and Darnold is out to start this drive from the 37, up 12, with a chance to put the nail in the coffin. They go for a little reverse fake, and then it goes out of the backfield to AJ Barner. It's up past the 30, down to maybe the 25-yard line, and he gets a first down. A little bit of trickeration, 2 fake handoffs, and ends up being Barner who gets the ball as time ticks down to the end of the third quarter. He stepped back inside, he gets just past the first down marker. Anthony Jennings in on the tackle, and it will be 1st and 10 from the 27-yard line when we return for the 4th quarter of Super Bowl 60. The Seattle Seahawks looking to put an absolute exclamation point on their sensational season. We're back up next here on talkSPORT. You're back with Super Bowl 60 Live, and as you can hear, Levi Stadium is absolutely rocking. But right now it's the Seahawks fans who are bouncing up and down out of their seats. Because with 15 minutes left of the 2025 NFL season, Seattle lead the New England Patriots by 12 points to nothing. There has never been a goose egg in Super Bowl history. And after that huge turnover, Derek Hall forcing the fumble, coming away with the ball for them, Byron Murphy. They have an opportunity to put this game potentially to bed here. Derek Hall has a sensational story, by the way. Unbelievable start to his life. He was born, I think, 12 weeks premature, weighed only 2 pounds 2 ounces, and in the first week of his life, the doctors actually encouraged his mother to turn off his life support machine. Now, he's 6'3", 275 pounds, and has just made the biggest play of Super Bowl 60. It just shows you what you can achieve. Unbelievable stuff, unbelievable story. On a day when it's been some Riley Mills, surprise hero, and Kenneth Walker, probably the man right now who sits in pole position for MVP and sits as a single back in the backfield. Sam Darnold into centre, 1st and 10, ball at the 26. Darnold stomps his foot, moves the man in motion and hands the ball off to Walker. Little stuff step, trying to make a man miss, trying to find a hole, no gap there, and gets right out to around the 25-yard line. I think they'll call it a gain of a yard, and that's 2nd and 9 at the 25.
The funny thing about him probably being the MVP so far is like their success rate on runs is very low today, but he's had the only big plays that we've been able to see.
I mean, this is an all-time Super Bowl in terms of low scoring and lack of offensive stars. We still have a quarter to go, though, so maybe somebody will step up and make a big play.
Donald in the center, Walker in the backfield, single receiver left, and then Cooper Kupp gets stacked to the right. They fake the handoff, gets a release late, goes to Cooper Kupp, downfield, very nearly brings it in. A lot of contact downfield as well, and no flag given. I don't know if he gets his head around there. I don't know if the defensive back manages to turn Craig Woodson and get on that ball, and I'm slightly surprised that that ball falls incomplete with no laundry on the field.
They are really letting them play, but they've been consistent with it. I actually like the no call. It was well done by Woodson. Kupp should have come back through Woodson's body more. He could have drawn the penalty.
3rd and 9 at the 25. Darnold takes the snap. He's got 3 receivers to his left-hand side. Cooper Kupp is one of them. Inside the 20, right around the 1st down marker. And it is a 1st down Seattle as the fans in this stadium scream Coop at the top of their voices. 1st and 10 at the 16 into the red zone. Could we get the first touchdown of the game, gents?
Look, Sam Darnold hasn't been incredible in this game, but what he has is made a couple key 3rd down conversions, made some people miss, and he hasn't turned the ball over. It's a team sport, and he is playing his part of this team by not making any big mistakes.
Lovely play design from Clint Kubiak. Christian Gonzalez was the man in coverage, sending Rashid Shaheed from right to left on this 1st and 10. Darnold is back in the center, gets Barner to join the backfield and hands it off to Hilali. No, it's a fake. He's going to look for a shot to end zone. It's a Barner. Barner holds it in. Touchdown, Seahawks! The biggest man on the field for Seattle breaks out of the formation into the back corner of the end zone, and on the play-action fake, Sam Darnold finds his man and maybe brings a 2nd title to Seattle.
A.J. Barner is a walking mismatch. He gets right past Jack Gibbons, the Patriots linebacker, and into the red zone. So much of their offense is around that man, and I don't know if anyone can cover that man in the Patriots one-on-one.
They settle for the extra point to make it a 19-point game with 13:24 left on the clock. Ball will be snapped by Julian Ashby, held by Bryce Perry. It's the wrong team. Sarson Myers got ball is kicked, and the extra point is good. Seattle 19, New England scoreless. 13:24 left on the clock. What a moment to lose Gregg Rosenthal. Wonderful work from you, though, sir, today. Appreciate everything. And as we see replays of A.J. Barner screaming up to the crowd, that feels like the moment that Super Bowl 60 was maybe put in the books. But that doesn't mean you don't want to stay with us right here on talkSPORT or on YouTube or on CTV as we see if the Patriots can mount some kind of miraculous comeback right now, live from Santa Clara. You're back with NFL Live on talkSPORT 2, Super Bowl 60 Live on talkSPORT. We're also on the talkSPORT YouTube channel. We're on CTV. We're absolutely everywhere. We're global right now. 19-0, the Seattle Seahawks lead Super Bowl 60 after A.J. Barner's 16-yard touchdown from Sam Darnold. The turnover, the Derek Hall punch-out, the recovery on the fumble from Byron Murphy, all setting him up for that short field and setting him up to put the first touchdown of the Super Bowl on the board. I mean, I feel like I keep saying, if the Patriots are going to do something, it has to be now, but surely at this point, like, you always need a kick return touchdown, a turnover, like it's got to be all these things.
Now they're going to have to go basically to a hurry-up offense, spread the ball out, you know, and go in shotgun and almost go to a 2-minute offense. That's their only chance.
Interestingly, it's Travion Henderson back to receive this kickoff for the New England Patriots, with Carl Williams sat in front of him and the rest of the line ready for the kickoff. You asked about another man joining us. Hopefully Charlie Smith, New Orleans Saints kicker, will come and join us for 5 minutes or so.
Nice.
Hence the idea of, you know, it's been quite the kicking game. We can get his thought on that as this ball falls to Travion Henderson right on the A of Patriots in the end zone. He takes a knee and Drake May will come out and start this drive from the 35-yard line. You're listening to the Super Bowl live on talkSPORT with 5. Don't forget you can watch the Super Bowl for free on 5 right now. I know it's not been the Super Bowl that necessarily would have hoped for, but the Seahawks right now look like one of the most dominant and worthy winners we've ever seen.
Yeah, and I keep going back to the NFC Championship game when the Rams were right there with them, and the Rams put a bunch of points up on there. It really makes what McVay and Stafford and Puka Nacua did all the more impressive.
Drake May's straight drop back with Stevenson in the backfield alongside him. Under pressure, has to roll up to the right. Has options downfield, it said tucks it and runs. Gets out to about the 40-yard line. Picks up 5 on that first down scramble. 13-15 remaining. Gets out of bounds. They're going to give him 6. Second for the 41. A much earlier check down to Ramondre Stevenson on that play. Decided to stay in. And I don't know why you would ever stay in when you've got Leonard Williams absolutely barreling down on you on the right-hand side of that line.
And Mike Vrabel's upset about something, and he's pushing Stephon Diggs out of the way to get between Diggs and the official, and we have a fan on the field now who's about to get tackled.
He's out to the 40, down to the 35. He's made everyone absolutely miss. And actually, Carl Williams is getting involved. He's the one who pushes him down. He slides down at the 10. Guys, he's giving himself up. That's got to be roughing the passer. That was so late. Down to the 10-yard line, something written on his chest, absolutely no idea what, but it was amazing to watch. Of all of the security people trying to chase him down, it ended up being rookie wide receiver of the New England Patriots, Carl Williams, who ended up taking the man down, and now 6 of them have wrestled him. He will be arrested quickly, he'll be taken to jail. His Super Bowl Sunday is all said and done. Is the New England Patriots? That's now my question. Second and 4 at the 41. They've got the fan down that tunnel on the far side of us, and the New England Patriots head to toe in white with Drake May in the gun, with the security guard still on the field, slipping and falling over around the 15. He can't get up, he can't get out of there, and I think he's pulled his hamstring chasing the guy down.
He has.
He was desperately trying to get off the field. There's an official with him now as well. Drake May was ready for the play, then turned around and saw he was still there, and they had to blow the play dead, and we had to wait for them to reset the clock. That's rough. I'm glad the cart didn't have to come out for him. Does he go into the blue medical tent now? I mean, did you watch it? It was like that episode of Parks and Recreation where they keep falling over on the ice. He got up, clearly pulled his hamstring and fell over 6 or 7 times.
And in a weird way, you know, the Patriots have just gotten a little bit of momentum. Yeah. And now they don't have it.
43 seconds on the play clock.
And they've added an extra 5 seconds to the clock and reset the play clock as well. So it's now 12:58 remaining. Second and 4, ball at the 41. New England down 19 in Super Bowl 60. Sean Smith just making sure the ball is properly set and making sure we can get ready to run the clock. May in the gun, Simpson alongside him. He's looking for a deep shot. Left-hand side, goes over the middle. Matt Collins brings it in around the 38, down to the 35-yard line, falls on the ball, and that's a huge pickup for the New England Patriots. 1st and 10 in Seattle territory. Their first explosive pass play of the day.
Easily the best throw of the day by Drake May. It was zone coverage. He stepped up, put it on a rope to Mac Hollins.
They get up quickly, and he goes for another deep shot. He's looking for Hollins in the end zone. Over the top. Hollins brings it in. Oh, my word! Touchdown, New England! We said they had to go hurry up. We wondered if the momentum was done. And back-to-back deep shots to Mac Hollins has dragged the Patriots' lifeless body back into this game of football. Wow!
Unbelievable. Back-to-back deep throws to Mac Hollins. This time against Reek Woolen. Reek Woolen had almost perfect coverage, but Drake May drops it in the bucket. Mac Hollins squeezes it while Woolen's arm was up in between his arms with the strong hands, and the Patriots are right back in this thing.
Reek Woolen, back-to-back plays in coverage, back-to-back 24-yard gains for Mac Hollins, and with the extra point, it's back to a 12-point game. Extra point is up, and it is good. First points of the day for Andy Burgales, and the New England Patriots, with 12:27 left on the clock, are trying to make a game of Super Bowl 60. The fourth quarter's come to life. Where's Gregg Rosenthal when you need him? Poor boy, poor lad.
Hey, right when Gregg Rosenthal leaves, the Patriots offense starts to make some plays.
Gregg Rosenthal leaves, the party starts. That's what I'm hearing. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 live on talkSPORT, and it's come to life. Let's see if they can get a stop and move things and maybe come back in this game. What an incredible comeback it would be live on talkSPORT. You're back at Super Bowl 60 live at Levi's Stadium, and with back-to-back touchdowns, this game just came to life. When we've been cutting to the celebrities in the stands, as we see Shabuzi appear there now, as the lights are bright and the sky is dark in the South Bay. Everyone was sat in Lazy Boys, had a beer on the go, just chilled out. Now, everyone's on their feet.
How about no touchdowns for the first 45 minutes of this game, the first 3 quarters, and now 2 minutes and 33 seconds into the fourth quarter, we've got 2 touchdowns.
I told you, it's Gregg Rosenthal's fault. At least he's going to have a bit more fun when he goes down onto the field now. I mean, you know, I don't have a rooting interest. That's not the point of this broadcast. We're meant to be down the line, but for someone who wants to see a great game of football, a Patriots stop right now would be a delicious thing to
question.
see.
Listen, I think most people know this, but broadcasters, we just want close games. We just want competitive games. We want it to be entertaining and interesting. And honestly, after the Barner touchdown, 19-0, I thought we were in serious trouble. Kudos to the Patriots for never giving up.
There was, and I didn't want to call them out at the moment, because it was only a few. But I did see a few Patriots fans in section 145 below us get up out of their seats. Then maybe they were going to the toilet or going to get themselves some refreshment, but it felt a lot like they were heading for the exit. I think they'll be heading back in if they're still here. Rashid Shaheed fields it out the 10. He's going to cut up the middle. He's potentially got a crease here. Oh, and it's a great toe tip tackle for the New England Patriots. Brock Lamp in on that one, the fullback, and it means that the Seahawks will start this drive around the 25-yard line. Ross, if you are Clint Kubiak in this situation, if you are McDonald in this situation, how conservative do you think they're going to be?
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting one because I would still think they'd be fairly conservative, but the Patriots basically just scored in 3 plays. The May scramble and then the 2 throws to Matt Collins.
1st and 10 from the 31, 12:22 left in Super Bowl 60. Tight end in motion, faking the handoff. Darnold on the boot, rolling out right, has a man downfield. Raheem Shaheed brings it in right around the first down marker. 10-yard pickup, first down Seattle at the 41.
And for those of you that just joined us, maybe you're driving around, whatever, Jackson Smith-Njigba, who's been by far the best offensive player for the Seahawks this season, he went into the locker room to be evaluated for a concussion. Guys almost never come back to play after that. So it's going to have to be Cooper Kupp and Rashid Shaheed or the tight end Barner the rest of the way.
Jackson Smith-Njigba's back on the field.
He's back on the field?
They just showed him. I'm sure they just showed him.
Wow.
There he is, right around as they run a run play off to the right-hand side.
That is amazing.
He was getting his right ankle taped. He went down for a concussion check. That's why I thought you were raising him. I saw him on the field as you said his name, and I was like, well done, Ross. You've noticed that before.
No, you know what? So then, you know what? When he went into the locker room, that would not have been for a second concussion check. That must have been for an X-ray or to tape the ankle. Because usually, if they go in the locker room, they don't, for a concussion, they don't come back and play.
Smith-Njigba is in the backfield alongside Kenneth Walker. Now he's sent in motion to the left with Shaheed out on that side. Big pressure from the New England Patriots. Sam Darnold forced to throw it into the ground. The Patriots are returning it in the hope it goes down as a fumble. Kenneth Walker on the chase as well, but they rule it an incomplete pass.
No intentional grounding as number 9 was in the area.
As they say, no grounding because Kenneth Walker was right there. Smart play from Sam Darnold. I mean, calls into question. This is a bugbear of mine, the intentional grounding rule, but it feels like the 4th quarter of the Super Bowl. Maybe not a time to explore those things. 3rd and 11. 11 minutes left in this 4th quarter. 12-point game. Seattle with the ball at the 41-yard line. Darnold in the gun, single back alongside him, brings Barner back across the formation, tight to the left. 2 receivers to the left, a single receiver to the right. Darnold with a straight drop back. He's looking for a deep shot. He's looking for it all to Rashid Shaheed. In coverage of Carlton Davis, and it's just out of his reach. Fingertips on it from Shaheed. Bump coverage from Carlton Davis, and Sam Darnold just overthrows him by a yard.
He had him. He had him. And Carlton Davis had just grabbed his wrist a little bit. You wonder if that slowed him down just enough to throw off the timing that Darnold and Shaheed have on that play.
And they will be forced to punt whilst not a 3 and out. Only the single first down on the drive, and still 10:55 on the clock. Life in the old dog yet as Dixon punts a high one that's very nearly blocked, and it's going to drop right around the 20 to the 10-5, and it's going to be a great Seahawks bounce. It's going to be all the way at the 1-yard line. It was initially left by Marcus Jones, who made a fair catch call. And instead, it gets all the way down to the 1-yard line. They're going to put it actually out to the 4 because that's where it's first touched by a Seahawks player. But, yeah, that looked like it was going to be out about the 20. A short punt, and it ended up with a really nice bounce.
Big break for the Seahawks. It was a short punt. As my grandfather used to say, it's an oblong ball. You never know where it's going to bounce. It's not a circular or round ball, and that ball was perfectly bounced for the Seahawks.
10:40 left in this 4th quarter then. Drake May, an unbelievable drive. that finished in the Matt Collins touchdown. Can they keep the momentum going? May is right on the edge of his own end zone in the gun. Stevenson alongside him. Straight drop back. Hollins is available to the left. He's going to go over the top, looking for a tight end, and the ball falls incomplete. Some of the timing on those have been really off today.
You know what? He had all kinds of time. Give a lot of credit to the offensive line. Austin Hooper was wide open. I don't know what happened with Drake May there. I mean, that should have been a big play. I'm talking 30, 40, 50 yards.
It's the second time today I thought Hooper's been open and he's ended up grounding the ball. Drake May. May now in the gun again. Two receivers to the right, Abuti and Diggs. Hollins split out to the left. Stevenson alongside him in the backfield. They'll all go on routes. He's going to throw it to Stevenson on a little outgo on that side. Out for 10. Gets out past the first down marker by leaping over a defender out of bounds and gives them a 1st and 10 at the 11, at the 12-yard line. In fact, sensational bit of athleticism from Ramondre Stevenson. I think it's Job in on the tackle originally, just watching the replay back. It was indeed Josh Job who went to ground a little early and gave Stevenson that option. May in the gun as they go hurry up. Stomps his foot, has an option down, and he's going to go deep again, but Hollins has stumbled on his route. Opportunity for a pick here. There's Hollins brought that in! Oh, it goes incomplete. I thought somehow he'd managed to bring that ball in. He was surrounded by 3 Seahawks receivers. Hollins had a slight stumble on his route, and that meant the ball ended up being thrown up on a wing and a prayer. Love could have got to it, and in fact, I think Kobe Bryant and Love hit each other and caused there to be an incompletion instead of a pick.
Wow. I mean, I thought somebody caught it, but nobody did. Kobe Bryant had the best chance at it. He's the one that high-pointed the football.
2nd and 10 then at the 17, 10:02 remaining, 12-point game. May stomps his foot. Stevenson alongside him, stays into block. Goes to the left-hand side to his tight end, just inside the 20. It's a quick catch for Hunter Henry, but it's only going to be a short game, maybe 5, and that'll be a 3rd, and in fact they're calling it 6 at the 21.
And it keeps that clock moving, which is exactly what the Seahawks want. They'll let them get 4 yards and keep the clock moving.
Yeah, no issue with that whatsoever. The Seattle defense. May in the gun again. 2 receivers right. Pop Douglas, Keishon Boutte to his left. He's got Matt Collins. He's going to step up in the pocket under pressure. May will run. He's got acres of space ahead of him to the 35 and then slides around the 37-yard line with a 1st down for the New England Patriots. It seems like the young man's confidence is well and truly back.
We were saying that he needed to do that. We were waiting for Drake May to step up when there was a big scene. That's exactly what he did. Huge play for New England. 16-yard gain, recalling in on the tackle. May in the gun. Henderson stays into block. Just a quick out route to the rookie. Carl Williams gets 8 yards on that one and goes out of bounds. Perfect play in that situation. 2nd and 3 at the 44. Clock is still rolling. 8:58 remaining, ticking down. They need to hurry up here. Trevor and Henderson in the backfield. 2 receivers right, 2 to the left. May stomps his foot, gets the ball. He's looking deep again to Williams. He steps up again. He looks over the middle. This one is going to be straight into the arms of a waiting Seahawk. Job with a return, getting all the way out to the 40, back to the 35-yard line, and it's Love on the interception. Julian Love received that ball like a Christmas gift straight into his arms, and Drake May have just thrown the Super Bowl for the New England Patriots. I have no idea what that throw was. When it's that bad of an interception, typically it's a miscommunication. So I don't know if he thought Kyle Williams was going to sit down, or he thought he overthrew Boutte. One way or the other, that's about as bad as you'll see from Drake May, and as easy an interception as Julian Love has ever had in his career.
Wow. Julian Love picks the ball off, returns it for 36 yards, pushed out of bounds at the New England 38. And what was that about Patriots comeback? Darnold's coming out under center. Kenneth Walker in the backfield behind him. Single receiver on the left-hand side. Heavy set formation. It's a toss play to Walker. Finds an edge. Gets to the outside. Breaks the tackle. Gets out past the 25-yard line. That's a 13-yard pickup on 1st down. A 1st down for the Seattle Seahawks all the way down to the 23-yard line of New England. Huge.
And again, they're able to get the edge. Terrific blocking on the edge by both tight ends, Varner and Saubert, as well as Arroyo. They had 3 tight ends in on that play, and every one of them had a good block right at the point of attack.
Kenneth Walker, huge day for him today. Darnold back out under centre. Kenneth Walker in the backfield behind him. Heavy set line with a single receiver as JSN split out to the right-hand side. Takes the snap, hands it off to Walker, who just tries to time his run. Manages to make a man miss. Finds a hole and picks up another 9, even 10-yard gain. They're going to call it the full 10. Down to the 11, into the red zone. Another first down, Seattle.
Kenneth Walker hit him with the Le'Veon Bell there, which is how he ran the ball at his first college, Wake Forest. He almost stopped his feet 3 yards in the backfield, waited for everything to develop, and then he hit it as Kenneth Walker is trying to run his way into the MVP.
128 yards on the ground for Walker, another 26 in the air today. Over 150 on the day for the running back who has taken over this offense in so many games over the ending stretch of the season. And it will go to Walker again on a stretch run to the outside. He does make another man miss. This time only picks up maybe 3 yards on the play. Gets down to right around. In fact, gets just back to the line of scrimmage. Give him 2, 2nd and 8 at the 12.
And this whole drive, Will, the clock just keeps spinning. This is ideal for Seattle. They're moving the ball, but they're keeping the clock moving. You want to shorten the game if you're the Seahawks. Every time you can keep that clock moving, you're eliminating time for the Patriots to come from behind.
2nd and 8, ball on the 12. Darnold under centre. Kenneth Walker in the backfield behind him. JSN split out wide. Elijah Arroyo there as well. Cooper Kupp also in the formation. They hand the ball off to Walker. Again, he goes to the other side of the formation, and he just slips and stutters. Falls down. He falls on the ball after it came out, but he was already ruled down, and he picks up maybe a yard on the play, 3rd and 7. But it's exactly what you've been saying about him all day. Just doesn't want to run where the blocking's going.
No, and I think he would have been better off on that one if he did. He ended up losing his feet and falling down. But again, that clock keeps moving. I would expect the Seahawks to tell Sam Darnold to be very, very careful here. Even a field goal would be massive.
Make it a 15-point game, 2 scores already, but that would be 2 touchdowns and a 2-point conversion. Surely a step too far for Drake May and the New England Patriots. Sam Darnold, straight drop back, looks for Jackson Smith-Njigba. We've not said his name a lot today, but he hauls one in and goes out of bounds on this near sideline. Picks up maybe 3 or 4 on the play, and it's a time out for New England.
That is an early timeout from Mike Vrabel, but I think it's the right decision. You're down 12. You're very likely to be down 15. You have a chance to stop the clock, you do it.
A little bit of afters going on in the middle of the field, in on that Christian Barrymore, just having a bit of back and forth with the interior of that Seahawks line. But they are going to set up for a 5th Jason Myers field goal of the game. This one, his shortest of the day, from just 26 yards as Mike Dixon is wiping down the area of the field at the 16. He steps up. Chris Stoll steps up to snap the ball. Patriots desperately looking for something here, maybe a block, and indicating as such. Seahawks taking their time with this one. Ball is snapped, ball is down, kick is up, and kick is right down the middle. A 15-point game now, Super Bowl 60. That New England Patriots comeback that looked so promising after the Matt Collins touchdown, brought to an end by a Julian Love interception where it looked like he was the intended target of Drake May. And the Seahawks had 3 more to the board, making it a 15-point game with 5:35 remaining live here on talkSPORT. doesn't matter whether it's a huge boxing event at Wembley or Tottenham, whether we're in Munich, whether we're in Madrid, whether we're in London, whether we're in Dublin, whether the NFL needs to go back sharpish next season, you can guarantee that we're going to get Sweet Caroline no matter where you are in the world. And the crowd here still belting it out. Quite a few patches of red seats starting to appear around the lower bowl as the Patriots fans in here potentially decide that that might be game for them. But plenty of them staying game, staying on the big screens, singing along, belting this one out. And with 5:35 remaining and 2 timeouts, they're about to get the ball back down 15. Let's just let it sing out, baby. Seen on the screen, the Seahawks have had a 51% pressure rate off a 17% blitz rate as Trayvon Henderson brings one out, gets out to the 30, to the 35, to the 40. I nearly broke that one off, and I was talking about the pressure rate of the Seahawks defense.
And Jason Myers made the tackle. Maybe he is trying to become MVP. MVP. Jason Myers just broke the record for most field goals in a Super Bowl, and now has made a tackle to stop a potential kick return touchdown that would have actually made this a game. I'm just saying, that's some MVP stuff. This is a personal campaign now at this point for anyone who's watching us on YouTube. Ross Tucker just doesn't like it being thrown out into the world. Right, Drake May. What can he do? In the gun. Kayshon Boutte to his right, 3 receivers to the left. It's a straight drop back. He steps up and he is just swallowed up by this Patriots defense. It took a while to get him down. The man who gets him down in the end, Byron Murphy, with his second big sack of the day. He had the fumble recovery as well. And yet again, the plays being made by the Seahawks defense are the difference in this game. Bang. They rush out to play it quickly. 3 receivers left, 1 receiver right. May goes to Ramondre Stevenson out of the backfield. He gets back up to about the 40. There's a little stutter step. Nicky Mamori pushing him out of bounds in the end. And he picks up the yardage from that first down, plus a couple more. It'll be a 3rd and 8 with the ball on the 40. Clock stopped at 4:57. And now that we're under 5 minutes in the 4th quarter, when they go out of bounds, the clock will stop. So that's a mental error by the Seahawks. You want to make sure you tackle him in the field of play to keep the clock moving. That's important.
May in the gun again. Stevenson alongside him. Boutte to the right. 2 receivers to the left, and Mac Hollins and Stephon Diggs. He's looking for a deep shot potentially. He goes over the middle, finds Hunter Henry, gets out past the 45-yard line of the Seattle Seahawks. That's a first down, and they are into Seattle territory. But the clock continues to tick. Down inside 5 minutes, 4:45 remaining. Down 15. They need to score quick here if they're going to have any chance of winning Super Bowl 60. May in the gun, takes the snap. Huge rush off the edge from Devin Witherspoon, and the ball comes out. Witherspoon hits him. The ball is out, and it's going to be returned all the way for a Seahawks touchdown. Boy, Murphy! 30 yards, and this is the play that this game truly deserves. This Seahawks defense have been the best in the NFL over the last 10 weeks, and they seal Super Bowl 60 with a huge fumble recovery and touchdown.
Devin Witherspoon came free on the blitz again. And when Drake May went to throw the ball came out of his hand right to Uchenna Nwosu. And Nwosu's able to grab it out of the air and take it back for a touchdown.
Uchenna Nwosu! I'll do it again just to make sure. I can't believe I got the touchdown scorer wrong on the biggest play of Super Bowl 60. But I just had no expectation that ball was going to come out. I saw Witherspoon come over the side. I saw him take Drake May down, and suddenly a 28-7 lead for the Seattle Seahawks as Myers lines up to kick the extra point. And suddenly it's the Seahawks by 22. Wow. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Devin Witherspoon, sensational.
You know, the Patriots were in a hurry-up offense there, and the Seahawks were late to get a couple of guys out on the field. Kudos to Mike McDonald for still having the blitz call on, and Drake May was trying to do the right thing and not take the sack, but it is wild that when Witherspoon hits him, the ball goes right to Nwosu. What a catch by Nwosu.
Unbelievable play. Uchenna Nwosu stepping up. Is there an argument? I know Kenneth Walker has had an unbelievable day on the ground, but is there an argument that this could be one of those games where a defensive player deserves MVP? Because that defense has just been unstoppable
It's a good
today.
point. I mean, it would probably be Devin Witherspoon, if anybody, with the way he's made a bunch of plays.
2 sacks, 21 yards, a forced fumble, and now a touchdown off the back of it on the football.
That led to the game-sealing touchdown.
Yeah, unbelievable. Unbelievable. So they line up to kick the ball off immediately, and actually there's going to be a flag called on this one. Jason Myers isn't sure at all what this is for. Some kind of illegal formation, extra man on the field, trying to figure this one out.
Ready for play. We'll redo the free kick.
So the ball wasn't placed and ready to play, and so we're going to have to re-kick it. Jason Myers was absolutely livid. There is still a flag on the field on the far side. Finally been picked up. And as we settle up for this, I now imagine a few more Patriots fans may well be leaving this stadium.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised more of them haven't, to be honest with you.
There's a fair few of them down below us, so you can still see Drake May jerseys, Julian Edelman jerseys, and Malcolm Butler there. There's going to be no miracle play to end this Super Bowl like 11 years ago. Revenge for the Seattle Seahawks as Carl Williams takes a knee in the end zone, and Drake May will come out and start from the 35 with 4:27 remaining, but down 22 in Super Bowl 60. Now, from a Patriots perspective, and I know we'll talk about this a little bit post-game, but you have to reflect brilliantly on this season, even if today was just that hurdle too far.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, 4 minutes, I wouldn't be surprised if they score again, but it's extremely unlikely they would come back. What matters now, if you're the Seahawks, you want your outside corners, your outside players, to play outside in. They call it outside leverage. Don't let these guys get out of bounds. You'll let them catch it in the middle of the field like this.
Catch it at the 40, moving up to around first down at the 45-yard line. Pop Douglas is going to be marked for the first down, but maybe a yard short as he went to ground. But they give him the first down, and the Patriots go hurry up. 4:10 remaining. Drake May steps his foot. Trevor Henderson out to the right. He goes over the middle to Demario Douglas, who's going to try and make a man miss. Cuts back inside and gets to about the 45-yard line. Prevent defense right now from the Seahawks, who are just playing miles off the line of scrimmage. Just saying, yeah, you can have 10 yards, that's fine.
And they're letting them have middle of the field plays, not out-breaking routes.
Drake May drops back again. Again, the middle of the field is available. Instead, he goes to Austin Hooper, who gets the first down and gets out of bounds on the far side. That'll be first down around about the 41-yard line for the New England Patriots, with still 3:42 remaining on the clock and 2 timeouts in their pocket.
And that's one where Witherspoon needs to make that tackle in the field of play. And he tried to, but credit Hooper for bouncing off of him.
May in the gun, Stevenson alongside him, 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. May drops back, he's going to step up in the pocket, be forced to run, makes a tackle and then actually slides down around about the 36-yard line, and then we see a flag on the field. I think it's going to be holding against the New England Patriots left tackle or possibly left guard, certainly that side of the line. I think it may well be, oh here we go.
Offense, number 65, 10-yard penalty.
Oh, it's the centre. It was neither of the guys on the left. Garrett Bradbury did get upfield on that run. We'll have to see the replay, but yeah, holding given for his hold on Uchenna Nwosu, and yeah, that's almost a horse collar. It's such a big hold.
Yeah, that was a good call. Obviously, Bradbury did not know that Drake May was stepping up to run there.
You can hear the sound in the stadium. I wanted to let it ring for a moment. It's now 1st and 20 after that penalty, and we see Nick Emanwari hasn't been a huge impact on this game individually, but has such a huge impact on how this defense operates, just encouraging the crowd to get loud. Drake May stomps his foot, gets the snap, has to go for his outleap to J. Stevenson, who makes a stutter and does manage to get outside, pick up some yardage, manages to get out of bounds and stop the clock. 3:28 remaining, 7 yards, ball on the 44, 2nd and 13 New England.
And I know that I'm belaboring the point a little bit here, but Reek Woolen, you have got to tackle him in the field of play. I mean, that's at least 20 more seconds that would have come off the clock.
3:28, 2nd and 13, ball on the 44. Drake May under a huge amount of pressure, gets it released, gets it to Hunter Henry in the middle of the field, out to the 35-yard line of the Seattle Seahawks. And they're going to call it 3rd and 2, putting him up at the 33 in the end. Missing the first down, clock still running, 3:08 remaining in Super Bowl 60. All right, Drake May in the gun again. Ramondre Stevenson alongside him. To the right, you've got options, and he's going to be hit in the backfield by Osu, but he manages to find a man over the middle. Stephon Diggs right around the 6-yard line. First down, New England in the red zone, and they've got an opportunity to put some points on the board. It's going to take onside kicks and all sorts of this.
That is surprising, though, that they were able to get that much yardage against this Seahawks zone defense down the field, and the Seahawks have too many guys on the field. DeMarcus Lawrence was late getting back. They were going to be able to get a penalty.
Sorry, missed the ref mic there at the 1st and 7 on the ball on the 7. 1st and goal, sorry, ball on the 7 with 2:32 remaining, and a timeout has been called by the Seattle Seahawks. I mean, give me any kind of pitch that they can do this. There's got to be 2 onside kicks, right? Surely that's the only way, or a turnover if the Seahawks get it, and I just don't see that.
It'll be 2 onside kicks. So they're going to go to the end zone here. They need to score as soon as possible. Then they got to convert an onside kick, and then probably another one.
Right, May in the gun, Stevenson alongside him. 2 receivers to the right, Keishon Boutte and Stephon Diggs. 1 receiver to the left is Mac Hollins. Hunter Henry tight to the formation. They're going to look to Mac Hollins in the end zone. Tries to bring it in one-handed up against Josh Jones, but that is going to go incomplete. It'll be 2nd and goal at the 7, Ross.
Well, at least they threw it in the end zone. It was incomplete. That's what you'll see these next couple plays as well. Completing anything underneath really doesn't do much for you. I think Seattle knows that as well, which is why Seattle should just have everybody in the end zone. You're almost okay letting New England complete something underneath and then tackling them.
2:28. 2nd and goal from the 7. May stumps his foot. He's got receivers available over the middle. He's under pressure. He's going to be forced to run up in the pocket. Instead, goes to Stevenson, who strolls into the end zone untouched. But I think they're going to say it was incomplete. Looking to him on that side. No, they're calling it a touchdown. They're saying touchdown, Ramondre Stevenson. No initial indication from that side. Ramondre Stevenson into the end zone. A no-look pass from Drake May as he bends down to scoop the ball up. Just about keeps it off the ground, Ramondre Stevenson. And they put another 6 on the board, New England. Saving face maybe at this point, but there'll be an onside kick to see if we can inject some excitement into the game.
And New England's going to go for 2 here, which makes sense since they're right now down 16. Seattle's late to get a guy out on the field again.
Miscommunication from the defense. Ramondre Stevenson is alongside May as they are going for 2. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Looks to the man over the middle is Hunter Henry. He's hit, absolutely barreled into as the ball comes over the middle, and he looks instantly hurt. 2 players down immediately. Hunter Henry being one of them, just trying to identify who is down for the Seattle Seahawks. I think it's Kobe Bryant. And that was an absolute collision over the middle of the field.
Well, Kobe Bryant was going to try to make a play on the football, and when he did, he went right into Hunter Henry. What a collision between those 2 guys. Good to see they're both up. Here comes an onside kick.
All right, 2-point conversion falls incomplete. 2:21 left in the half. 2 in the Super Bowl, in the season, at a 16-point game. Going for 2, as you say, makes total sense at that point, but it leaves them with 2 touchdowns and 2 2-point conversions needed, and realistically 2 onside kicks unless they can force some kind of turnover, because with 2 timeouts they can't even stop the clock with the 2-minute warning available to get the ball back. It's a tough situation, let's put it that way.
Very, very tough. Remember, onside kick percentage this year, less than 10% recovery in the NFL. It's very, very difficult at this point to recover onside kicks. The Seahawks will have their hands team out there. That's the guys that they feel most comfortable with fielding the ball. If they get it, should be noted, the Patriots have 2 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. So even if they don't recover this, they still can get the 3 stops before we get to, including the 2-minute warning.
But I mean, we're then talking about punting the ball away, having to go, whatever that ends up being, 80, 90 yards down the field, and get it, and score a touchdown, and recover another onside kick. It's as rough as it could possibly get for New England. Well, maybe not rough as we get, they're still in the game in a way. Andy Borregales steps up, onside kick formation. Looks like he's going to go to this left-hand side, and I think that's going to be a timeout called by Seattle. They blow the whistle. Seattle, the Seahawks decide, like you said earlier, a Kodak timeout. Get a picture of what they're going to do.
Do you guys know what Kodak is?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
I mean, it's a little bit old school.
I don't think people in their 20s in America even know what
Probably
it is.
not.
That's from for 40-somethings like me.
Yeah, 40-somethings like me as well, buddy. Just about fall into the elder millennial range. But I remember Kodak. I remember having to get photos printed out.
Yeah.
I remember film, all of that. So yeah, I think we can still call it a Kodak. But I just don't know what the youth of today are going to call it in 20 years' time when they're in our position. Right, the Patriots line up then. 2:21 left in Super Bowl 60, 29-13. The Seattle Seahawks lead. Onside kick for Andy Borregales. They go for a high looping one into the air. It is recovered with ease, fallen on by Helani. And even with the fact they've got the 2 timeouts, you'd have to think we're just going to see a super conservative moment here from the Seattle Seahawks. Maybe they go wild and try and get the first down.
Well, they will run it, you would imagine, and at least get it to the 2-minute warning with a chance to win the game if they can get 1 first down.
The Gatorade being stirred on the sideline. It's orange, just in case anyone decided to prop for it, although it has not been spilt quite yet. Sam Darnold under centre. Kenneth Walker in the backfield. A first down finishes this game. They go to Walker. He pops to the outside, gets a corner and looks like maybe he's going to get to the outside, but smartly goes to ground before going out of bounds, maybe gains a yard on the play, but most importantly will force the Patriots to use one of their 2 timeouts.
Very smartly, and interestingly, the Seahawks just brought 2 linemen into the game. So now the Seattle Seahawks, I believe, have 7 offensive linemen out there, including Josh Johnson and Oluwatimi, the backup center.
I mean, there's heavy, and then there's heavy.
It's fitting for this booth.
Stick your 13 personnel, we're going to run 7 offensive linemen.
Yeah, look at them.
Wow, that's a whole lot of man on the field for the Seattle Seahawks as Sam Darnold gets under center. Kenneth Walker with his hands tucked in, and it's going to be Sam Darnold just slides down at the 50, forces them to take their second time out, loses 6 yards on it, but it'll be a 3rd and 13.
That was a broken play.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not quite sure what happened right there, but that was a broken play. Darnold and Kenneth Walker, one of them went the wrong way.
A broken play, but Sam Darnold smart enough to just slide down and deal with it. Right.
It does make it, though, so that they're not going to get a first down now. This will just be a run to try to get it to the 2-minute warning, and then they'll punt it away.
Precisely. So we will see New England get the ball back in this game, most likely, unless they manage to break something off on this 3rd and 13. Kenneth Walker's had a bunch of explosive runs so far today, and it's all tight ends and offensive linemen in front of him, barring Sam Darnold, who stomps his foot, hands the ball off to Walker. He gets a huge hole. He gets out to the 40, 49, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Kenneth Walker, sensational run from the running back with 2:01 left in the Super Bowl, and a flag on the field goes for holding against the Seahawks. I wanted to call it through just in case the flag was on the ring.
You never know. You never know.
It wasn't to be. The flag goes on Seattle, on Sundell, the center.
Looks like a good call.
And look, with the time still left on the clock, still means they've got that 2-minute warning. So there you go.
You know, what's fascinating is if he had taken 1 more second to score, it would be the 2-minute warning.
Exactly.
And then they'd be able to run a play on the other side of the 2-minute warning.
And run the clock down. Kenneth Walker slowed right down as he trotted into the end zone down in front of us on that painted Patriots blue, but it wasn't to be. Oh, little bit gutted. 3rd and 23 then in the end. They do give the ball to Walker, who just holds on to it, gets swallowed up by Anthony Jennings, and the 2-minute warning hits with 1:57 remaining in Super Bowl 60. 4th and 22, a punt for the Seattle Seahawks, and one final chance to try and eke out a miracle for the New England Patriots live here on talkSPORT. You're back with Super Bowl 60 on talkSPORT 2. Why did I do talkSPORT 2 again? Just natural. It's where we are normally in the season. But obviously for the big game, we're on the big station. You're listening to the Super Bowl live on talkSPORT with 5. Don't forget you can watch the Super Bowl for free on 5 live right now. Right. 1:57. 29-13. The punt's going to be coming from the 42. I truly think barring a return touchdown here, which Marcus Jones is absolutely capable of. Tell me how this can work.
Well, I'm not sure the Seahawks even give Marcus Jones a chance here. This will be interesting. If you're the Patriots, you come after it. You try to block the punt. And if you're the Seahawks, Marcus Jones is not very deep right now. He's playing this like a guy that they're coming after it. Even Marcus Jones is coming after it. They have nobody deep.
You're not wrong. Marcus Jones all the way up to the line of scrimmage. They have no intention of returning this. They're going to put everything they can into attempting to block it. The music is still playing, but the whistle is blown as Mike Dixon steps back and ready for the punt. He's on the 25-yard line of the Seattle Seahawks. They are bringing absolutely all the heat, and they so nearly get to it as the punt is a coffin kick all the way towards the corner and bounces out of bounds at the 6-yard line. It's not quite the punt he had against the Rams in that game 6 weeks ago. One of the best punts I've seen all season, but it was pretty close to perfect from Michael Dixon. And now the Patriots will have to go 94 yards and recover an onside kick if they're to have any chance of winning the Super Bowl.
If anything, he might have been better off if the ball had stayed in the field of play, just to have more time go off the clock until they blew it dead. But that's a heck of a job.
Right, May comes out in the gun. It's Trayvon Henderson alongside him. Kayshon Boutte to the right. They're giving him with the middle of the field, and they do go to Stephon Diggs, who goes down quickly with maybe a 4-yard gain. It does absolutely nothing for you at this stage of the game. Seattle will take that all day long as May indicates the play again. Go.
Going to have to be deep down the field or out breaking routes.
Yeah, there's no need to go over the middle there as they go to the outside, but brilliant tackle from Nick Eamon-Wari on that side to keep Austin Hooper in bounds. It's a first down, but the clock keeps running. 1:18 remaining. Sam Darnold is on the verge of winning the Super Bowl. The Seattle Seahawks on the verge. If Drake May can't do something special, he finds Mac Hollins, but yet again, they fly to him. Reek Woolen this time, taking out Hollins. We're down to a minute remaining. The clock continues to tick. 29-13. The Seahawks lead the New England Patriots. Drake May stomps his foot, looks for a man downfield. He's going to be forced to step up in the pocket, and he is brought down, sacked by Leonard Williams. Huge sack, but there is a flag on the play.
Offside. Defense, number 7, lined up in the neutral zone. 5-yard penalty. Replay first down.
It's a touchdown hero, Uchenna Nwosu, and that stops the clock for New England. 47 seconds remaining. 1st and 5 with the ball on the 33. We're essentially in Hail Mary territory almost at this point.
Yeah, boy, and that's a tough penalty, too, because with the sack, the clock would have just kept going and going, and Nwosu lined up in the neutral zone.
May steps back, he's supposed to roll out to his right. There's all sorts of flags down the field. He throws downfield looking for Kyle Williams. What's that laundry all about? Right around the 40-yard line.
Drake May just landed very hard on that right shoulder that was previously injured.
This looks like it's going to be some kind of either OPI or defensive holding, I'd imagine, most likely. Oh, there you go.
Defense, number 27. 5-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
I mean, at this point, you can give up those penalties because it just takes time off the clock every time. Like, remember the way the Ravens ended Super Bowl 47, where they just went, well, we're going to run and take that safety intentionally because, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't really matter. I mean, that illegal hands to the face seems a little weak, but it keeps us going. 39 seconds remaining in Super Bowl 60. 1st and 10, ball on the 38. May steps back, he does go over the middle, finds Ponk Douglas, who tries to make a man miss, but Onis Jones brings him to the ground at the 45-yard line. It's not quite a first down, and more importantly, the clock keeps ticking. 2nd and 1 at the 47. 25 seconds remaining on Super Bowl 60. May in the gun, stomps his foot. They go deep. It's basically a Hail Mary, a deep shot, looking for Stephon Diggs, and it's going to fall incomplete on that far right-hand side. Sorry, Kayshon Boutte on that side. And there's now 12 seconds left till Seattle claim their 2nd Super Bowl title. 1 and 2 in Super Bowls before now. It's the 10th unique rematch in NFL history. And it is a moment of revenge for Super Bowl 49. As we see Kobe Bryant indicating to the sideline and pointing to his finger where the ring will be going. They go underneath. Drake May to Travion Henderson. 9 seconds remaining. Nick Eamon-Wari looks to bring him down. Inbounds. He does come down inbounds. Julian Love. And clock hit 0. The sideline's empty. And the Seattle Seahawks are your Super Bowl 60 champions. Mike McDonald, less than 40 years old. The 4th youngest head coach in NFL history to reach this pinnacle. Sam Darnold may have not been the MVP today, but what a story this season has been for him. The first player under 30 to be a Week 1 starter for 4 different teams, failing in the playoffs with Minnesota last season. They said he couldn't do it in the clutch moments. Well, now he's done it in the clutchest of moments, and he has won the Lombardi Trophy. But above everything else, the brilliant Brit, Adam Dirty, and this sensational Seahawks defense who shut down Drake May and the New England Patriots for 3 quarters of this game. The only score they gave up, the deep shot to Mac Hollins in the 4th quarter. They are the ones who will take the plaudits tonight. The late touchdown for Uchenna Nwosu being the exclamation point on a brilliant, brilliant defensive performance. And your Seattle Seahawks are now 2-time Super Bowl champions, going home with Super Bowl 60.
Well, they were the best team over the last couple months. I think everybody could see that. And they were certainly the best team tonight. Very much deserved this victory. They did enough offensively, but they were utterly dominant on the defensive side of the ball, yet again.
Just 38 years old, the 4th youngest head coach to ever reach a Super Bowl, and he'll be older than only Sean McVay and Mike Tomlin in winning a Super Bowl title. He's also set a new record for most wins in a season by a head coach under 40, including the playoffs at 16. And I mean, what can we say about this defense who just harassed and harried Drake May all night long? The sack numbers are just unbelievable. Derek Hall and his story, 2 sacks, 17 yards. Byron Murphy, 2 sacks for 6 yards. Devon Witherspoon with the sack for 10 yards and then forcing Drake May to make the mistake. They're now calling it an interception for Uchenna Nwosu to return the pick 6 for the Super Bowl winning score. But all in all, that defensive unit, the very best in the NFL this season, have taken them to a Super Bowl title. We see Sam Darnold at midfield hugging Cooper Kupp. Kupp becomes just the 2nd wide receiver in NFL history to win the Super Bowl as a starting receiver on 2 different teams. And the celebrations are going to go deep into the night in the South Bay.
And I don't have a rooting interest, but I got to tell you, Will, as a guy that played for 5 teams, there's not many of us. I am so happy for Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold right now is the king of the 5-team club as a Super Bowl quarterback, Super Bowl champion. To have 4 teams more or less say, no thank you, we can do better. And on his 5th team, he wins the whole thing.
Will Varney, what do you say?
Well, I say they're going to be sleepless in Seattle tonight. The Seahawks have
I knew he'd have a line. I knew he'd have a line.
I've been planning this all of the second half. The Seahawks, well, they've taken the NFL by storm this year. They were doubted, underestimated. Nobody saw this team coming. Tonight, they showed that spirit of the 12 and ultimately a city which has fallen in love yet again with its football team. Tonight is Seattle's night. Just their 2nd Lombardi Trophy. Revenge for Super Bowl 49 complete. An explosive offense, an elite defense, and it did the legendary Legion of Boom proud. The Seahawks are your Super Bowl 60 champions, beating the New England Patriots 29 points to 13. Will Gavin.
Earlier on, Ross joked about how big our booth was and that we had Gregg Rosenthal bringing down the average size of it. Well, now we've got a man who's built like an NFL player, Charlie Smith, the brilliant Irish kicker of the New Orleans Saints. A sensational season for him, we have to say. But Charlie, you've just been here to witness greatness from the Seahawks defense. What can you say about what you've seen tonight?
Yeah, it was an absolutely unbelievable all-round performance, especially from the Seahawks defense and special teams as well. Michael Dixon had an unbelievable game punting the ball. Jason Myers kicked 17 points, the most ever for a kicker.
MVP.
So
He's trying to make
I'm trying to sell a case for Myers for MVP as a fellow kicker.
It's 2 versus 3 in the booth now.
Yeah, so it's and Devon Witherspoon, what a game as well. 2 sacks, a forced fumble. What a game.
They're actually calling the second one now an interception for Uchenna Nwosu because he technically gets the ball out.
Yeah.
But even so, it's all about Witherspoon ripping off the edge and making
he made the play. And the Seahawks obviously went back to that play a couple of times. Pretty sure they had another one, a corner came in blitz in the first quarter, might have been Wallen. What an unbelievable game by their defense, and again, the special teams was so good.
I joked about the MVP, but also we mentioned Jason Myers also had a tackle in this game.
Exactly.
Pushing Trevion Henderson out of bounds.
Yeah.
A brilliant game from him. Special teams, such a huge phase. Yeah. And the Seahawks, best special teams unit in the NFL this season, and it ended up being a difference as well. So, just sensational. Ross, how you feeling, buddy?
I mean, I'm so happy for Sam Darnold, for John Schneider, and it really gives every team out there hope that you can do it. You can go ahead. They were not expected to be here, but the moves they made defensively paid off in a major way, and obviously what they did on offense as well.
Look, it was a stellar performance from the Seahawks, especially in that second half. It was tough sledding in the first half. We spoke about those struggles on offense, but ultimately getting the job done. And this defense, Charlie, that we've just spoken about, I compared it there to the legendary Legion of Boom. And I just think what we've seen today is this defense, this beautiful mix of veteran presence, of rookies who have continued to shine, And ultimately, this is a defense that's to be feared for years to come, is it not?
Yeah, definitely. Especially if you've got guys that you're not really paying that much money right now. So the Seahawks, I'm sure they'll have some cap space to pay these guys in the future. But you know, that's why it's so good. You know, you have to draft well. You pick your players in free agency well, and this defense has been unreal. And this young secondary that I believe they drafted a couple of years ago and just kept adding and adding to it. And it definitely is something that compared to the Legion of Boom now. But you know, even the young linebacker, Eamon Worry as well, has been a stud all year. And I know he got hurt as well. But look, yeah, what an unbelievable year for the Seahawks. You know, we played them early on in the year, and it was our toughest game of the year by far. They just came at us, and I think it was like 28-0 in the beginning of the first quarter, and you're like, what was going on here?
They're just relentless.
They carried it on and on and on, and then once they get going, they're very hard to stop. And their offense didn't have to do that much today, and they're still now comfortable winners. So you really have to give credit.
Let's just talk about the way this team has been built this year. Because John Snyder was under some criticism when Pete Carroll left, and there were some expectations that maybe John Snyder should also have left the job at the same time, do a full reset. 3 drafts back to back to back where they've just been absolutely sensational. Picked up, I mean, so many great players, but so many stars, both their starting tackles, Nick Eamon-Worry, so many stars on the back end of that defense. It has been such a huge part of what this team has done. And then they bring in Sam Darnold. They pay him $100.5 million guaranteed over 3 years. They say, we like what we saw in Minnesota enough. He won 14 games, and yes, he lost week 18, and yes, he lost the first game of the playoffs, but he came so close to proving with that team that he was a starting quarterback in the NFL and potentially a franchise quarterback in the NFL. He's been up and down this year. He hasn't been perfect. First 9 games of the year, he was a lot of the offense. Him and JSN, deep shots. They had more deep completions than anyone else in the league except for Drake May this season, right? But then you look to the second half of the year when they're running the ball, you think that Sam Darnold's been taken out of the game. And then that NFC Championship game against the Rams, throwing for over 300 yards, 3+ touchdowns, no turnovers. Sam Darnold had 20 turnovers in the regular season, right? Led the league by a country mile, 40 interceptions, 6 forced fumbles. He had 0 in the playoffs, not one single takeaway. The last quarterback to win the Super Bowl, the only quarterback, in fact, to win the Super Bowl, but when they're leading the league in turnovers, was Eli Manning in 2007. It just shows you get hot at the right moment. You have a game like he had in the NFC Championship game where the defense didn't stand up against the Rams, where the running game wasn't there, and then he just puts on a performance like that. Tonight it didn't take a lot from him. He had some good throws. He had the big completion to Barner. He obviously had the touchdown to Barner as well. They could rely on Kenneth Walker, over 150 yards between ground and air today. He did everything he needed to do as the quarterback, and his story is so sensational, so like life-affirming, that I think that's a huge thing we should be focusing on after the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. And like one of the questions I think we all had over Darnold coming into the playoffs was, would he be able to handle the big moment? And as you said, well, there are 0 turnovers in the playoffs. That just goes to show that he can. And that was that was the big question mark over probably the Seahawks coming into the playoffs was, can you trust Darnold in the big moment? And he's proven that he can. And he hasn't had to be the superhero. And I know he played very, very well against the Rams. He hasn't had to be a superhero, and he's been happy enough to do that and just been a facilitator, game manager, and it's ultimately about winning games, and that's what he's helped his team do that.
Just looking out on this field right now, plenty of bodies getting ready for the trophy presentation, the handing over of the Vince Lombardi trophy. Still plenty of fans in this arena at Levi's Stadium. A lot of red seats, but still just seeing these blue and green jerseys, the green ticker tape out on the field, and there are so many stars. And I mentioned this beautiful blend that the Seahawks have managed to do, and again, a lot of credit goes to John Schneider, but this veteran presence, they bring in Cooper Kupp, DeMarcus Lawrence comes in, somebody who knows Adam Durd so well, wanted to come to the Seahawks because of the relationship they built in Dallas. And then you add in that exciting youthful, those rookies who come in like Nick Emenwari, even Torrey Horton, who didn't feature today, even what he gave them earlier in the season. These guys, it's just been this great blend, and ultimately it's come together in a Super Bowl victory, and nobody gave this team a chance. And I think even just touching there on Sam Darnold, I think it just goes to show in the NFL, we can be continually surprised. We never know what one season is going to bring to the next. This is a team that heading into the season, everyone saw the San Francisco 49ers and the LA Rams as the real contenders in the NFC West. The Seattle Seahawks, they trade away Geno Smith, trade away DK Metcalf, and look at them rising to the very top, winning just their second Super Bowl trophy. The stage is out on the field. They're getting ready for the trophy presentation. Jody Allen, the owner, who's going to receive the trophy on behalf of her late brother Paul, who passed away in 2018. There's been a lot of talk about whether the Seahawks might be sold in recent days. Well, I think they might have a few suitors.
Well, and that's part of the point. They do plan to finally sell this club up after Paul Allen did sadly pass away. And what you now set up with is one of the best head coaches in the NFL. You've kept hold of your defensive coordinator. Yes, you're going to have to figure out something on offense with Clint Kubiak going off to the Las Vegas Raiders, but you've got a brilliant young core. You've not got a huge amount of unrestricted free agents as well. In fact, I bothered doing the research, because you know that's actually my job, of bringing up who their unrestricted free agents were this off-season. And I've got to tell you, right, Kenneth Walker is the big one. Reek Woolen, I don't know if they'll keep around, even though he had a couple of plays today. You've got a few on that back end like Kobe Bryant. You've got Boye Mafe, Rashid Shaheed. So you'd probably say you need to keep Shaheed. You probably want to keep Kobe Bryant. Boye Mafe, possibly, but you've got so much other talent up front. But there's no like superstars there outside of Kenneth Walker. There's no like, oh my God, we're going to have to pay somebody big. Sam Darnold's on a great contract. Like, if they get new owners in as well, this is a team who are set up for huge success for years and years to come. They failed to become a dynasty last time when they failed to win back-to-back Super Bowls, and I think really that stopped their, not running the ball on the 1 yard line maybe killed their entire chance of a dynasty. Right now, you've got the ball at the 1 yard line, you've got it over the line, you've won yourself a Super Bowl, and they should be favourites going into next season again.
It is just a tremendous performance, a tremendous season, and it ends in silverware. A great night for the Seattle Seahawks. We'll be heading to the field very shortly. Charlie, just a word on the New England Patriots. Great season, 4 wins last year, and they win 14 this year. They win 3 games in the playoffs. Disappointing. Drake May struggled out there on the field today, but the culture that Mike Vrabel has brought back to this organisation, they've had a fantastic season that deserves appreciation.
Yeah, definitely. Coach Vrabel got head coach of the year, turning a team from 4-13 into a team that makes the Super Bowl the next season in your first year as head coach. What an achievement! It's been really cool, and good for the Patriots. They've had some really smart signings in the off-season as well, and some guys have stepped up like Kayshon Boutte, the Douglas with the wide receiver core. They've had some really good success in special teams, defense as well. Like it's been really cool to see, and it gives, even just from a personal point of view, seeing a team that maybe doesn't make the playoffs in 1 year goes on and makes the Super Bowl the next year. It gives the likes of us, hope going into the future too. And congratulations to the Patriots doing a great year.
Well, they're starting the trophy presentation down on the field. Time to hand some sterling silver over to the Seattle Seahawks. Let's head straight down to the field and Commissioner Goodell.
12 is a big number tonight. It was 12 years ago tonight you won your last Super Bowl trophy. So the 12s dominate. Jody, to you and your organization, to John, to Coach, to your entire organization, these great players, congratulations on the Super Bowl win. Take it back to Seattle. You're Super Bowl champs.
Congratulations, Jody. I don't think the 12s will ever stop cheering. But when you walked up here, you said this has been a magical season. What does it mean to be taking this trophy back to the city of Seattle?
It truly has been a magical season, from the very first game to tonight here in Santa Clara. Thank you so much for hosting us. I have to thank all the 12s that are here with us. All the 12 bodies everywhere, and all the 12s around the world. Yes!
And Jody, I'm sure not enough great things can be said about the job of John Schneider and Mike McDonald. How would you describe how they orchestrated this season?
Right. I have to thank the organization led by John Schneider, and of course the team, the players. We love you guys. We love the legends, led by Mike McDonald.
I love it. Let's go ahead and pass the trophy back to Mike McDonald. Come on up, Coach. He wants to bring the players up with him, and that's fine.
1, 2, 3.
You know, Mike, what I think is crazy about the story is when I sat down with you, you said during training camp, I knew we could end up here holding this trophy. I just need to know what confidence you had in these men that are standing right here in front of you to lead you believe you'd be going home with the Lombardi Trophy.
I had 100% confidence. We got the best team. 12 is one, mob ties. We got the best fans in the world, 12s. Look how many 12s are in this stadium right now. We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other. And now we're world champions.
You know, Mike, it's just your second year as a head coach. You're calling the defensive plays, and the dark side showed up in a big way for you. How would you describe what they were able to execute on the defensive side of the ball tonight?
They just made a decision. They're going to play a certain way. They lived up to the dark side today. It's going to go down in the history books. We love our players. Look, they made it happen. They made it come to life, and we won the game.
Hey, I know you don't like to talk about yourself that much, but just describe for a guy who almost walked away from coaching, was going to be in corporate America, in his second season, you now have a Lombardi Trophy in your hand. What does this moment mean?
I believe God called me to be a coach, and I listened to him, and I thank him, and we are incredibly blessed to be Seahawks, to be 12s, and now we're world champions.
Congratulations again, Coach. I want to bring up the Super Bowl MVP, Kenneth Walker, ladies and gentlemen. Now, you know, Kenneth, this moment is funny because I heard you barely even want to break down the huddle. So now you got to talk on the microphone after winning a Super Bowl championship. But what was going through your mind and the mentality that you had to make sure that you were powering this offense throughout the game tonight?
First and foremost, I want to thank God for this, blessing to be here. Also, I want to thank my brothers. This don't happen without them. We went through a lot of adversity this season, but we came together and we stuck together, and, that's what we got.
Congratulations, Kenneth.
Thank you so much.
And last but not least, I want to bring up the quarterback.
Hey, shout out to the 12s.
Shout out to the 12s. Now, last but not least, I want to bring up Sam Darnold, your Super Bowl winning quarterback, ladies and gentlemen. Sam, I think you just completed one of the greatest redemption stories we've ever seen in football. Your 5th team in 8 seasons. What gave you the belief, the will to know that you could stand up here on this stage holding this trophy?
It's easy. My teammates and my coaches, they believed in me ever since the beginning of OTA's training camp, and that was our mindset. Every single day we came to work, and hey, I got to shout out our offensive line, our tight ends, our receivers, and of course the running backs for everything that they did tonight. It was special in the run game. But our defense, man, hey, 12s, make some noise for our defense.
Hey, listen, with all the ups and downs that come from a season, when you saw the confetti coming down, first thing that went through your mind?
We did it. That was it, man. It's been such a special journey with these guys. So much hard work that's been poured into this, and
That's it. It was just a job well done.
Job well done, Seattle Seahawks. Congratulations, Sam Darnold, Mike McDonald, John Schneider, Jody Allen, Kenneth Walker, your Super Bowl MVP. Congratulations, 12s. Continually celebrate this one.
Well, goodness me, the celebrations are certainly going to start, and they are going to continue late into the night as we see the green and silver ticker tape once again fly into the air on the field with the Lombardi Trophy hoisted aloft. Can you hear the Seattle fans in Santa Clara? They were here in week 18. They wrapped up the NFC's #1 seed. Tonight, they go one better because they're taking a Lombardi Trophy back to Washington State with them. Just their second in their history. This momentum that they've built throughout this season, doing it for the 12s, the 12th man, and they have certainly had the fans on their side tonight. The celebrations continue here at Levi Stadium. What a night it is for the Seattle Seahawks. And just before I bring you back in, Will, I did just want to mention a huge shout out to Mike McDonald, because this team and what they've been able to achieve in just his second year as a head coach, well, goodness me, he stepped into the shoes, big shoes to fill, of Pete Carroll, and look how he's taken to it like a duck to water. He was seen as the defensive coordinator as the Ravens as the next hot shot, the next big thing. His defense tonight, alongside Adam Durd, they have stepped up, they have lived up to the billing, they continue to excite, and you heard from Sam Darnold there, a big shout out to the defense, and it's a recognition. I don't think they get this done without that elite unit tonight.
Yeah, unbelievable performance, and it was so interesting earlier in the week to talk to McDonald, to talk to Adam Durdy. I'm sorry because my voice is going slightly. I'm not sounding more enthusiastic, but honestly, I feel that this is a stadium that erupted for the 12s tonight. They did an unbelievable job as a fan base, an unbelievable job in coaching. They turned this team around, and let's be frank. Most of the football glitterati did not believe in Sam Darnold, and that's why he's going to be my first winner from tonight. Has to be Sam Darnold, even though he didn't have the greatest game of his own history. 19 of 38, 202 yards, plus the big touchdown shot to A.J. Barner, but he made the big plays in the big moments. He had that big completion to Barner over the middle when they needed something from a drive. He called the defense right, and under a huge amount of pressure from a good Patriots front, he didn't turn the ball over. That's the big thing. Everyone wanted to say last year that he wasn't clutch, that he wasn't able to raise to the big occasion, that he wasn't able to win in the postseason, and yet 20 turnovers in the regular season, led the NFL. Now he joins Eli Manning as just the second quarterback all-time to lead the league in interceptions and fumbles and turnovers. And the following year in the same year, win the Super Bowl, because in the playoffs he had 0 turnovers. He protected the ball, he did everything right. He's not a winner for his performance on the field tonight specifically, but his story, it's so sensational. A week 1 starter at 4 different teams before he was even 30 years old, an NFL record, 5 teams in total. 4 of them said, nah, you're not the guy for us, and yet he's the one here hoisting a Lombardi Trophy. My second one, I'm going to stick on the offensive side of the ball, even though I know the defense really are the big winners tonight, because I've got to give love to Kenneth Walker. He is the Super Bowl MVP, the first running back to win Super Bowl MVP since Super Bowl 32, and Terrell Davis. 135 yards on 27 carries on the ground, plus that huge 2 catches for 26 yards as well. He picked up first downs. He had huge runs on the outside. He had those back-to-back runs in the first half. There was an incompletion between them, and basically back-to-back runs that went for 30 and 29 yards that set them up. And he was just the bell cow for this offense that kept them rolling. Yes, they had to settle for field goals for a huge amount of the game, but they could lean on him. They could run the clock. He was just sensational tonight. The defense, now my problem is I picked 2 out of 3 winners, and I've got to pick a member of the defense. I can't pick one. It's almost impossible. I think I might do I go Derek Hall? Derek Hall had a brilliant night tonight. 2 sacks, forced a fumble, which was picked up by Byron Murphy. Byron Murphy himself had 2 sacks and recovered that fumble. It's just unreal. And then you had Devin Witherspoon, a sack. He forced the interception, which was returned by Uchenna Nwosu, another guy who could be on there. I'm going to say the winner is... No... Can I just say the Seattle defense? Surely I can just say the Seattle defense, because they are a true unit. They are a true proper embodiment of team, and I'm going to give it to them. I'm going to give it to Adam Dirty. I'm going to give it to Mike McDonald for giving us the best unit on the field the NFL saw all season long.
So when you have to assess 3 losers tonight, the New England Patriots, of course, they come out losers. They don't head home back to the area with the Super Bowl, but when you assess the 3 losers tonight, who have you picked?
I don't want to destroy Drake May completely. 5 carries for 37 yards on the ground was very important for this team, and he's had the one drive to Mac Hollins. But the interception that he threw to Julian Love, which essentially killed off the possibility of that turnaround. There may have been a miscommunication, but it was a desperate throw in a desperate moment from a desperate quarterback, and I think his youth showed out today in a way that I kind of wished I hadn't. I love Drake May. I think he's the future of quarterbacking in the NFL. I think he is a guy who we can already talk about being in that top 6 guy. Your Josh Allens, your Lamar Jacksons, your Joe Burrows. I'm going to sit here and whiff on missing a quarterback now, aren't I? Your Patrick Mahomes, and I would put him in with those names. Probably Justin Herbert as well. Like, I think he's in that 6. He's so good. But tonight was just a hurdle too far for a man under 24 years old, just the 3rd quarterback to start in a Super Bowl at 34. That, for me, was absolutely key.
Can I just quickly on that one? Yeah. On that, you mentioned Drake May, and I think he will be a big talking point for his performance, but do you think, I mentioned it earlier in the coverage, do you think the lights got too bright for him tonight? A big stage, his first ever Super Bowl appearance, as it was for Sam Darnold, but he's just 23 years old. What did you make of it? Was it the occasion that got to him and that's why we saw this drop-off? Or was it even the playoffs, potentially, because he hasn't been as explosive as he was in the regular season?
I would say the problem is he's faced 4 top 5 total defenses in the NFL. That's the #1 scoring defense in the NFL. The Seattle Seahawks have held everyone but the Rams, well, including, so you include the Patriots tonight. It's been a 10-game winning streak. 8 of those teams they've managed to hold to a total of 75 points. That's well under 10 points per game. That is an unbelievable record. I think it just was the moment was too big because the opposition was too big. And that's kind of why my second loser might be Josh McDaniels. As much as he's won 6 Super Bowls with this team, the coaching staff there is this island of misfit toys that did a brilliant job of putting it together this year. But they weren't able to find any way of beating the Seahawks defense. They had so much time to adjust, in-game adjustments, half-time adjustments, and they just couldn't figure them out. They've got a very smart room of people, and they didn't have the smarts tonight to beat the Seattle Seahawks.
Who's your final one? Your 3rd one?
I'm really struggling to think of exactly who it should be. The Patriots blitzed at 71% tonight, right? They pressured Darnold on 50% of his dropbacks, but were barely able to bring him down. Didn't force turnovers, didn't sack him. So I've got to say the Patriots defensive line as a unit. I think what Darnold did brilliantly in replacing the blitz, in throwing the ball away, and this comes back to why Darnold should be one of our winners. Like, it was not perfect, but it was exactly what it needed to be. The Patriots threw a good defensive game plan at them, but didn't get the big play that they needed, didn't get the stop. Milton Williams eventually got his sack, but he nearly wrapped up Sam Darnold 3 or 4 separate occasions and didn't bring him down. And so I've got to say, missed tackles on Kenneth Walker on the outside. Like, the Patriots defense is a loser tonight. It's a shame because they've been so good in these playoffs, but between the missed tackles and the inability to actually get to Sam Darnold despite pressuring him, they've got to go down as a loser.
3 winners, 3 losers, but ultimately the big winner is the Seattle Seahawks tonight. They're heading back with a Lombardi trophy in their hands. The field is still filled with members of the media, with players out that's been cordoned off by the security staff as they celebrate with their loved ones. just so much goes into an NFL season. It's relentless, everything, whether it starts in free agency back in March and all of these moments of training camp, of OTAs, everything that goes into it. And it is that relief right now on the 8th of February where the Seattle Seahawks players and coaching staff can realize that a dream has certainly come true. I mentioned Mike McDonald, I mentioned Sam Darnold, this elite defense, and often we talk about the offense leading teams to victory. Tonight, the Seahawks defense stood up in a big way, and they are champions. What a night it's been. Will, final word from yourself on what you've seen out here today calling the action and how impressive this Seattle team is.
I mean, the 49ers have got a lot to do. As good as they were this year, they're going to have to prove they can beat this Seahawks defense, who was so good against them twice. The Rams and Matthew Stafford, they came so close in that NFC Championship game. They lost to a 2-point conversion in the regular season. They feel like they're the ones who managed to beat Mike McDonald. That division is the best division in football, and I don't think it's even close right now. So, as much as I'm saying Seattle have a chance to really put a stamp on this league right now, we saw so many great defenses. It's been a brilliant season. Brilliant season from you, Will Varney. Brilliant season from Tom Scholes behind us, and the main man on the social medias, coming out to all our international trips, filming it, getting those brilliant viral clips that have done so well for us and really helped us get so much great stuff here at the Super Bowl. Paul Prenderville, Brian T. Smith from the talkSPORT website, all their support, everything they've done for us this year. Iron's back in the studio. Ollie Hunter, who did Sunday Night Football this year so brilliantly. Nat Coombs, who did the early games so brilliantly this year. This has been, I think, our best season overall of NFL coverage, whether it's online, whether it's the brilliant web team, and there are so many of them to mention, it's so difficult to go through them all. But just a huge shout out to everyone at talkSPORT who's made this season so brilliant. You in particular, Will Varney. I've had a whale of a time. My voice is completely gone. I've got to go and try and interview Seahawks players in a locker room where there's going to be loud music and none of them are going to be able to hear me with my voice. But we're going to make it happen because we want to bring you the best content. So keep an eye on the talkSPORT USA YouTube channel, talkSPORT website, everywhere else, because we're going to be bringing you some top-tier locker room content.
And a big thank you to you, Will, for all of the work you've done this year, calling the action, whether it's been in Dublin, in London, in Berlin, Madrid, out in Seattle, in Philadelphia, and then here tonight in
9
Santa
international
Clara.
games next year, baby. Let's get ourselves to Melbourne for Rams 49ers Week 1.
The NFL continues to grow, and so do we. Our NFL coverage, bigger, better than ever, will be coming to you for the 2026 regular season when it all gets underway back, or should I say forward, in September this year. Thanks to Will, like he mentioned, a great team of people that we got working with us. Gregg Rosenthal, Ross Tucker, Charlie Smith on the call. Here in Santa Clara, a fantastic team, like I mentioned. Brian T. Smith, Paul Prenderville, Tom Scholes, who's done all the great work on socials, and that fantastic studio team who's been helping us through this evening. Alex Irons, Paul Kitchener, Zach Jackson as well. And look, our brilliant NFL team who keep us covered throughout the season. Ollie Hunter, Nat Coombs, Gabriel Anderson, Sam Harris, for all of the great work that they have done in helping us to build our coverage and have our biggest year yet. And one final thank you, that is to you. That is the people, our listeners, our viewers, the people on our watch-alongs, the people who see us in the stadium and say hello. We have such a thrill bringing you the action, and we hope you enjoy it as much as we do when we take in this wild ride, whether it is the regular season, the playoffs, the international series. We just love bringing you NFL action on talkSPORT, and we will always do that, that is for sure. The party, it's just getting started in Seattle and in Santa Clara right now. Seattle fans, you've got a Super Bowl to celebrate right now. For just the second time in your franchise's history, the Lombardi Trophy being hoisted aloft, you are taking it back home with you. Get ready to celebrate 12s. The Seattle Seahawks have beaten the New England Patriots by 29 points to 13. That's all from Levi's Stadium. Thank you for being with us throughout the night and the early hours of the morning. I'm Will Varney. How to Win the World Cup comes next on talkSPORT.
As Lewis Hamilton, now at Ferrari, dares to dream of a record 8th F1 world title, the Tifosi will be hoping the Brits can bring glory back to Italy. To many, Ferrari and Formula One are inseparable. They're the only team in the sport today to have competed in the first World Championship in 1950, are the most successful team in history, and have built some absolutely gorgeous cars. Their first driver's title was won in 1952 by Alberto Ascari. Considered one of F1's most dominant and best-loved champions, he drove the iconic Ferrari 500 and defended his title the year after. It was Juan Manuel Fangio in his Ferrari 250 who secured the team's next driver's title in 1956. Remember, he was world champion 5 times with 4 different teams. Mike Hawthorne, Phil Hill and John Surtees also won titles for Ferrari in the 50s and 60s, and the cars back then were beautiful, and they even sounded great, didn't they? Anyway, Ferrari went 11 years without winning a title until Niki Lauda won in 1975 in the iconic 312T. Throughout much of the 80s and 90s, though, Ferrari looked like they'd never go all the way again. Le Professeur Alain Prost came pretty close in 1990, but lost out to his bitter rival and former teammate at McLaren, Ayrton Senna. It was only when John Todt recruited a swathe of staff from outside of Italy, including Michael Schumacher, that the glory days returned 21 years after their last driver's title. The turn of the century saw the prancing horse sprint to an unprecedented 5 consecutive championship doubles. And after Schumacher left, Kimi Räikkönen reclaimed the driver's title immediately. But despite employing 1,500 people, the Iceman remains the last Ferrari world champion. So, 16 constructors' titles, 7 more than McLaren, and 15 drivers' titles, 4 more than, again, McLaren. Ferrari are truly Formula One's top team. Forza Ferrari.